The Philosophy of Sleep by Robert Macnish. Originally published in 1834. Edited for Modern English in 2022 by Benjamin Davidson, DreamWizard. Editor's Foreword. Greetings, dear reader. Those familiar with my prior works will undoubtedly recognize the name Robert Macnish from extensive citation by authors expounding on sleep and dreams throughout the latter half of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Without giving a full biography, it is worthy of note that this Scottish native amassed an impressive resume of significant accomplishments in his short life of a mere 35 years. Not only did the studious philosopher attain membership in the Faculty of Surgeons of Glasgow at age 25, but he wrote no fewer than 10 books and numerous articles for Blackwood's magazine. The Philosophy of Sleep alone was published in 5 editions from 1827 through 1834, the latter and final printing being the version your editor selected to enshrine for the ages in my own collection. This particular work may not have specifically inspired the turn away from a spiritual, superstitious, or otherwise religious view of sleep and dreams, and the working of the human mind in general, but it does stand to mark the irrevocable early 19th century embrace of a more explicitly scientific, objective, and broadly materialist approach to explaining natural phenomena of this kind. In this sense, the work of Macnish represents the cultural paradigm that persists to modern times, the inheritance of advancements in pure science handed down from the rationalist revolution that reoriented inquiry from mere sensory experience and religious teaching to intellectual and deductive reasoning, and demanding rational structure grasped through logical and mathematical principles. That said, not all scientific advancement was equally advanced. A great many theories developed in the 19th century have since been proven significantly erroneous. Among these broadly wrong, but partly right, theoretical constructs, phrenology may be both the most well-known and the most unfairly maligned. This erstwhile science did carry forward many misconceptions from earlier superstitious assumptions, as perhaps best captured in my first work, The Court of Curiosity, circa 2020, including the idea, seemingly absurd by modern standards, that the shape of the head and its features gives some reliable evidence of a person's likely character and behavioral traits. However, even many among those educated in psychology do not know that it was the phrenologists who first posited the concept that discrete areas of the brain were responsible for different perceptions and functions. Of course, those who have even passing familiarity with brain function will immediately recognize that we have long since confirmed this theory as proven fact. While the brain appears to be one united physical structure, and in the strictest sense it is, there are broadly 7 areas of the brain, and even more specialized areas within those zones that manage a variety of discrete functions. The frontal lobe alone is responsible for processing, planning, and executing all voluntary motor skills. Within that area is the prefrontal cortex, responsible for executive functions, behavior, and personality. All that said, and in all fairness to their contemporary and modern critics, the phrenologists did not accurately describe or predict the discovery of precisely these areas and functions. They did, however, propagate the popularity of this idea and pursue research which later did verify their claims as broadly correct on this score. The following explanation should help the reader parse Macnish's statements in this work, which announce his understanding of sleep and dream phenomena from an explicitly phrenological perspective. To be most accurate in description, and to detail the nature of their specific misconceptions, it helps to understand that the phrenological theory traces back to Franz Joseph Gall's organology, by which he mistakenly asserted that features of the brain could be read or interpreted by the shape and size of the head itself, as well as bumps on the surface of the skull, to predict moral character and intelligence. Gall was broadly correct in his assertion that the brain itself was the seat of the mind, and that different areas of the brain control all propensities and faculties, though he was otherwise incorrect in conceiving both the nature of specific areas and where these were precisely located. In brief, Gall conceived 27 faculties and attempted to locate them in physical regions of the brain. These were entitled organs, thus the theory of organology. This is all mentioned to help explain why Macnish refers to both sense organs as those which perceive light, sound, touch, etc., but also the organ of concentration, the organ of sleep, the organ of language, and many more. An extensive, though not exhaustive, list of such organs appears in Chapter 15, and your editor will direct the reader there for more explanation. Another archaic term which appears in frequent use by the author is the word addicted, not for physical dependency, as in drug addiction, but for what we might now describe as habitual, compulsive, or involuntary behavior. Thus, the author refers to persons addicted to lying, when we might now refer this to an acquired dysfunctional trait or maladaptive behavioral response. This above use of the term seems more coherent than later in the text, where he describes those who suffer frequent nightmares as being much addicted to its attacks. In understanding how this term is used, it seems Macnish might have been better served by using the phrase frequently recurrent involuntary experience, which has less tone of implied moral judgment. However, it is somewhat uncharitable to say this with the perfect hindsight of almost 200 years, and the author cannot be too much faulted for using the most accurate terms he knew at the time. This linguistic artifact is mentioned not so much as critique, but to aid and ease the understanding of the reader. Another interesting archaic term used herein is the one which serves to title Chapter 8 on Trance. By some descriptions given, the phenomena seems to suggest symptoms consistent with coma, though surely Macnish was familiar with that term, since Boerhaave mentioned it in lectures during the first half of the 18th century, and it dates back as far as the works of Hippocrates and Galen during the age of Greek antiquity. The distinction would appear to be that while in this so-called trance condition, a victim often retained some awareness of events around them, or of having had dreamlike experiences while in that altered consciousness, though some who have awakened from coma also report having had dreams. These, and other elements later mentioned, serve to better place this experience in the realm of what we now call dissociative episodes, broadly encompassing mental disorders characterized by an involuntary escape from reality that involves the experience of a disconnection and lack of continuity between thoughts, emotions, memories, surroundings, actions, and identity, or sense of self. Chapter 14 on voluntary waking dreams gives another good example of how our language has transformed over the years in more accurately labeling such phenomena. In short, what the author describes in great detail is nothing more than the common daydream. Flights of fancy where the present material world briefly fades away from focused consciousness, and we let our thoughts wander along the avenues of imagination. Indeed, this very chapter is quoted by another author almost 100 years later in his own chapter on daydreams within The Psychology of Dreams, circa 1920. In some ways, we might even consider daydreams to be brief, quasi-voluntary, dissociative episodes, where we escape into fantasy for a variety of reasons, though not of a necessarily pathological nature. As always, even when such idle musings may cause some generally mild life disruptions, we must always resist the urge to pathologize otherwise normal human experiences. Such things are always a matter of degree. Chapter 15 on Spectral Illusions appears to reference the former term for what we now identify as hallucinations, but also encompassing distorted perceptions, which we more properly term illusions in the modern age. As opposed to pure hallucinations, being the experience of a sensory phenomena when no physical cause is present, such perceptual distortions are best described as perceiving an actual stimuli incorrectly, a form of mistaken perception in this sense, as one witnessing the sleight of hand performed by a skilled magician. The ball seems to disappear as if by magic, merely because we were misdirected or rendered briefly incapable of accurately perceiving where it was moved. Descriptions given by Macnish include experiences we would today consider to be hallucinations characteristic of schizophrenia, including seeing and hearing, even conversing with, persons or other more terrifying things that others in the same room could not perceive, but which the victim of the spectral illusion swears were real. As one patient described in 1791, quoting, "I saw in a state of mind completely sound, and, after the first terror was over, with perfect calmness, for nearly 2 months, almost constantly and involuntarily, a vast number of humans and other forms, and even heard their voices, although this was merely the consequence of a diseased state of the nerves and an irregular circulation of the blood." Unquote. In keeping with the broadly phrenological perspective, Macnish asserts what would later become the predominant and thus far uncontested theory of how hallucinations occur or function in the physical organ of our mind. Quoting, "There are certain places in our brain that, being affected in a certain manner, excite the image of an object which has no real existence out of ourselves, and make the man, whose brain is thus modified, believe he sees, at 2 paces distant, a frightful spectre, a hobgoblin, a threatening phantom. The jabbering of apparitions arises from an excited state of that part of the brain which gives us cognizance of sounds." Unquote. As we now know, thanks to the advent of functional MRI scans, it is proven that specific regions of the brain activate during the experience of hallucination. For example, the precise area responsible for processing sound lights up in the fMRI when the person reports hearing sounds that others present cannot perceive. We still do not understand precisely why this occurs, but we do know that this theory, extolled by Macnish, has proven precisely accurate in our age of technological advance. Hopefully, this gives the reader much needed perspective and perhaps some additional respect for the now discredited theory of phrenology, which imagined these organs of perception that resided in discrete sections of the brain nearly 200 years before we could prove it with certainty. As usual, your humble editor's random ramblings have already exceeded his intended length of commentary, but I dearly hope the reader finds these highlighted facts even more interesting in their proper historical context. Without further ado, please enjoy this fascinating and informative work, as it has been my great pleasure to make my usual heroic editorial endeavors for your edification. Benjamin Davidson, DreamWizard, January of 2022. Author's Preface to the Second Edition. The present edition of the Philosophy of Sleep is so different from its predecessor that it may almost be regarded as a new treatise. The work has been, in a great measure, rewritten, the arrangement altered, and a great accession made to the number of facts and cases. The latter, many of which are now published for the first time, will, I hope, add much to its value. Some of them have occurred in my own practice, and for others I am indebted to the kindness of several ingenious friends. Notwithstanding every care, the work is far from being what it ought to be, and what I could have wished. But, imperfect as it is, it may perhaps stimulate some other inquirer to investigate the subject more deeply, and thus give rise to an abler disquisition. So far as I know, this is the only treatise in which an attempt is made to give a complete account of sleep. The subject is not an easy one, and in the present state of our knowledge, moderate success is probably all that can be looked for. In the first edition, Dr. Gall's theory that the brain is composed of a plurality of organs, each organ being the seat of a particular mental faculty, was had recourse to for the purpose of explaining the different phenomena of sleep. In the present edition, this doctrine is more prominently brought forward. The great objection to the prevailing metaphysical systems is that none of their positions can be proved, and that scarcely 2 writers agree upon any particular point. The disciples of Gall, on the other hand, assume that his system, having ascertainable facts to illustrate it, is at all times susceptible of demonstration, that nothing is taken for granted, and that the inquirer has only to make an appeal to nature to ascertain its fallacy or truth. The science is entirely one of observation. By that it must stand or fall, and by that alone ought it be tested. The phrenological system appears to me the only one capable of affording a rational and easy explanation of all the phenomena of mind. It is impossible to account for dreaming, idiocy, spectral illusions, monomania, and partial genius in any other way. For these reasons, and for the much stronger one that, having studied the science for several years with a mind rather hostile than otherwise to its doctrines, and found that nature invariably vindicated their truth, I could come to no other conclusion than that of adopting them as a matter of belief, and employing them for the explanation of phenomena which they alone seem calculated to elucidate satisfactorily. The system of Gall is gaining ground rapidly among scientific men, both in Europe and America. Some of the ablest physiologists in both quarters of the globe have admitted its concordance with nature, and at this moment it boasts a greater number of proselytes than any previous period of its career. The prejudices still existing against it result from ignorance of its real character. As people get better acquainted with the science and the formidable evidence by which it is supported, they will think differently. Many persons who deny the possibility of estimating individual character by the shape of the head with anything like accuracy admit the great phrenological principle that the brain is composed of a plurality of organs. To them, as well as to those who go a step further, the doctrine laid down in the present work will appear satisfactory. An admission that the brain is the material apparatus by which the mind manifests itself, and that each mental faculty is displayed through the medium of a particular part of the brain, is all that is demanded in considering the philosophy of the science. These points are only to be ascertained by an appeal to nature. No man can wisely reject phrenology without making such an appeal. Signed, Robert Macnish, 1834. Chapter 1. Introduction. Sleep is the intermediate state between wakefulness and death. Wakefulness being regarded as the active state of all the animal and intellectual functions, and death as that of their total suspension. Sleep exists in two states, the complete and the incomplete. The former is characterized by a torpor of the various organs which compose the brain, and by that of the external senses and voluntary motion. Incomplete sleep, or dreaming, is the active state of one or more of the cerebral organs, while the remainder are in repose. The senses and the volition being either suspended or in action according to the circumstances of the case. Complete sleep is a temporary metaphysical death, though not an organic one. The heart and lungs performing their offices with their accustomed regularity under the control of the involuntary muscles. Sleep is variously modified by health and disease, as we shall fully explain hereafter. The sleep of health is full of tranquillity. In such a state we remain for hours at a time in unbroken repose, nature banqueting on its sweets, renewing its lost energies, and laying in a fresh store for the succeeding day. This accomplished, slumber vanishes like vapor before the rising sun. Languor has been succeeded by strength, and all the faculties, mental and corporeal, are recruited. In this delightful state, man assimilates most with that in which Adam sprang from his Creator's hands. Fresh, buoyant, and vigorous, rejoicing as a racer to run his course, with all his appetencies of enjoyment on edge, and all his feelings and faculties prepared for exertion. Reverse the picture, and we have the sleep of disease. It is short, feverish, and unrefreshing, disturbed by frightful or melancholy dreams. The pulse is agitated, and there are frequent startings and twitchings of the muscles from nervous excitation. Nightmare presses like an incarnation of misery upon the frame. Imagination, distempered by its connection with physical disorder, ranging along the gloomy confines of terror, holding communication with hell and the grave, and throwing a discoloring shade over human life. Night is the time for sleep, and assuredly the hush of darkness as naturally courts to repose as meridian splendor flashes on us the necessity of our being up at our labor. In fact, there exists a strange but certain sympathy between the periods of day and night, and the performance of particular functions during these periods. That this is not the mere effect of custom might be readily demonstrated. All nature awakes with the rising sun. The birds begin to sing, the bees to fly about with murmurous delight. The flowers, which shut under the embrace of darkness, unfold themselves to the light. The cattle arise to crop the dewy herbage, and man goeth forth to his labor until the evening. At close of day, the reverse of all this activity and motion is observed. The songs of the woodland choir, one after another, become hushed, till at length twilight is left to silence, with her own star and her falling dews. Action is succeeded by listlessness, energy by languor, the desire of exertion by the inclination for repose. Sleep, which shuns the light, embraces darkness, and they lie down together under the scepter of midnight. From the position of man in society, toil, or employment of some kind or other, is an almost necessary concomitant of his nature, being essential to healthy sleep, and consequently to the renovation of our bodily organs and mental faculties. But as no general rule can be laid down as to the quality and quantity of labor best adapted to particular temperaments, so neither can it be positively said how many hours of sleep are necessary for the animal frame. When the body is in a state of increase, as in the advance from infancy to boyhood, so much sleep is required that the greater portion of existence may be fairly stated to be absorbed in this way. It is not mere repose from action that is capable of recruiting the wasted powers or restoring the nervous energy. Along with this is required that oblivion of feeling and imagination which is essential to, and which in great measure constitutes, sleep. But if, in mature years, the body is adding to its bulk by the accumulation of adipose matter, a greater tendency to somnolency occurs than when the powers of the absorbents and exhalants are so balanced as to prevent such accession of bulk. It is during the complete equipoise of these animal functions that health is enjoyed in greatest perfection, for such a state presupposes exercise, temperance, and a tone of the stomach quite equal to the process of digestion. Sleep and stupor have been frequently treated of by physiological writers as if the two states were synonymous. This is not the case. In both there is insensibility, but it is easy to awake the person from sleep, and difficult, if not impossible, to arouse him from stupor. The former is a necessary law of the animal economy. The latter is the result of diseased action. Birth and death are the alpha and omega of existence, and life, to use the language of Shakespeare, is rounded by a sleep. When we contemplate the human frame in a state of vigor, an impression is made on the mind that it is calculated to last forever. One set of organs is laying down particles and another taking them up, with such exquisite nicety that for the continual momentary waste there is continual momentary repair, and this is capable of going on with the strictest equality for half a century. What is life? Those bodies are called living, in which an appropriation of foreign matter is going on. Death is where this process is at an end. When we find blood in motion, the process of appropriation is going on. The circulation is the surest sign of life. Muscles retain irritability for an hour or two after circulation ceases, but irritability is not life. Death is owing to the absence of this process of appropriation. Bichat has divided life into two varieties, the organic and the animal. The first is common to both vegetables and animals. The last is peculiar to animals alone. Organic life applies to the functions which nourish and sustain the object. Animal life to those which make it a sentient being, which give it thought, feeling, and motion, and bring it into communication with the surrounding world. The processes of assimilation and excretion exist both in animals and vegetables. The other vital processes are restricted solely to animals. The digestive organs, the kidneys, the heart, and the lungs are the apparatus which carry into effect the organic life of animals. Those which manifest animal life are the brain, the organs of the senses, and the voluntary powers. Sleep is the suspension of animal life, and during its continuance the creature is under the influence of organic life alone. Notwithstanding the renovating influence of sleep, which apparently brings up the lost vigor of the frame to a particular standard, there is a power in animal life which leads it almost imperceptibly on from infancy to second childhood, or that of old age. Sleep, however healthy, is incapable of counteracting this power. The skin wrinkles, and everywhere shows marks of the plowshare of Saturn. The adipose structure dissolves, the bones become brittle, the teeth decay or drop out, the eye loses its exquisite sensibility to sight, the ear to sound, and the hair is bleached to whiteness. These are accompanied with a general decay in the intellectual faculties. There is a loss of memory, and less sensibility to emotion. The iris hues of fancy subside to twilight, and the sphere of thought and action is narrowed. The principle of decay is implanted in our nature, and cannot be counteracted. Few people, however, die of mere decay, for death is generally accelerated by disease. From sleep we awake to exertion. From death, not at all, at least on this side of time. Methuselah in ancient times, and Thomas Parr in modern times, ate well, digested well, and slept well, but at length they each died. Death is omnivorous. The worm which crawls on the highway and the monarch on his couch of state are alike subjected to the same stern and inexorable law. They alike become the victims of the universal tyrant. Chapter 2. Sleep in General. Every animal passes some portion of its time in sleep. This is a rule to which there is no exception. Although the kind of slumber and the degree of profoundness in which it exists in the different classes are extremely various. Some physiologists lay it down as a general rule that the larger the brain of an animal, the greater is the necessity for a considerable proportion of sleep. This, however, I suspect is not borne out by facts. Man, for instance, and some birds, such as the sparrow, have the largest brains in proportion to their size, and yet it is probable that they do not sleep so much as some other animals with much smaller brains. The serpent tribe, unless when stimulated by hunger, in which case they will remain awake for days at a time waiting for their prey, sleep much more than men or birds, and yet their brains are proportionally greatly inferior in size. The boa, after dining on a stag or goat, will continue in profound sleep for several days. Fishes, whose brains are small indeed, require little sleep, but the same remark applies to birds, which have large brains, and whose slumber is neither profound nor of long continuance. The assertion, therefore, that the quantum of sleep has any reference to the size of the brain may be safely looked upon as unfounded. That it has reference to the quality of the brain is far more likely, for we find that carnivorous animals sleep more than such as are herbivorous, and it is probable that the texture, as well as form, of the brains of these two classes is materially different. This remark, with regard to the causes of the various proportions of sleep required by the carnivorous and herbivorous tribes, I throw out not as a matter of certainty, but merely as a surmise, which seems to have considerable foundation in truth. In proportion as man exceeds all other animals in the excellency of his physical organization and in intellectual capability, we shall find that the various phenomena of sleep are exhibited in greater regularity and perfection in him. Sleep seems more indispensably requisite to man than to any other creature, if there can be supposed to exist any difference where its indispensability is universal, and where every animal must, in some degree or other, partake of it. But, as regards man, it is certain that he sustains any violation of the law ordaining regular periods of repose with less indifference than the lower grades of creation, that a certain proportion of sleep is more essential to his existence than theirs, that he has less power of enduring protracted wakefulness, or continuing in protracted sleep, and that he is more refreshed by repose, and more exhausted by the want of it than they. The sleep of man, therefore, becomes a subject of deeper interest and curiosity than that of any other animal, both on account of the more diversified manner in which it displays itself, and the superior opportunity which exists of ascertaining the various phenomena, which in the inferior animals can only be conjectured or darkly guessed at. Sleep, being a natural process, takes place without any very apparent cause in general. It becomes as if a habit, into which we insensibly fall at stated periods, as we fall into other natural or acquired habits. But it differs from the latter in that it cannot, in any case, be entirely dispensed with, although we may bring ourselves to do with a much smaller portion than we are usually in the practice of indulging in by custom. In this respect, it bears a strong analogy to the appetite for food or drink. It has a natural tendency to recur every 24 hours, and the periods of its accession coincide with the return of night. But though sleep becomes a habit into which we would naturally drop without any obvious or very easily discovered cause, still we can often trace the origin of our slumbers, and we are all acquainted with many circumstances which either produce or heighten them. I shall mention a few of these causes. Heat has a strong tendency to produce sleep. We often witness this in the summer season, sometimes in the open air, but more frequently at home, and above all in a crowded meeting. In the latter case, the soporific tendency is greatly increased by the impurity of the air. A vitiated atmosphere is strongly narcotic, and when combined with heat and monotony is apt to induce slumber, not less remarkable for the rapidity of its accession than its overpowering character. In such a situation, the mind ceases to act in a few minutes, and sinks into a state of overpowering oblivion. However, the slumber is generally short, not being a natural one, and seldom occurring at the usual period. It rarely exceeds an hour, and when the person awakes from it, so far from being refreshed, he is unusually dull, thirsty, and feverish, finding more than common difficulty in getting his mental powers into their usual state of activity. A heated church and a dull sermon are almost sure to provoke sleep. There are few men whose powers are equal to the task of opposing the joint operation of two such potent influences. They act on the spirit like narcotics, and the person seems as if involved in a cloud of aconite or belladonna. The heat of the church might be resisted, but the sermon is irresistible. Its monotony falls in leaden accents upon the ear, and soon subdues the most powerful attention. Variety, whether of sight or sound, prevents sleep, while monotony of all kinds is apt to induce it. The murmuring of a river, the sound of the Aeolian harp, the echo of a distant cascade, the ticking of a clock, the hum of bees under a burning sun, and the pealing of a remote bell all exercise the same influence. So conscious was Boerhaave of the power of monotony that he directed water to be placed in such a situation as to drop continually on a brass pan, in order to procure sleep for a patient. When there is no excitement, sleep is sure to follow. We are all kept awake by some mental or bodily stimulus, and our wakefulness is at an end when it is removed. Want of stimulus, especially in a heated atmosphere, produces powerful effects, but where sufficient stimulus exists, we overcome the effects of the heat and keep awake in spite of it. Thus, in a crowded church, where a dull, inanimate preacher would throw the congregation into a deep slumber, such a man as Massillon or Chalmers would keep them in a state of keen excitement. Such men would arrest their attention and counteract whatever tendency to sleep would otherwise have existed. In like manner, a prosing, monotonous, long-winded acquaintance is apt to make us doze, while another of a lively, energetic conversation keeps us brisk and awake. It will generally be found that the reasoning faculties are those which are soonest prostrated by slumber, and the imaginative least so. A person would more readily fall asleep if listening to a profound piece of argumentation than to a humorous or fanciful story, and probably more have slumbered over the pages of Bacon and Locke than over those of Shakespeare and Milton. Cold produces sleep as well as heat, but a very low temperature is necessary to do so, particularly with regard to the human race, for when cold is not excessive, it prevents slumber, instead of occasioning it. In illustration of this, I may mention the case of several unfortunate women who lived 34 days in a small room overwhelmed with the snow, and who scarcely slept during the whole of that period. In very northern and southern latitudes, persons often lose their lives by lying down in a state of drowsiness occasioned by intense cold. The winter sleep, or hibernation of animals, arises from cold, but as this species of slumber is of a very peculiar description, I have discussed it separately in another part of the work. The finished gratification of all ardent desires has the effect of inducing slumber. Hence, after any keen excitement, the mind becomes exhausted and speedily relapses into this state. Attention to a single sensation has the same effect. This has been exemplified in the case of all kinds of monotony, where there is a want of variety to stimulate the ideas and keep them on alert. Quoting Cullen, "If the mind is attached to a single sensation, it is brought very nearly to the state of the total absence of impression." Unquote. In other words, to the state most closely bordering upon sleep. Remove those stimuli which keep it employed, and sleep ensues at any time. Anything which mechanically determines the blood to the brain acts in a similar manner, such as whirling around for a great length of time, ascending a lofty mountain, or swinging to and fro. The first and last of these actions give rise to much giddiness, followed by intense slumber, and at last by death, if they be continued very long. By lying flat upon a millstone while performing its revolutions, sleep is soon produced, and death without pain would be the result if the experiment were greatly protracted. Apoplexy, which consists of a turgid state of the cerebral vessels, produces perhaps the most complete sleep that is known, insofar that it is utterly impossible to awaken the individual while it continues. No stimulus, however powerful, has any influence in arousing his dormant faculties. When the circulating mass in the brain is diminished beyond a certain extent, it has the same effect on the opposite state, whence excessive loss of blood excites sleep. Opium, hyoscyamus, aconite, belladonna, and the whole tribe of narcotics induce sleep, partly by a specific power which they exert on the nerves of the stomach, and partly by inducing an apoplectic state of the brain. The former effect is occasioned by a moderate dose, the latter by an overdose. A heavy meal is apt to induce sleep, especially if the stomach is weak at the same time. In ordinary circumstances, the nervous energy or sensorial power of this viscus is sufficient to carry on its functions. But when an excess of food is thrown upon it, it is then unable to furnish the powers requisite for digestion from its own resources. In such a case, it draws upon the whole body, upon the chest, the limbs, etc., from whence it is supplied with the sensorial power of which it is deficient, and is thus enabled to perform that which it never could have accomplished by its own unassisted means. But mark the consequences of such accommodation. Those parts, by communicating vigor to the stomach, become themselves debilitated in a corresponding ratio, and get into a state analogous to that from which they had extricated this viscus. The extremities become cold, the respiration heavy and stertorous, and the brain torpid. In consequence of the torpor of the brain, sleep ensues. It had parted with that portion of sensorial energy which kept it awake, and by supplying another organ, is itself thrown into the state of sleep. It is a curious fact that the feeling of sleep is most strong while the food remains in the stomach, shortly after the accession of the digestive process, and before that operation which converts the nourishment into chyle has taken place. When, therefore, the sensorial power is sufficiently exhausted, we naturally fall asleep. However, as this exhaustion is a gradual process, so is that of slumber. Previous to its accession, a feeling of universal lassitude prevails, and exhibits itself in yawning, peevishness, heaviness, and weakness of the eyes, indifference to surrounding objects, and all the characteristics of fatigue. If the person be seated, his head nods and droops. The muscles become relaxed, and when circumstances admit of it, the limbs are thrown into the recumbent position, or that most favorable for complete inaction. The senses then become unconscious of impressions, and part with sensation, one after the other. The sight first, then taste, smell, hearing, and touch, all in regular order. The brain does not all at once glide into repose, its different organs being successively thrown into this state, one dropping asleep, then another, then a third, till the whole are locked up in the fetters of slumber. This gradual process of intellectual obliteration is a sort of confused dream, a mild delirium which always precedes sleep. The ideas have no resting place, but float about in the confused tabernacle of the mind, giving rise to images of the most perplexing description. They continue in this state for some time, until the brain is left to thorough repose as sleep becomes more profound and they disappear altogether. Sleep produces other important changes in the system. The rapidity of the circulation and respiration are diminished as a natural consequence. The force of neither function is impaired, however. On the contrary, rather increased. Vascular action is diminished in the brain and organs of volition, while digestion and absorption all proceed with increased energy. The truth of most of these propositions it is not difficult to establish. The diminished quickness of the circulation is shown in the pulse, which is slower and fuller than in the waking state, that of respiration in the more deliberate breathing which accompanies sleep. Diminished action of the brain is evident from the abolition of its functions, as well as direct evidence. A case is related by Blumenbach regarding a person who had been trepanned, whose brain was observed to sink when he was asleep, and swell out when he was awake. As for the lessened vascular action in the voluntary powers, this is rendered obvious by the low temperature on the surface which takes place during the slumbering state. Moreover, in low typhus, synanche maligna, and other afflictions attended with a putrid diastasis, the petechiae usually appear during sleep when the general circulation is least vigorous, while the paroxysms of reaction or delirium take place, for the most part, in the morning, when it is in greater strength and activity. In some individuals, the stronger and more laborious respiration of sleep is made manifest by that stertorous sound commonly denominated snoring. Stout, apoplectic people, those who snuff much or sleep with their mouths open, are most given to this habit. It seems to arise principally from the force with which the air is drawn into the lungs in sleep. The respiratory muscles, being less easily excited during this state, do not act so readily, and the air is consequently admitted into the chest with some degree of effort. This, combined with the relaxed state of the fauces, give rise to the stertorous noise. Snuffing, by obstructing the nasal passage and thus rendering breathing more difficult, has the same effect. Consequently, snuffers are very often great snorers. The less rapidly the blood is propelled through the lungs, the slower is the respiration, and the louder the stertor becomes. Apoplexy, by impairing the sensibility of the respiratory organs and thus reducing the frequency of breathing, produces snoring to a great extent, and all cerebral congestions have, to a greater or lesser degree, the same effect. That sleep increases absorption is shown in the disappearance or diminution of many swellings, especially edema of the extremities, which often disappears in the night and recurs in the daytime, even when the patient keeps his bed, a proof that its disappearance does not always depend on the position of the body. That it increases digestion and nutrition as a natural consequence is rendered probable by many circumstances. Hence, it is the period in which the regeneration of the body chiefly takes place. Were there even no augmentation given to the assimilative function, as is maintained by Broussais and some other physiologists, it is clear that the body would be more thoroughly nourished than when awake, for all those actions which exhaust it in the latter condition are quiescent, and it remains in a state of rest, silently accumulating power without expending any. Sleep lessens all the secretions, with one exception, that of the skin. The urinary, salivary, and bronchial discharges, the secretions from the nose, eyes, and ears, are all formed less copiously than in the waking state. The same rule holds with regard to other secretions. Hence, diarrhea, menorrhagia, etc., are checked during the intervals of slumber. From the diminished vascular action going on upon the surface, we would be apt to expect a decrease of perspiration, but the reverse is the case. Sleep relaxes the cutaneous vessels, and they secrete more copiously than in the waking state. According to Sanctorius, a person sleeping some hours undisturbed will perspire twice as much when insensible as one awake. This tendency of sleep to produce perspiration is strikingly exhibited in diseases of debility, whence the nocturnal sweats, so prevailing and so destructive in all cachetic afflictions. Sanctorius further states that the insensible perspiration is not only more abundant, but less acrimonious during sleep than in the waking state, that, if diminished during the day, the succeeding sleep is disturbed and broken, and that the diminution in consequence of too short a sleep disposes to fever, unless the equilibrium is established on the following day by a more copious perspiration. Sleep produces peculiar effects upon the organs of vision. A priori, we might expect that the pupil would be largely dilated in consequence of the light being shut out during this state. On opening the eyelids cautiously, it is seen to be contracted. It then quivers with an irregular motion, as if disposed to dilate, but ceases to move at length, and remains in a contracted state till the person awakes. This fact I have often verified by inspecting the eyes of children. Sleep also communicates to these organs a great accession of sensibility, so much so that they are extremely dazzled by a clear light. This, it is true, happens on coming out of a dark room into the light, or opening our eyes upon the sunshine even when we are awake. But the effect is much stronger when we have previously been in deep slumber. Sleep may be natural or diseased. The former arising from such causes as exhaust the sensorial power, such as fatigue, pain, or protracted anxiety of the mind. The latter from cerebral congestion, such as apoplexy or plethora. The great distinction between these varieties is that the one can be broken by moderate stimuli, while the other requires either excessive stimuli or the removal of the particular cause which gave rise to it. During complete sleep, no sensation whatsoever is experienced by the individual. He neither feels pain, hunger, thirst, nor the other ordinary desires of nature. He may be awakened to the sense of such feelings, but he has no consciousness whatever of their existence during perfect repose, if they can indeed be said to exist where they are not felt. For the same reason, we may touch him without his feeling it. Neither is he sensible to sounds, to light, or to odors. However, when the slumber is not very profound, he may hear music or conversation, and have a sense of pain, hunger, and thirst, and, although not awakened by such circumstances, may recollect them afterwards. These impressions, caught by the senses, often give rise to the most extraordinary mental combinations, and form the groundwork of the most elaborate dreams. I am of opinion that we rarely pass the whole of any one night in a state of perfect slumber. My reason for this supposition is that we very seldom remain in the position in which we fall asleep during the whole of that period. This change of posture must have been occasioned by some emotion affecting the mind, however obscure, and the organs of volition through it, whereas in complete sleep we experience no emotion whatsoever. The position usually assumed in sleep has been mentioned, but sleep may ensue in any posture of the body. Some fall asleep on horseback and continue riding in this state for a long time without being awakened. Horses sometimes sleep for hours in the standing posture, and the circumstances of somnambulism shows that the same thing may occur in the human race. Some animals, such as the hare, sleep with their eyes open, and I have known similar instances in the human subject. But the organ is dead to the ordinary stimulus of light, and sees no more than if completely shut. Animals which prey by night, such as the cat, hyena, etc., pass the greater part of their time in sleep, while those that do not continue longer awake than asleep. The latter slumber part of the night and continue awake so long as the sun continues above the horizon. The propensity of the former to sleep in the daytime seems to proceed from the structure of their eyes, as they see much better in darkness than in light, and consequently pass that period in slumber in which their vision is of least avail to them. It is a very curious fact, however, that these animals reverse the order of their nature when kept in captivity, remaining awake by day and sleeping by night. This fact has been ascertained in the menagerie at Paris. In such cases, I apprehend that some corresponding change must take place in the structure of the eyes, assimilating them to those of animals which naturally sleep by night. M. Castel observes that the greater part of animals sleep longer in winter than in summer. It is precisely on account of perspiration that in the first of these seasons sleep is more necessary than in the second. In winter, the want of perspiration during day is furnished in sleep. In summer, the diurnal sweat supplies that of the night, and renders much sleep less necessary. In other words, during summer, the perspiration is so much excited by atmospheric temperature that a shorter time is sufficient to give issue to the fluids which have to be expelled by this means. For the same reason, the inhabitants of very cold climates sleep more than those who live in the warmer latitudes. The profoundness of sleep differs greatly in different individuals. The response of some is extremely deep, that of others quite the reverse. One will scarcely obey the roar of the cannon, another will start at the chirping of a cricket, or the faintest dazzling of the moonbeams. Heavy-minded, phlegmatic people generally belong to the former class, the irritable, the nervous, and the hypochondriac to the latter, although we shall find the cases reversed with regard to the nature of sleep enjoyed by these different temperaments at times. Man is almost the only animal in whom much variety is to be found in this respect. The lower grades are distinguished by a certain character, so far as their slumber is concerned, and this character runs through the whole race. Thus, all hares, cats, etc. are light sleepers. All bears, turtles, badgers, etc. are the reverse. In man, the varieties are infinite. Much of this depends upon the age and temperament of the individual, and much upon custom. The profoundness of sleep differs also during the same night. For the first 4 or 5 hours, the slumber is much heavier than towards morning. The cause of such difference is obvious, for we go to bed exhausted by previous fatigue, and consequently enjoy sound repose. But in the course of a few hours, the necessity for this gradually abates, and the slumber naturally becomes lighter. That sleep from which we are easily roused is the healthiest. Very profound slumber partakes of the nature of apoplexy. Our ideas are exceedingly confused on being suddenly awakened from a profound sleep, and it is some time before we can be made to comprehend what is said to us. For some moments we neither see, nor hear, nor think with our usual distinctness. We are, in fact, in a state of temporary reverie. When there is a necessity for our getting up at a certain hour, the anxiety of mind thus produced not only prevents the sleep from being very profound, but retards its accession. Even after it does take place, we very seldom oversleep ourselves, and are almost sure to be awake at or before the stipulated time. Shortly after falling asleep, we often awake with a sudden start, having the mind filled with painful impressions, although we often find it impossible to say to what subject they refer. Some persons do this regularly every night, and there can be no doubt that it proceeds from the mind being tortured by some distressing vision, which, however, has faded away without leaving behind it any feeling, save one of indefinable melancholy. There are some persons who are sure to be aroused in this startling and painful manner if they happen to fall asleep in the position in which they at first lay down, who, nevertheless, escape if they turn themselves once or twice before falling into repose. This fact we must take as we find it. Any explanation as to its proximate cause seems quite impracticable. Disease exercises a powerful influence upon sleep. All afflictions attended with acute pain prevent it, in consequence of the undue accumulation of sensorial power which they occasion. This is especially the case where there is much active determination of blood to the head, as in phrenetic afflictions and fevers in general. Sleep is always much disturbed in hydrothorax, and almost every disease affects it more or less, some preventing it altogether, some limiting the natural proportion, some inducing fearful dreams, and all acting with a power proportioned to the direct or indirect influence which they exercise upon the sensorium. From the increased irritability of the frame and relaxed state of the cutaneous vessels during sleep, the system is peculiarly apt to be acted upon by all impressions at that time, especially of cold. And those who fall asleep exposed to a current of air are far more apt to feel the consequences thereof than if they were wide awake. By a law of nature, the sensibility of the system is increased by any suspension of the mental or voluntary powers, for the same reason that it is diminished while these powers resume their action. In drunkenness, for instance, where the mind is vehemently excited, we are far less susceptible of cold than in a state of sobriety. Sleep is much modified by habit. Thus, an old artilleryman often enjoys tranquil repose while the cannon are thundering around him. An engineer has been known to fall asleep within a broiler while his fellows were beating on the outside with their ponderous hammers. And the repose of a miller is nowise incommoded by the noise of his mill. Sound ceases to be a stimulus to such men, and what would have proved an inexpressible annoyance to others is altogether unheeded by them. It is common for carriers to sleep on horseback, and coachmen on their coaches. During the Battle of the Nile, some boys were so exhausted that they fell asleep on the deck amid the deafening thunder of that dreadful engagement. Nay, silence itself may become a stimulus, while sound ceases to be so. Thus, a miller being very ill, his mill was stopped that he might not be disturbed by its noise, but, far from inducing sleep, this prevented it altogether, and sleep did not take place till the mill was set going again. For the same reason, the manager of some vast ironworks, who slept close to them amid the incessant din of hammers, forges, and blast furnaces, would awake if there was any cessation of the noise during the night. To carry the illustration still further, it has been noticed that a person who falls asleep near a church while the bell is ringing may hear the sound during the whole of his slumber, and be nevertheless aroused by its sudden cessation. Here the sleep must have been imperfect, otherwise he would have been insensible to the sound. The noise of the bell was no stimulus. It was its cessation which became so by breaking the monotony and caused the sleeper to awake. The effects of habit may be illustrated in various ways. If a person, for instance, is accustomed to go to rest exactly at 9 o'clock in the evening, and to rise again at 6 in the morning, though the time of going to sleep be occasionally protracted till 12, he will yet awake at his usual hour of 6. Or, if his sleep be continued by darkness, quietude, or other cause, till the day be further advanced, the desire of sleep will return in the evening at 9. Persons who are much in the habit of having their repose broken seldom sleep either long or profoundly, however much they may be left undisturbed. This is shown in the case of soldiers and seamen, nurses, mothers, and keepers. Seamen and soldiers on duty can sleep when they will, and wake when they will, from habit. The Emperor Napoleon was a striking instance of this fact. Captain Barclay, when performing his extraordinary feat of walking a mile an hour for 1,000 successive hours, obtained at last such a mastery over himself that he fell asleep the instant he lay down. Some persons cannot sleep away from home, or on a different bed from their usual one. Some cannot sleep on a hard, others on a soft bed. A low pillow prevents sleep in some, a high one in others. The faculty of remaining asleep for a great length of time is possessed by some individuals. Such was the case with Quin, the celebrated player, who could slumber for 24 hours successively, with Elizabeth Orvin, who spent 3/4 of her life in sleep, with Elizabeth Perkins, who slept for a week or a fortnight at a time, with Mary Lyle, who did the same for 6 successive weeks, and with many others more or less remarkable. In Bower's Life of Beattie, a curious anecdote is related of Dr. Reed, viz., that he could take as much food, and immediately afterwards as much sleep, as were sufficient for 2 days. A phenomenon of an opposite character is also sometimes observed, for there are individuals who can subsist upon a surprisingly small portion of sleep. The celebrated General Elliot was an instance of this kind. He never slept more than 4 hours out of the 24. In all other respects he was strikingly abstinent, his food consisting wholly of bread, water, and vegetables. In a letter communicated to Sir John Sinclair by John Gordon, Esquire, of Swiney Caithness, mention is made of a person named James Mackay of Skerry, who died in Strathnaver in the year 1797, aged 91. He only slept an average of 4 hours in every 24, and was a remarkably robust and healthy man. Frederick the Great of Prussia and the illustrious surgeon John Hunter only slept 5 hours in the same period, and the sleep of the active-minded is always much less than that of the listless and indolent. The celebrated French general Pichegru informed Sir Gilbert Blane that he had not above 1 hour's sleep in 24 during a whole year's campaigns. I know a lady who never sleeps above half an hour at a time, and the whole period of whose sleep does not exceed 3 or 4 hours in 24, and yet she is in the enjoyment of excellent health. Gooch gives an instance of a man who slept only for 15 minutes out of the 24 hours, and even this was only a kind of dozing, and not a perfect sleep, notwithstanding which he enjoyed good health, and reached his 73rd year. I strongly suspect there must be some mistake in this case, for it is not conceivable that human nature could subsist upon such a limited portion of repose. Instances have been related of persons who never slept, but these must be regarded as pure fabrications. The period of life modifies sleep materially. When a man is about his grand climacteric, or a few years beyond it, he slumbers less than at any former period of life. But very young children always sleep away most of their time. At this early period, the nerves, being extremely sensitive and unaccustomed to impressions, become easily fatigued. As the children get older, the brain, besides becoming habituated to impressions, acquires an accession of sensorial power, which tends to keep it longer awake. For the first 2 or 3 years, children sleep more than once in the 24 hours. The state of the fetus has been denominated by some writers a continued sleep, but the propriety of this definition may be doubted. For the mind, having never yet manifested itself, and the voluntary organs never having been exercised, it can hardly be said to exist in slumber, a condition which presupposes a previous waking state of the functions. Middle-aged persons who lead an active life seldom sleep above 8 or 9 hours in 24, however much longer they may lie in bed, while a rich, lazy and gourmandizing citizen will sleep 12 or 13 hours at a time. Sleep is greatly modified in old people. They usually slumber little, and not at all profoundly. Sometimes, however, when they get into a state of dotage, in consequence of extreme old age, the phenomena of childhood once more appear, and they pass the greater part of their time in sleep. The repose of the aged is most apt to take place immediately after taking food, while they often solicit sleep in vain at that period at which they had been accustomed to enjoy it during the former years of their lives. The celebrated Daymare slept 20 hours out of the 24, and Thomas Parr latterly slept away by far the greater part of his existence. Those who eat heartily and have strong digestive powers usually sleep much. The great portion of sleep required by infants is owing, in part, to the prodigious activity of their digestive powers. The majority of animals sleep after eating, and man has a strong tendency to do the same thing, especially when oppressed with heat. In the summer season, a strong inclination is often felt to sleep after dinner, when the weather is very warm. A heavy meal, which produces no uneasy feeling while the person is awake, will often do so if he falls asleep. According to Dr. Darwin, this proceeds from the sensorial actions being increased when the volition is suspended. The digestion from this circumstance goes on with increased rapidity. Quoting, "Heat is produced in the system faster than it is expended, and operating on the sensitive actions, carries them beyond the limitations of pleasure, producing, as is common in such cases, increased frequency of pulse." Unquote. In this case, incomplete sleep is supposed, for when the slumber is perfect, no sensation whatsoever, either painful or the reverse, can be experienced. In recovering from long protracted illness, accompanied with great want of rest, we generally sleep much, far more indeed than during the most perfect health. This seems to be a provision of nature for restoring the vigor which had been lost during disease, and bringing the body back to its former state. So completely does this appear to be the case, that as soon as a thorough restoration of health takes place, the proportion of sleep diminishes till it is brought to the standard at which it originally stood before the accession of illness. After continuing a certain time asleep, we awake, stretch ourselves, open our eyes, rub them, and yawn several times. At the moment of awaking, there is some confusion of ideas, but this immediately wears away. The mental faculties, from being in utter torpor, begin to act one after the other. The senses do the same. At last, the mind, the senses, and the locomotion being completely restored, what are our sensations? Instead of the listlessness, lassitude, and general fatigue experienced on lying down, we feel vigorous and refreshed. The body is stronger, the thoughts clearer and more composed. We think coolly, clearly, rationally, and can often comprehend with ease what baffled us on the previous night. One or two other points remain to be noticed. On awaking, the eyes are painfully affected by the light, but this shortly wears away, and we then feel them stronger than when we went to bed. The muscular power is also affected for a few seconds. We totter when we get up, and if we lay hold of anything, the hand lacks its wonted strength. This immediately disappears, however, as the current of nervous energy is restored throughout the muscles, and we straightway possess redoubled vigor. On examining the urine, we find that it is higher in its color than when we lay down. The saliva is more viscid, the phlegm harder and tougher, the eyes glutinous, and the nostrils dry. If we take ourselves to the scale, we find that our weight has diminished in consequence of the nocturnal perspirations, while by subjecting our stature to measurement, we shall see that we are taller by nearly an inch than on the preceding night. This fact was correctly ascertained in a great variety of instances by Mr. Wass, rector of Aynhoe in Northumberland, and is sufficiently accounted for by the intervertebral cartilage recovering their elasticity in consequence of the bodily weight being taken off them during the recumbent posture of sleep. Such are the leading phenomena of sleep. With regard to the purposes which it serves in the economy, these are too obvious to require much detail. Its main object is to restore the strength expended during wakefulness, to recruit the body by promoting nutrition and giving rest to the muscles, and to renovate the mind by the repose which it affords the brain. Action is necessarily followed by exhaustion. By checking the one, sleep restrains the other, and keeps the animal machine in due vigor. Mr. Carmichael supposes sleep to be the period when assimilation goes on in the brain. In this respect, I believe that the brain is not differently situated from the rest of the body. There, as elsewhere, the assimilative process proceeds, both in the slumbering and in the waking state, but analogy forbids us to admit that it is only at work in the brain during sleep. So long as circulation continues, a deposition of matter is going on, and we all know circulation is at work in the brain as in other organs, whether we be asleep or awake. According to Richerand, one of the great purposes served by sleep is to diminish the activity of the circulation, which a state of wakefulness has the invariable effect of increasing. He observes, quoting, "The exciting causes to which our organs are subject during the day tend progressively to increase their action. The throbbings of the heart, for instance, are more frequent at night than in the morning, and this action, gradually accelerated, would soon be carried to such a degree of activity as to be inconsistent with life, if its velocity were not moderated at intervals by the recurrence of sleep." Unquote. To detail the beneficent purposes served by sleep in the cure of diseases as well as in health would be a work of supererogation. They are felt and recognized by mankind as so indispensable to strength, to happiness, and to life itself, that he who dispenses with that portion of repose required by the wants of nature is in reality curtailing the duration of his own existence. Chapter 3. Dreaming. In perfect sleep, as we have elsewhere stated, there is a quiescence of all the organs which compose the brain. But when one organ or more continues awake in consequence of some inward excitement, while the remainder are in repose, a state of incomplete sleep is the result, and we have the phenomena of dreaming. If, for instance, any irritation such as pain, fever, drunkenness, or a heavy meal should throw the perceptive organs into a state of action while the reflecting ones continue asleep, we have a consciousness of objects, colors, or sounds being presented to us, just as if the former organs were actually stimulated by having such impressions communicated to them by the external senses. While, in consequence of the repose of the reflecting organs, we are unable to rectify the illusions, and conceive that the scenes passing before us, or the sounds that we hear, have a real existence. This want of mutual cooperation between the different organs of the brain accounts for the disjointed nature, the absurdities and incoherencies of dreams. Dr. Peirquin reports the following case, illustrative of the action of the brain during the performance of the mental functions. It fell under his notice in one of the hospitals of Montpellier in the year 1821. Quoting, "The subject of it was a female at the age of 26, who had lost a large portion of her scalp, skull bone, and dura mater in the neglected attack of lues venerea. A corresponding portion of her brain was consequently bare, and subject to inspection. When she was in a dreamless sleep, her brain was motionless, and lay within the cranium. When her sleep was imperfect, and she was agitated by dreams, her brain moved and protruded without the cranium, forming cerebral hernia. In vivid dreams, reported as such by herself, the protrusion was considerable, and when she was perfectly awake, especially if engaged in active thought or sprightly conversation, it was still greater. Nor did the protrusion occur in jerks, alternating with recessions, as if caused by the impulses of the arterial blood. It remained steady while conversation lasted." Unquote. Many other doctrines have been started by philosophers, but I am not aware of any which can lay claim to even plausibility. Indeed, some are so chimerical and so totally unsupported by evidence that it is difficult to conceive how they ever entered into the imaginations of their founders. Baxter, for instance, in his Treatise on the Immortality of the Soul, endeavors to show that dreams are produced by the agency of some spiritual beings, who either amuse or employ themselves seriously in engaging mankind in all those imaginary transactions with which they are employed in dreaming. The theory of Democritus and Lucretius is equally whimsical. They accounted for dreams by supposing that spectres and simulacra of corporeal things constantly emitted from them, and floating up and down in the air, come and assault the soul in sleep. The most prevailing doctrine is that of the Cartesians, who supposed that the mind was continually active in sleep. In other words, that we were always dreaming during this state. Hazlitt, in his Round Table, has taken the same view of the subject, and alleges that if a person is awakened at any given time and asked what he has been dreaming about, he will at once be recalled to a train of associations with which his mind had been busied previously. Unfortunately for this theory, it is not sustained by facts. Experiments made on purpose having shown that though the individual had such a consciousness of dreaming, as is described in some few instances, yet in the great majority he had no consciousness of anything of the kind. That doctrine, therefore, must fall to the ground, so far as direct evidence is concerned, and yet, unsupported as it is either by proof or analogy, this is the fashionable hypothesis of the schools, and the one most in vogue among our best metaphysical writers. There is a strong analogy between dreaming and insanity. Dr. Abercrombie defines the difference between the two states to be that, in the latter, the erroneous impression, being permanent, affects the conduct, whereas in dreaming, no influence on the conduct is produced, because the vision is dissipated on awaking. This definition is nearly, but not wholly, correct. For in somnambulism and sleep-talking, the conduct is influenced by the prevailing dream. Dr. Rush has remarked with great shrewdness that a dream may be considered as a transient paroxysm of delirium, and delirium as a permanent dream. Man is not the only animal subject to dreaming. We have every reason to believe that many of the lower animals do the same. Horses neigh and rear, and dogs bark and growl in their sleep. Probably, at such times, a remembrance of the chase or of combat was passing through the minds of these creatures, and, not infrequently, they also manifest signs of fear, joy, playfulness, and almost every other passion. Ruminating animals, such as the sheep and cow, dream less, but even they are sometimes so affected, especially at the period of rearing their young. The parrot is said to dream, and I should suppose some other birds do the same. Indeed, the more intellectual the animal is, the more likely it is to be subject to dreaming. Whether fish dream, it is impossible to conjecture, nor can it be guessed with anything like certainty at what point on the scale of animal intellect the capability of dreaming ceases, although it is very certain there is such a point. I apprehend that dreaming is a much more general law than is commonly supposed, and that many animals dream which are never suspected of doing so. Some men are said never to dream, and others only when their health is disordered. Dr. Beattie mentions a case of the latter description. For many years before his death, Dr. Reed had no consciousness of ever having dreamed, and Mr. Locke takes notice of a person who never did so till his 26th year, when he began to dream in consequence of having had a fever. However, it is not impossible that, in these cases, the individuals may have had dreams from the same age as other people, and under the same circumstances, although they were probably of so vague a nature as to have soon faded away from the memory. Dreams occur more frequently in the morning than in the early part of the night, a proof that the sleep is much more profound in the latter period than in the former. Towards morning, the faculties are more disposed to enter into activity, being refreshed by sleep, and this explains why, as we approach the hours of waking, our dreams are more fresh and vivid. Owing to the comparatively active state of the faculties, morning dreams are the more rational, whence the old adage that such dreams are true. Children dream almost from birth, and if we may judge from what they endure during sleep on many occasions, we must suppose that the visions which haunt their young minds are often of a very frightful kind. Children, from many cases, are more apt to have dreams of terror than adults. In the first place, they are peculiarly subject to various diseases, such as teething, convulsions, and bowel complaints, those fertile sources of mental terror in sleep. And in the second place, their minds are exceedingly susceptible of dread in all its forms, and prone to be acted upon by it, whatever shape it assumes. Many of the dreams experienced at this early period leave an indelible impression upon the mind. They are remembered in after years with feelings of pain, and blending with the more delightful reminiscences of childhood, demonstrate that this era, which we are apt to consider one varied scene of sunshine and happiness, had as much shadow of melancholy as future life, and was not untinged with the hues of sorrow and care. The sleep of infancy, therefore, is far from being that ideal state of felicity which is commonly supposed. It is haunted with its own terrors, even more than that of adults, and if many of the visions which people it are equally delightful, there can be little doubt that it is also tortured by dreams of a more painful character than often fall to the share of later life. In health, when the mind is at ease, we seldom dream, and our visions are generally of a pleasing character when we do so. In disease, especially of the brain, liver, and stomach, dreams are both common and of a very distressing kind. Some writers imagine that our dreams become less absurd and inconsistent as we grow older, but this is extremely doubtful. As we advance in life, we are probably less troubled with these phenomena than at the period of youth, when imagination is full of activity and the mind peculiarly liable to impressions of every kind. But when they do take place, we shall find them as equally preposterous, unphilosophical, and crude as those which haunted our early years. However, old people dream more than the middle-aged, owing doubtless to the more broken and disturbed nature of their repose. I believe that dreams are uniformly the resuscitation or re-embodiment of thoughts which have formerly occupied the mind in some shape or other. They are old ideas, revived either in an entire state or heterogeneously mingled together. I doubt if it is possible for a person to have any idea in a dream the elements of which did not strike him at a previous period in some form. If these break loose from their connecting chain, and become jumbled together incoherently, as is often the case, they give rise to absurd combinations. But the elements still subsist, and only manifest themselves in a new and unconnected shape. As this is an important point, and one which has never been properly insisted upon, I shall illustrate it by an example. I lately dreamed that I walked upon the banks of the great canal in the neighbourhood of Glasgow. On the side opposite to that which I was, and within a few feet of the water, stood the splendid portico of the Royal Exchange. A gentleman whom I knew was standing upon one of these steps, and we spoke to each other. I then lifted a large stone, and poised it in my hand, when he said that he was certain I could not throw it to a certain spot which he pointed out. I made the attempt, and fell short of the mark. At this moment a well-known friend came up, whom I knew to excel at putting the stone. But, strange to say, he had lost both his legs, and walked upon wooden substitutes. This struck me as exceedingly curious, for my impression was that he had only lost one leg, and had but a single wooden one. At my desire, he took up the stone, and threw it without difficulty beyond the point indicated by the gentleman upon the opposite side of the canal. The absurdity of this dream is extremely glaring, and yet, on strict analysis, I find it to be wholly composed of ideas which passed through my mind on the previous day, assuming a new and ridiculous arrangement. I can compare it to nothing but to cross-readings in the newspapers, or to that well-known amusement which consists in putting a number of sentences into a hat, each written on a separate piece of paper, shaking the whole, then taking them out one by one as they come, and seeing what kind of medley the heterogeneous compound will make when thus fortuitously put together. For instance, I had taken a walk to the canal on the above day, along with a friend. On returning from it, I pointed out to him a spot where a new road was forming, and where one of the workmen had been overwhelmed by a quantity of rubbish falling upon him a few days before, which fairly chopped off one of his legs, and so much damaged the other that it was feared amputation would be necessary. Near this very spot there is a park, in which I practised throwing the stone about a month previously. On passing the Exchange on my way home, I expressed regret at the lowness of its situation, and remarked what a fine effect the portico would have were it placed upon more elevated ground. Such were the previous circumstances, and let us see how they bear upon the dream. In the first place, the canal appeared before me. Second, its situation is an elevated one. Third, the portico of the Exchange, occurring to my mind as being placed too low, became associated with the elevation of the canal, and I placed it close by on a similar altitude. Fourth, the gentleman I had been walking with was the same whom I saw standing upon the steps of the portico in the dream. Fifth, having related to him the story of the man who lost one limb and had a chance of losing another, this idea brings before me a friend with a brace of wooden legs, moreover, who appears in connection with putting the stone, as I know him to excel at that exercise. There is only one other element in the dream which the preceding events will not account for, and that is the surprise at the individual referred to having more than one wooden leg. But why should he have even one, seeing that he is limbed like other people in reality? This also I can account for. Some years ago, he slightly injured his knee while leaping a ditch, and I remember jocularly advising him to get it cut off. I am particular in illustrating this point with regard to dreams, for I hold that if it were possible to analyze them all, they would invariably be found to stand in the same relation to the waking state as the above specimen. The more diversified and incongruous the character of a dream, and the more remote from the period of its occurrence the circumstances which suggest it, the more difficult does its analysis become. And, in point of fact, this process may be impossible, so totally are the elements of the dream often dissevered from their original source, and so ludicrously huddled together. This subject shall be more fully demonstrated in speaking of the remote causes of dreams. Dreams generally arise without any assignable cause, but sometimes we can very readily discover their origin. Whatever has much interested us during the day is apt to resolve itself into a dream, and this will generally be pleasurable, or the reverse, according to the nature of the exciting cause. If, for instance, our reading or conversation is of horrible subjects, such as spectres, murders, or conflagrations, they will appear before us, magnified and heightened in our dreams. Or, if we have been previously sailing upon a rough sea, we are apt to suppose ourselves undergoing the perils of shipwreck. Pleasurable sensations during the day are also apt to assume a still more pleasurable aspect in dreams. In like manner, if we have a longing for anything, we are apt to suppose that we possess it. Even objects altogether unattainable are placed within our reach. We achieve impossibilities and triumph with ease over invincible laws of nature. A disordered state of the stomach and liver will often produce dreams. Persons of bad digestion, especially hypochondriacs, are harassed with visions of the most frightful nature. This fact was well known to the celebrated Mrs. Radcliffe, who is said to have supped on the most indigestible substances for the purpose of filling her sleep with those phantoms of horror which she has so forcibly embodied in the Mysteries of Udolpho and Romance of the Forest, while Dryden and Fuseli, with the opposite view of obtaining splendid dreams, are reported to have eaten raw flesh. Diseases of the chest, where the breathing is impeded, also give rise to horrible visions, and constitute the frequent causes of that most frightful modification of dreaming, the nightmare. The usual intoxicating agents have all the power of exciting dreams. The most exquisite visions, as well as the most frightful, are perhaps those occasioned by narcotics. These differences depend on the dose and the particular state of the system at the time of taking it. Dreams may also arise from the deprivation of customary stimuli, such as spirits or supper, before going to bed. More frequently, however, they originate from indulging in such excitations. A change of bed will sometimes induce dreams, and, generally speaking, they are more apt to occur in a strange bed than in the one to which we are accustomed. Dreams often arise from the impressions made upon the senses during sleep. Dr. Beattie speaks of a man in whom any kind of dream could be induced, by his friends gently speaking in his presence upon the particular subject which they wished him to dream about. I have often tried this experiment upon sleeping persons, and with a like result more than once. I apprehend that, when this takes place, the slumber must have been very imperfect. With regard to the possibility of dreams being produced by bodily impressions, Dr. Gregory relates that, having occasion to apply a bottle of hot water to his feet when he went to bed, he dreamed that he was making a journey to the top of Mount Etna, and that he found the heat of the ground almost insufferable. Another person, having a blister applied to his head, imagined that he was scalped by a party of Indians, while a friend of mine, happening to sleep in damp sheets, dreamed that he was dragged through a stream. A paroxysm of gout during sleep has given rise to the person supposing himself under the power of the Inquisition, and undergoing the torments of the rack. The bladder is sometimes emptied during sleep, from the dreaming idea being directed to this particular want of nature, in consequence of the unpleasant fullness of the viscus. These results are not uniform, but such is the path in which particular bodily states are apt to lead the imagination, and dreams occurring in these states will more frequently possess a character analogous to them than to any other, modified, of course, by the strength of the individual cause and fertility of the fancy. Some curious experiments in regard to this point were made by Monsieur Giraud de Buzarains, which seem to establish the practicability of a person determining the nature of his dreams at will. By leaving his knees uncovered, he dreamed that he travelled during the night in a diligence. Travellers, he observed, being aware that it is the knees that get cold during the night on a coach. On another occasion, having left the posterior part of his head uncovered, he dreamed that he was present at a religious ceremony performed in the open air. It was the custom of the country in which he lived to have the head constantly covered, except on particular occasions such as the above. On awakening, he felt the back of his neck cold, as he had often experienced during the real scenes, the representation of which had been conjured up by his fancy. Having repeated this experiment at the end of several days, to assure himself that the result was not the effect of chance, the second vision turned out precisely the same as the first. Even without making experiments, we have frequent evidence of similar facts. Thus, if the clothes chance to fall off us, we are liable to suppose that we are parading the streets in a state of nakedness, and feel all the shame and inconvenience which such a condition would produce in reality. We see crowds of people following after us and mocking our nudity, and we wander from place to place, seeking an ideal refuge under this misfortune. Fancy, in truth, heightens every circumstance, and inspires us with greater vexation than we would feel if actually laboring under such an annoyance. The streets in which we wander are depicted with the force of reality. We see their windings, their avenues, their dwelling places, with intense truth. Even the inhabitants who follow us are exposed to view in all their various dress and endless diversity of countenance. Sometimes we behold our intimate friends gazing upon us with indifference, or torturing us with annoying impertinence. Sometimes we see multitudes whom we never beheld before, and each individual is exposed so vividly that we could describe or even paint his aspect. In like manner, if we lay awry, or if our feet slip over the side of the bed, we often imagine ourselves standing upon the brink of a fearful precipice, or falling from its overhanging summit into the abyss beneath. If the rain or hail patter against our window, we have often the idea of 100 cataracts pouring from the rocks. If the wind howl without, we are suddenly wrapped up in a thunderstorm, with all its terrible associations. If the head happen to slip under the pillow, a huge rock is hanging over us, and ready to crush us beneath its ponderous bulk. Should the heat of the body chance to be increased by febrile irritation, or the temperature of the room, we may suppose ourselves basking under the fiery sun of Africa. Or if, from any circumstance, we labor under a chill, we may then be careening and foundering among the icebergs of the pole, while the morse and the famished bear are prowling around us and claiming us for their prey. Dr. Beattie informs us that, after once riding 30 miles in a high wind, he passed the night in terrible visions beyond description. In short, the extent to which the mind is capable of being carried in such cases is almost incredible. So completely does sleep magnify and distort everything placed within its influence that stupendous events arise from the most insignificant causes. The province of dreams is one of intense exaggeration, beyond even the wildest conceptions of Oriental romance. A smoky chamber, for instance, has given rise to the idea of a city in flames. The conflagrations of Rome and Moscow may then pass in terrific splendor before the dreamer's fancy. He may see Nero standing far off, surrounded by his lictors and guards, gazing upon the imperial city wrapped in flames. Or the sanguinary fight of Borodino may be presented before him, followed by the burning of the ancient capital of Russia, with all the intensity of reality. Under these circumstances, his whole being may undergo a change. He is no longer a denizen of his native country, but of that land to which his visions have transported him. All the events of his own existence fade away, and he becomes a native of Rome or Russia, gazing upon the appalling spectacle. On the other hand, the mind may be filled with imagery equally exaggerated, but of a more pleasing character. The sound of a flute in the neighborhood may invoke 1,000 beautiful and delightful associations. Perhaps the air is filled with the tones of harps, and all other varieties of music. Nay, the performers themselves are visible, and while the cause of this strange scene is one trivial instrument, we may be regaled with a rich and melodious concert. For the same reason, a flower being applied to the nostrils may powerfully excite the imagination by affecting the sense of smell, and give the dreamer the idea of walking in a garden. There is one fact connected with dreams which is highly remarkable. When we are suddenly awakened from a profound slumber by a loud knock or by the rapid opening of a door, A train of actions sometimes passes through the mind which it would take hours or days or even weeks to accomplish. Time, in fact, seems to be annihilated in great measure. An extensive period is reduced to a single point, as it were. Or rather, a single point is made to embrace an extensive period. In one instant we may pass through many adventures, see many strange sights, and hear many strange sounds. If we are awakened by a loud knock, we have perhaps the idea of a tumult passing before us, and know all the characters engaged in it, their aspects, and even their very names. If the door opens violently, the floodgates of a canal may appear to be expanding, and we may see the individuals employed in the process, and hear their conversation, which may seem an hour in length. If a light is brought into the room, the notion of the house being in flames perhaps invades us, and we are witness to the whole conflagration, from its commencement till it is finally extinguished. The thoughts which arise in such situations are endless, and assume an infinite variety of aspects. The whole, indeed, constitutes one of the strangest phenomena of the human mind, and calls to recollection the story of the Eastern monarch who fancied he had travelled for many years in various nations on dipping his head into a magician's water pail, although he was only immersed for a single instant. This curious psychological fact, though occurring under somewhat different circumstances, has not escaped the notice of Mr. De Quincey, better known as the English opium eater. The sense of space, says he, and in the end the sense of time, were both powerfully affected. Buildings, landscapes, etc., were exhibited in proportions so vast as the bodily eye is not fitted to receive. Space swelled, and was amplified to an extent of unutterable infinity. This, however, did not disturb me so much as the expansion of time. I sometimes seemed to have lived for 70 or 100 years in one night, nay, sometimes had feelings representative of a millennium passed in that time, or however, of a duration far beyond the limits of any human experience." Unquote. In this singular case, the organs of size and time must have been immediately excited to give rise to such strange results. It is more easy to state the fact of this apparent expansion of time in dreams than to give any theory which will satisfactorily account for it. I believe that whenever it occurs, the dream has abounded in events and circumstances which, had they occurred in reality, would have required a long period for their accomplishment. For instance, I lately dreamed that I made a voyage to India, remained some days in Calcutta, then took a ship for Egypt, where I visited the cataracts of the Nile and the pyramids, and, to crown the whole, had the honor of an interview with Mehemet Ali, Cleopatra, and Alexander the Great. All this was the work of a single night, probably of a single hour, or even a few minutes, and yet it appeared to occupy many months. I must also mention another circumstance of a somewhat similar kind, which, although it occurred in the waking condition, is produced by the peculiar effect of previous sleep upon the mind. Thus, when we awake in a melancholy mood, probably the result of some distressing dream, the remembrance of all our former actions, especially those of an evil character, often rushes upon us from a dark and troubled sea. They do not appear individually, one by one, but come linked together in a close phalanx, as if to take the conscience by storm and crush it beneath their imposing front. The whole span of our existence, from childhood downwards, sends them on. Oblivion opens its gulf and impels them forward, and the mind is robed in a cloud of wretchedness, without one ray of hope to brighten up its gloom. In common circumstances, we possess no such power of grouping the most distant and proximate events of life so instantaneously. The spell of memory is invoked to call them successively from the past, and they glide before us like shadows, more or less distinct according to their remoteness or the force of their impression upon the mind. But in the case of which I speak, they start abruptly forth from the bosom of time, and overwhelm the spirit with a crowd of most sad and appalling reminiscences. In the crucible of our distorted imagination, everything is exaggerated, and invested with a blacker gloom than belongs to it. We see at one glance down the whole vista of time, and each event of our life is written there in gloomy and distressing characters. Hence the mental depression occurring under these circumstances, and even the remorse which falls like bitter and unrefreshing dews upon the heart. We have seldom any idea of past events in dreams. If such are called forth, they generally seem to be present, and in the process of actual occurrence. We may dream of Alexander the Great, but it is as of a person who is coexistent with ourselves. Dreams being produced by the active state of such organs as are dissociated from, or have not sympathized in, the general slumber, partake of the character of those whose powers are in greatest vigor, or farthest removed from the somnolent state. A person's natural character, therefore, or his pursuits in life, strengthen one faculty by making it less susceptible of being overcome by complete sleep than such as are weaker. Or, if it be overcome, it awakes more rapidly from its dormant state, and exhibits its proper characteristics in dreams. Thus the miser dreams of wealth, the lover of his mistress, the musician of melody, the philosopher of science, the merchant of trade, and the debtor of duns and bailiffs. In like manner, a choleric man is often passionate in his sleep. A vicious man's mind is filled with wicked actions. A virtuous man's mind with deeds of benevolence. A humorist's mind with ludicrous ideas. Pugnacious people often fight on such occasions, and do themselves serious injury by striking against the posts of the bed, while persons addicted to lying frequently dream of exercising their favorite vocation. For such reasons, persons who have a strong passion for music often dream of singing and composing melodies, and the ideas of some of our finest pieces are said to have been communicated to the musician in his sleep. Tartini, a celebrated violin player, is said to have composed his famous Devil's Sonata from the inspiration of a dream, in which the devil appeared to him and challenged him to a trial of skill upon his own fiddle. A mathematician, in like manner, is often engaged in the solution of problems, and has his brain full of Newton, Euler, Euclid, and Laplace, while a poet is occupied in writing verses, or in deliberating upon the strains of such bards as are most familiar to his spirit. It was thus in a dream that Mr. Coleridge composed his splendid fragment of Kubla Khan. The following is the account he himself gives of the circumstance. Quoting, "In the summer of the year 1797, the author, then in ill health, had retired to a lonely farmhouse between Porlock and Linton, on the Exmoor confines of Somerset and Devonshire. In consequence of a slight indisposition, an anodyne had been prescribed, from the effects of which he fell asleep in his chair at the moment that he was reading the following sentence, or words of the same substance, in the Pilgrimage by purchase. Here the Khan Kubla commanded a palace to be built, and a stately garden thereunto, and thus 10 miles of fertile ground were enclosed with a wall. The author continued for about 3 hours in a profound sleep, at least of the external senses, during which time he had the most vivid confidence that he could not have composed less than from 200 to 300 lines. If that indeed can be called a composition in which all the images rose up before him as things, with a parallel production of the correspondent expressions, without any sensation or consciousness of effort. On awakening, he appeared to himself to have a distinct recollection of the whole, and taking his pen, ink, and paper, instantly and eagerly wrote down the lines that are here preserved. At this moment he was unfortunately called out by a person on business from Porlock, and detained by him above an hour, and on his return to his room found, to his no small surprise and mortification, that though he still retained some vague and dim recollection of the general purport of the vision, yet with the exception of some 8 or 10 scattered lines and images, all the rest had passed away, like the images on the surface of a stream into which a stone had been cast, but alas, without the after restoration of the latter." Unquote. To speak phrenologically, if the organs of form and size are large, then material images possess the mind more than sounds or abstractions, and everything may be magnified to unnatural dimensions. If color be fully developed, whatever is present to the mental eye is brilliant and gaudy, and the person probably has the idea of rich paintings, shining flowers, or varied landscapes. Should locality predominate, he is carried away to distant lands, and beholds more extraordinary sights than Cook, Ross, or Franklin ever described. An excess of cautiousness will inspire him with terror. An excess of self-esteem cause him to be placed in dignified situations, while imitation may render him a mimic or a player, language a wrangler or philologist, secretiveness a deceiver, acquisitiveness a thief. Occasionally, indeed, the reverse is the case, and those trains of thought in which we mostly indulge are seldom or never the subjects of our dreams. Some authors even assert that when the mind has been strongly impressed with any peculiar ideas, such are less likely to occur in dreams than their opposites. But this is taking the exception for the general rule, and is directly at variance with both experience and analogy. In fact, in most cases, whatever propensities or talents are strongest in the mind of the individual will manifest themselves with greatest readiness and force in dreams. And where a faculty is very weak, it will scarcely manifest itself at all. Thus, one person who has a large tune and a small causality will indulge in music, but seldom in ascertaining the nature of cause and effect, while another with a contrary disposition of organs may attempt to reason upon abstract truths, while music will rarely intrude into the temple of his thoughts. It is but fair to state, however, that the compositions, the reasonings, and the poems which we concoct in sleep, though occasionally superior to those of our waking hours, are generally of a very absurd description. And howsoever admirable they may have appeared, their futility is abundantly evident when we wake. To use the words of Dr. Parr, quoting, "In dreams we seem to reason, to argue, to compose, and in all these circumstances during sleep we are highly gratified and think that we excel. If, however, we remember our dreams, our reasonings we find to be weak, our arguments we find to be inconclusive, and our compositions trifling and absurd." Unquote. The truth of these remarks is undeniable, but the very circumstance of a man's dreams turning habitually upon a particular subject, however ridiculously he may meditate thereupon, is a strong presumption that this subject is the one which most frequently engrosses his faculties in the waking state. In a word, that the power most energetic in the latter condition is that also most active in dreams. Dreams are sometimes useful in affording prognostics of the probable termination of several diseases. Violent and impetuous dreams occurring in fevers generally indicate approaching delirium. Those of a gloomy, terrific nature give strong grounds to apprehend danger, while dreams of a pleasant cast may be looked upon as harbingers of approaching recovery. The visions, indeed, which occur in a state of fever are highly distressing. The mind is vehemently hurried on from one train of ideas to another, and participates in the painful activity of the system. Those generated by hypochondria or indigestion are equally afflicting, but more confined to one unpleasant idea, the intellect being overpowered, as it were, under the pressure of a ponderous load, from which it experiences an utter incapacity to relieve itself. The febrile dream has a fiery, volatile, fugitive character. The other partakes of the nature of nightmare, in which the faculties seem frozen by torpor, by the presence of some loathsome and indolent fiend. Other diseases and feelings, besides fever, give a character to dreams. The dropsical subject often has the idea of fountains and rivers and seas in his sleep. Jaundice tinges the objects beheld with its own yellow and sickly hue. Hunger induces dreams of eating agreeable food. An attack of inflammation disposes us to see all things in the color of blood. Excessive thirst presents us with visions of dried-up streams, burning sand plains, and immitigable heat. A bad taste in the mouth, with everything bitter and nauseous in the vegetable world. If from any cause we chance to be relieved from the physical suffering occasioning such dreams, the dreams themselves also wear away, or are succeeded by others of a more pleasing description. Thus, if perspiration succeed to feverish heat, the person who, during the continuance of the latter, fancied himself on the brink of a volcano, or broiled beneath the African sun, is transported to some refreshing stream, and enjoys precisely the pleasure which such a transition would produce did it actually take place. Some authors imagine that we never dream of objects which we have not seen, but the absurdity of this notion is so glaring as to carry its own refutation along with it. I have dreamed 1,000 times of such objects. When a person has a strong desire to see any place or object which he has never seen before, he is apt to dream about it, while as soon as his desire is gratified, he often ceases to dream so. I remember hearing a great deal of the beauty of the Rouen Cathedral, and it was constantly presented before my imagination in dreams, in one form or other. But having at last seen the cathedral, I never again dreamed about it. This is not the invariable result of a gratified wish, but it happens so often that it may be considered a general rule. Sometimes we awake from dreams in a pleasing, at other times in a melancholy, mood, without being able to recollect them. They leave a pleasurable or disagreeable impression upon the mind, according doubtless to their nature. And yet, we cannot properly remember what we were dreaming about. Sometimes, though baffled in the moment, we can recall them afterwards, but this seldom happens. It often happens that, under the influence of a frightful vision, the dreamer leaps from his bed and calls aloud in a paroxysm of terror. This is very frequently the case with children and persons of weak nerves, but it may happen even with those of strong mind. There is something peculiarly horrible and paralyzing in the terror of sleep. It lays the energies of the soul prostrate before it, crushes them to the earth as beneath the weight of an enormous vampire, and equalizes, for a time, the courage of the hero and the child. No firmness of mind can withstand the influence of these deadly terrors at all times. The person awakes panic-struck from some hideous vision, and even after reason returns and convinces him of the unreal nature of his apprehensions, the panic continues for some time. His heart throbs violently, he is covered with cold perspiration, and he hides his head beneath the bedclothes, afraid to look around him, lest some dreadful object of alarm should start up before his affrighted vision. Courage and philosophy are frequently opposed in vain to these appalling terrors. The latter dreads what it disbelieves, and spectral forms, sepulchral voices, and all the other horrid superstitions of sleep arise to vindicate their power over that mind which conceives itself shielded from all such attacks under the fancied protection of reason and science, but which often sinks beneath their influence in the hour of trial as completely as the ignorant and unreflecting hind, and who never employed a thought as to the real nature of these fantastic and elusive sources of terror. The alarm of a frightful dream is sometimes so overpowering that persons under the impression thus generated, of being pursued by some imminent danger, have actually leapt out of the window to the great danger and even loss of their lives. In the 9th volume of the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society of London, a curious case is given by Archdeacon Squire. A person, after having been dumb for years, recovered the use of his speech by means of a dream of this description. Quoting, "One day in the year 1741, he got very much in liquor, so much so that on his return home at night to the Devizes, he fell from his horse 3 or 4 times, and was at last taken up by a neighbour, and put to bed in a house on the road. He soon fell asleep, when, dreaming that he was falling into a furnace of boiling wort, it put him into so great an agony of fright, that, struggling with all his might to call out for help, he actually did call out aloud, and recovered the use of his tongue that moment, as effectually as he ever had it in his life, without the least hoarseness or alteration in the old sound of his voice." Unquote. There have been instances where the terror of a frightful dream has been so great as to even produce insanity. Many years ago, in consequence of a dream of this kind, a woman in the West Highlands, after being newly brought to bed, became deranged, and soon after made her escape to the mountains, where she herded with the deer for 7 years, and became so fleet that the shepherds and others, by whom she was occasionally seen, could never arrest her. At the end of this term, a very severe storm brought her and her associates to the valley, whence she was surrounded, caught, and conveyed to her husband, and by whom she was cordially received and treated with the utmost kindness. In the course of 3 months, she regained her reason, and had several children afterwards. When caught, her body is said to have been covered with hair, thus giving a colour to the story of Orson and other wild men of the wood. Instances have not been wanting where, under the panic of a frightful vision, persons have actually committed murder. They awake from such a dream. They see some person standing in the room whom they mistake for an assassin or dreadful apparition. Driven to desperation by terror, they seize the first weapon that occurs, and inflict a fatal wound upon the object of their alarm. Hofbauer, in his Treatise on Legal Medicine, relates a case of this kind. Although he does not state that the circumstance which occasioned the panic was a previous dream of terror, I do not doubt that such must have been the case in reality. Hofbauer says, quoting, "A report of the murder committed by Bernard Schmezig was made by the Criminal College of Silesia. Schmezig, who slept in an open coach-house in consequence of the heat of the weather, awoke suddenly at midnight. At the moment of awakening, he beheld a frightful phantom standing near him, at least his imagination so depicted it. Fear and the obscurity of the night prevented him from recognizing anything distinctly, and the object which struck his vision appeared to him an actual spectre. In a tremulous tone he twice called out, "Who goes there?" He received no answer, and imagined that the apparition was approaching him. Frightened out of his judgment, he sprung from his bed, seized a hatchet which he generally kept close by him, and with this weapon assaulted the imaginary spectre. To see the apparition, to call out, "Who goes there?" and to seize the hatchet were the work of a moment. He had not an instant for reflection, and with one blow the phantom was felled to the ground. Schmidtmeisig uttered a deep groan. This and the noise occasioned by the fall of the phantom completely restored him to his senses, and all at once the idea flashed across his mind that he must have struck down his wife, who slept in the same coach-house. Falling instantly upon his knees, he raised the head of the wounded person, saw the wound which he had made, and the blood that flowed from it, and in a voice full of anguish exclaimed, "Susanna, Susanna, come to yourself!" He then called his eldest daughter, aged 8 years, ordered her to see if her mother was recovering, and to inform her grandmother that he had killed her. In fact, it was his unhappy wife who received the blow, and she died the next day. Unquote. This case is highly important in a legal point of view, and to punish a man for acting similarly in such a state would be as unjust as to inflict punishment for deeds committed under the influence of insanity or somnambulism. As Hofbauer properly remarks, this man did not enjoy the free use of his senses. He knew not what he saw. He believed that he was repulsing an unlooked-for attack. He soon recognized the place where he usually slept. It was natural that he would seize the hatchet, since he had taken the precaution to place it beside him. But the idea of his wife and the possibility of killing her were the last things that occurred to him. The passion of horror is more frequently felt in dreams than at any other period. Horror is intense dread, produced by some unknown or superlatively disgusting object. The visions of sleep, therefore, being frequently undefined and of the most revolting description, are as apt to produce this emotion as they are to occasion simple fear. Under its influence, we may suppose that fiends are lowering upon us, that dismal voices as from the bottomless pit or from the tomb are floating around us, that we are haunted by apparitions, or that serpents, scorpions, and demons are our bedfellows. Such sensations are strongly akin to those of nightmare, but between this complaint and the mere dream of terror there is a considerable difference. In incubus, the individual feels as if his powers of volition were totally paralyzed, and as if he were altogether unable to move a limb in his own behalf, or to utter a cry expressive of his agony. When these feelings exist, we may consider the case to be one of nightmare. When they do not, and when, notwithstanding his terror, he seems to himself to possess unrestrained muscular motion, to run with ease, breathe freely, and enjoy the full capability of exertion, it must be regarded as a simple dream. Dr. Elliotson has remarked with great acuteness that dreams are more incoherent in which the perceptive faculties alone are concerned, and subject to more rapid transitions than those in which one or more of the organs of the feelings are also in a state of activity. Quoting, "Thus, in our dreams, we may walk on the brink of a precipice, or see ourselves doomed to immediate destruction by the weapon of a foe, or the fury of a tempestuous sea, and yet feel not the slightest emotion of fear, though during the perfect activity of the brain we may be naturally disposed to the strong manifestation of this feeling. Again, we may see the most extraordinary object or event without surprise, perform the most ruthless crime without compunction, and see what in our waking hours would cause us unmitigated grief without the smallest feeling of sorrow." Unquote. When we dream of visible objects, the sensibility of the eyes is diminished in a most remarkable manner, and, on opening them, they are much less dazzled by the light than if we awoke from a slumber altogether unvisited by such dreams. A fact equally curious is noticed by Dr. Darwin in his Zoonomia. Quoting, "If we sleep in the daytime and endeavor to see some object in our dreams, the light is exceedingly painful to our eyes, and after repeated struggles we lament in our sleep that we cannot see it. In this case, I apprehend, the eyelid is in some measure opened by the vehemence of our sensations, and the iris being dilated shows as great or greater sensibility than our waking hours." Unquote. There are some persons to whom the objects of their dreams are always represented in a soft, mellow luster, similar to twilight. They never seem to behold anything in the broad glare of sunshine, and, in general, the atmosphere of our vision is less brilliant than that through which we are accustomed to see things while awake. The most vivid dreams are certainly those which have reference to sight. With regard to hearing, they are less distinctly impressed upon the mind, and still more feebly as regards smell or taste. Indeed, some authors are of the opinion that we never dream of sounds, except when a sound takes place to provoke the dream, and the same with regard to smell and taste. But this doctrine is against analogy, and unsupported by proof. There are, beyond doubt, certain parts of the brain which take cognizance of tastes, odors, and sounds, for the same reason that there are others which recognize forms, dimensions, and colors. As the organs of the three latter sensations are capable of inward excitement by means of the senses, without any communication with the external world, it is no more than analogical to infer that the same thing may take place with the three former. In fever, although the individual is ever so well protected against the excitement of external sounds, the internal organ is often violently stimulated, and he is harassed with tumultuous noises. For such reasons, it is evident that there may be a consciousness of sounds, tastes, and odors in dreams, where such have no real existence from without. Dreams are sometimes exceedingly obscure, and float like faint clouds over the spirit. We can then resolve them into nothing like shape or consistence, but have an idea of our minds being filled with dim, impalpable imagery, which is so feebly impressed upon the tablet of memory that we are unable to embody it in language, or communicate its likeness to others. At other times, the objects of sleep are stamped with almost supernatural energy. The dead or the absent, whose appearance to our waking faculties had become faint and obscure, are depicted with intense truth and reality, and even their voices, which had become like the echo of a forgotten song, are recalled from the depths of oblivion, and speak to us as in former times. Dreams, therefore, have the power of brightening up the dim regions of the past, and presenting them with a force which the mere effects of unassisted remembrance could never have accomplished in our waking hours. This property of reviving past images is one of the most remarkable possessed by sleep. It even goes the length of recalling circumstances which had been entirely forgotten in some cases, and presenting them to the mind with more than the force of their original impression. This I conceive to depend upon a particular part of the brain being preternaturally excited, that, for instance, which refers to the memory of the event. Hence, forgotten tongues are sometimes brought back to the memory in dreams, owing doubtless to some peculiar excitement of the organ of language. The dreamer sometimes converses in a language of which he has no knowledge whatever when he awakes, but with which he must have been acquainted at one period. Phenomena of a similar kind occasionally occur in madness, delirium, or intoxication, all of which states have an analogy to dreaming. It is not uncommon, for instance, to witness an unexpected and astonishing resuscitation of language in the insane, an intimacy with events and languages of which they were entirely ignorant in the sound state of their minds. In like manner, in the delirium attendant upon fevers, people sometimes speak in a tongue they know nothing of in health, and in drunkenness events are brought to the memory which desert it in a state of sobriety. Analogous peculiarities occur in dreams. Forgotten facts are restored to the mind. Sometimes those adhere to it and are remembered when we awake. At other times, as can be proved in cases of sleep-talking, they vanish with the dream which called them into existence, and are recollected no more. I believe that the dreams of the aged, like their memory, relate chiefly to the events of early life, and less to those of more recent occurrence. My friend, Dr. Cumin, has mentioned to me the case of one of his patients, a middle-aged man, whose visions assumed this character in consequence of severe mental anxiety. Owing to misfortunes in trade, his mind had been greatly depressed. He lost his appetite, became restless, nervous, and dejected. Such sleep as he had was filled with incessant dreams, which at first were entirely of events connected with the earliest period of his life, so far as he recollected it, and never of late events by any chance. In proportion as he recovered from this state, the dreams changed their character, and referred to circumstances farther on in life, and so regular was the progression that with the march of his recovery, so was the onward march of his dreams. During the worst period of his illness, he dreamed of occurrences which happened in boyhood. No sooner was convalescence established than his visions had reference to manhood, and on complete recovery they were of those recent circumstances which had thrown him into bad health. In this curious case, one lateral half of the head was much warmer than the other. This was so remarkable as to attract the notice of the barber who shaved it. One of the most remarkable phenomena of dreams is the absence of surprise. This, indeed, is not invariable, as every one must occasionally have felt the sensation of surprise, and been not a little puzzled in his visions to account for the phenomena which present themselves. But, as a general rule, its absence is so exceedingly common that it is looked upon as an event out of the common order when surprise does occur, and is remarked accordingly. Scarcely any event, however incredible, impossible, or absurd, gives rise to this sensation. We see circumstances at utter variance with the laws of nature, and yet their discordancy, impracticability, and oddness seldom strike us at all out of the usual course of things. This is one of the strongest proofs that can be alleged in support of the dormant condition of the reflecting faculties. Had these powers been awake and in full activity, they would have pointed out the erroneous nature of the impressions conjectured into existence by fancy, and shown us truly that the visions passing before us were merely the chimeras of excited imagination, the airy phantoms of imperfect sleep. In Visions of the Dead, we have a striking instance of the absence of surprise. We almost never wonder at beholding individuals in our dreams whom we yet know to have been buried for years. We see them among us, and hear them talk, and associate with them on the footing of fond companionship. Still, the circumstance seldom strikes us with wonder, nor do we attempt to account for it. They still seem alive, as when they were on earth, only all their qualities, whether good or bad, are exaggerated by sleep. If we hate them while in life, our animosity is now exaggerated to a double degree. If we loved them, our affection becomes more passionate and intense than ever. Under these circumstances, many scenes of most exquisite pleasure often take place. The slumberer supposes himself enjoying the companionship of those who were more dear to him than life itself, and has far more intense delight than he could have experienced had these individuals been alive in reality and at his side. From the anonymous poem. I hear thy voice in dreams, upon me softly call, like echo of the mountain streams in sportive waterfall. I see thy form as when thou wert a living thing, and blossomed in the eyes of men like any flower of spring. Nor is the passion of love less vivid than any other emotion when experienced in dreams, or the sensations to which it gives rise less pleasurable. I do not here allude to the passion in its physical sense, but to that more moral and intellectual feeling, the result of deep sensibility and attachment. Men who never loved before have conceived a deep affection to some particular woman in their dreams, which, continuing to operate upon them after they awoke, has actually terminated in a sincere and lasting fondness for the object of their visionary love. Men, again, who actually are in love, dream more frequently of this subject than of anything else, fancying themselves in the society of their mistresses, and enjoying a happiness more exquisite than is compatible with the waking state, a happiness, in short, little removed from celestial. Such feelings are not confined to men. They pervade the female breast with equal intensity, and, stretched upon the couch of sleep, the young maiden may have her spirit filled with the image of her lover, while her whole being swims in the ecstasies of impassioned yet virtuous attachment. At other times, this pure passion may be blended with one of a grosser character in both sexes, which may also acquire an increase of pleasurable sensation. To such an extent is every circumstance, whether of delight or suffering, exaggerated by sleep. For the same reason that the lover dreams of love, does the newly married woman dream of children. They are often the subject of her sleeping thoughts, especially if she have a natural fondness for them, if she herself be pregnant, or possess an ardent longing for offspring, and she conceive herself to be encircled by them, and experiencing intense pleasure in their innocent society. Men who are very fond of children often experience these same sensations, and both men and women who are naturally indifferent in this respect seldom dream about them, and never with any feelings of particular delight. During the actual process of any particular dream, we are never conscious that we are really dreaming. But it sometimes happens that a second dream takes place, during which we have a consciousness or a suspicion that the events which took place in the first dream were merely visionary and not real. People, for instance, sometimes fancy in sleep that they have acquired wealth. This may be called the first dream, and they never for a moment doubt the reality of their impressions during its progress. But a second one supervenes upon this, and they then begin to wonder whether their riches be real or imaginary. In other words, they try to ascertain whether they had been previously dreaming or not. But even in the second dream, we are unconscious of dreaming. We still seem, to ourselves, to be wide awake, a proof that we are never aware of being asleep in dreams. This unconsciousness of being asleep during the dreaming state is referable to the quiescent condition of the reasoning powers. The mind is wholly subject to the scepter of other faculties, and whatever emotions or images they invoke seem to be real, for want of a controlling power to point out their true character. Quoting Samuel Taylor Coleridge, "You stood before me like a thought, a dream remembered in a dream." Unquote. Those troubled with deafness do not hear distinctly such sounds as they conceive to be uttered during sleep. Dr. Darwin speaks of a gentleman who, for 30 years, had entirely lost his hearing, and who never seemed to converse with any person except by the fingers, or in writing, in his dreams. He never had the impression of hearing them speak. In like manner, a blind man seldom dreams of visible objects, and never if he has been blind from his birth. Indeed, Dr. Blacklock, who became blind in early infancy, may seem an exception to this rule. While asleep, he was conscious of a sense which he did not possess in the waking state, and which bears some analogy to sight. He imagined that he was united to objects by a sort of distant contact, which was effected by threads or strings passing from other bodies to his own. The illusion of dreams is much more complete than that of the most exquisite plays. We pass in a second of time from one country to another, and persons who lived in the most different ages of the world are brought together in strange and incongruous confusion. It is not uncommon to see at the same moment Robert the Bruce, Julius Caesar, and Marlborough in close conversation. In short, nothing seems absurd, however monstrous, incredible, or impossible. Equally striking examples of illusion occur when the person awakes from a dream and imagines that he hears voices or beholds persons in the room beside him. In the first cases, we are convinced of the deceptive nature of our visions on awaking, from the utter impossibility of their occurrence. They are at variance with natural laws, and a single effort of reason is sufficient to point out their absolute futility. But when the circumstances which seem to take place are not conceived impossible in themselves, however unlikely they may be, it is often a matter of the utmost difficulty for us to be convinced of their real character. On awaking, we are seldom aware that we labored under a dream when they took place. Such is their deceptive nature, and such the vividness with which they appear to strike our senses, that we imagine them real, and often start up in a paroxysm of terror accordingly, having the idea that our chamber is invaded by thieves, that strange voices are calling upon us, or that we are haunted by the dead. When there is no way of confuting these impressions, they often remain ineradicably fixed in the mind, and are regarded as actual events instead of the mere chimeras of sleep. This is particularly the case with the weak-minded and superstitious, whose feelings are always stronger than their judgments. Hence, the 1,000 stories of ghosts and warnings with which the imaginations of these persons are haunted. Hence the frequent occurrence of nocturnal screaming and terror in children, whose reflecting faculties are naturally too weak to correct the impressions of dreams, and point out their true nature. Hence the painful illusions occurring even to persons of strong intellect, when they are debilitated by watchfulness, long-continued mental suffering, or protracted disease. These impressions often arise without any apparent cause. At other times, the most trivial circumstances will produce them. A voice, for instance, in a neighboring street, may seem to proceed from our own apartment, and may assume a character of the most appalling description, while the tread of footsteps, or the knocking of a hammer overhead, may resolve itself into a frightful figure stalking before us. Mr. Waller, in his treatise on the incubus or nightmare, says the following, quote, I know a gentleman who is living at this moment in needless slave to terror, which arises from a circumstance which admits easily of explanation. He was lying in his bed with his wife, and, as he supposed, quite awake, when he felt distinctly the impression of some person's hand upon his right shoulder, which created such a degree of alarm that he dared not to move himself in bed, and indeed could not, if he had possessed the courage. It was some time before he had it in his power to awake his wife, and communicate to her the subject of his terror. The shoulder which had felt the impression of the hand continued to feel benumbed and uncomfortable for some time. It had been uncovered, and most probably the cold to which it was exposed was the cause of the phenomenon." Unquote. However, an attack of dreaming illusion, not accompanied with any unpleasant feeling, occurred to myself lately. I had fallen accidentally asleep upon an armchair, and was suddenly awakened by hearing, as I supposed, two of my brothers talking and laughing at the door of the room, which stood wide open. The impressions were so forcible that I could not believe them fallacious, yet I ascertained that they were so entirely, for my brothers had gone to the country an hour before, and did not return for a couple of hours afterwards. There are few dreams involving many circumstances which are perfectly philosophical and harmonious from beginning to end. There is usually some absurd violation of the laws of consistency, a want of congruity, a deficiency in the due relations of cause and effect, and a string of conclusions altogether unwarranted by the premises. Mr. Hood, in his Whims and Oddities, gives a curious illustration of the above facts. Quoting, "It occurred when I was on the eve of marriage, a season when, if lovers sleep sparingly, they dream profusely. A very brief slumber sufficed to carry me in the night coach to Bognor. It had been concerted between Honoria and myself that we should pass the honeymoon at some place upon the coast. The purpose of my solitary journey was to procure an appropriate dwelling, and which we had agreed upon should be a little pleasant house, with an indispensable lookout upon the sea. I chose one accordingly, a pretty villa with bow windows, and a prospect delightfully marine. The ocean murmur sounded incessantly from the beach. A decent elderly body in decayed sables undertook on her part to promote the comfort of the occupants by every suitable attention, and, as she assured me, at a very reasonable rate. So far, the nocturnal faculty had served me truly. A day-dream could not have proceeded more orderly. But, alas, just here, when the dwelling was selected, the sea view was secured, the rent agreed upon, when everything was plausible, consistent, and rational, the incoherent fancy crept in, and confounded all, by marrying me to the old woman of the house." Unquote. There are no limits to the extravagancies of those visions sometimes called into birth by the vivid exercise of the imagination. Contrasted with them, the wildest fictions of Rabelais, Ariosto, or Dante sink into absolute probabilities. On one occasion, I remember dreaming that I possessed ubiquity, 20 resemblances of myself appearing in as many different places in the same room, and each being so thoroughly possessed by my own mind that I could not ascertain which of them was myself, and which my double, etc. On this occasion, fancy so far travelled into the regions of absurdity that I conceived myself riding upon my own back, one of the resemblances being mounted upon another, and both animated with the soul appertaining to myself, in such a manner that I knew not whether I was the carrier or the carried. At another time, I dreamed that I was converted into a mighty pillar of stone, which reared its head in the midst of a desert, where it stood for ages, till generation after generation melted away before it. Even in this state, though unconscious of possessing any organs of sense, or being else than a mass of lifeless stone, I saw every object around, the mountains growing bald with age, the forest trees drooping in decay, and I heard whatever sounds nature is in the custom of producing, such as the thunder peal breaking over my naked head, the winds howling past me, or the ceaseless murmur of streams. At last I also waxed old, and began to crumble into dust, while the moss and ivy accumulated upon me, and stamped me with the aspect of hoary antiquity. The first of these visions may have arisen from reading Hoffman's Devil's Elixir, where there is an account of a man who supposed he had a double, or, in other words, was both himself and not himself. And the second had perhaps its origin in the heathen mythology, a subject to which I am extremely partial, and which abounds in stories of metamorphosis. Such dreams as occur in a state of drunkenness are remarkable for their extravagance. Exaggeration beyond limits is a very general attendant upon them, and they are usually of a more airy and fugitive character than those proceeding from almost any other source. The person seems as if he possessed unusual lightness, and could mount into the air, or float upon the clouds, while every object around him reels and staggers with emotion. But of all dreams, there are none which equal those produced by narcotics for unlimited wildness. An eminent artist, under the influence of opium, fancied the ghastly figures in Holbein's Dance of Death to become vivified, each grim skeleton being endowed with life and motion, and dancing and grinning with an aspect of hideous reality. The English opium eater, in his Confessions, has given a great variety of eloquent and appalling descriptions of the effects produced by this drug upon the imagination during sleep. Listen to one of them. Quoting, "Southern Asia is, and has been for thousands of years, the part of the earth most swarming with human life, the great officina gentium, or workshop of the world. Man is a weed in those regions. The vast empires also, into which the enormous population of Asia has always been cast, give a farther sublimity to the feelings associated with all Oriental names or images. In China, over and above what it has in common with the rest of Southern Asia, I am terrified by the modes of life, by the manners, and the barrier of utter abhorrence and want of sympathy placed between us by feelings deeper than I can analyze. I could sooner live with lunatics or brute animals. All this, and much more than I can say or have time to say, the reader must enter into before he can comprehend the unimaginable horror which these dreams of Oriental imagery and mythological tortures impressed upon me. Under the connecting feeling of tropical heat and vertical sunlights, I brought together all creatures, birds, beasts, reptiles, all trees and plants, usages and appearances that are found in all tropical regions, and assembled them together in China or Indostan. From kindred feelings I soon brought Egypt and all her gods under the same law. I was stared at, hooted at, grinned at, chattered at by monkeys, by paroquets, by cockatoos. I ran into pagodas and was fixed for centuries at the summit or in secret rooms. I was the idol, I was the priest, I was worshipped, I was sacrificed. I fled from the wrath of Brahma through all the forests of Asia. Vishnu hated me. Siva laid in wait for me. I came suddenly upon Isis and Osiris. I had done a deed, they said, which the ibis and the crocodile trembled at. I was buried for 1,000 years in stone coffins, with mummies and sphinxes, in narrow chambers at the heart of eternal pyramids. I was kissed with cancerous kisses by crocodiles, and laid confounded with all unutterable slimy things amongst reeds and Nilotic mud. Hitherto, the human face had mixed often in my dreams, but not so despotically, nor with any special power of tormenting. But now, that which I have called the tyranny of the human face began to unfold itself. Perhaps some part of my London life might be answerable for this. Be that as it may, now it was that upon the rocking waters of the ocean the human face began to appear. The sea appeared paved with innumerable faces, upturned to the heavens, faces imploring, wrathful, despairing, surged upwards by thousands, by myriads, by generations, by centuries. My agitation was infinite. My mind tossed and surged with the ocean." Unquote. I have already spoken of the analogy subsisting between dreaming and insanity, and shall now mention a circumstance which occurs in both states, and points out a very marked similitude of mental condition. The same thing also occasionally, or rather frequently, takes place in drunkenness, which is a temporary paroxysm of madness to all intents and purposes. It often happens, for instance, that such objects or persons as we have seen before and are familiar with become utterly changed in dreams, and bear not the slightest resemblance to their real aspect. It might be thought that such a circumstance would so completely annihilate their identity as to prevent us from believing them to be what they are conceived by us, but such is not the case. We never doubt that the particular object or person presented to our eyes appears in its true character. In illustration of this fact, I may mention that I lately visited the magnificent palace of Versailles in a dream, but that deserted abode of kings stood not before me as when I gazed upon it wide awake. It was not only magnified beyond even its stupendous dimensions, and its countless splendors immeasurably increased, but the very aspect itself of the mighty pile was changed, and instead of stretching its huge Corinthian front along the entire breadth of an elaborate and richly fantastic garden, adorned with profusion of alcoves, fountains, waterfalls, statues, and terraces, it stood alone in a boundless wilderness, an immense architectural creation of the Gothic ages, with 100 spires and 10,000 minarets sprouting up and piercing the sky with their pointed pinnacles. The whole was as different as possible from the reality, but this never once occurred to my mind, and while gazing upon the visionary fabric, I never doubted for an instant that it then appeared as it had ever done, and was in no degree different from what I had often previously beheld. I shall relate another dream in illustration of this point. It was related to me by a young lady, and is well worthy of being preserved as a specimen of fine imagination, independent of its illustrative value. She said, quoting, "I dreamed that I stood alone upon the brink of a dreadful precipice, at the bottom of which rolled a great river. While gazing awestruck upon the gulf below, some one from behind laid a hand upon my shoulder, and on looking back, I saw a tall, venerable figure with a long, flowing, silvery beard, and clothed in white garments, whom I at once knew to be the Saviour of the world. 'Do you see,' he inquired, 'the great river that washes the foundation of the rock upon which you now stand? I shall dry it up, so that not a drop of its waters shall remain, and all the fishes that are in it shall perish.' He then waved his hand, and the river was instantly dried up, and I saw the fishes gasping and writhing in the channel, where they all straightway died. 'Now,' said he, 'the river is dried up, and the fishes are dead. But, to give you a farther testimony of my power, I shall bring back the flood, and every creature that was wont to inhabit it shall live again.' And he waved his hand a second time, and the river was instantly restored, its dry bed filled with volumes of water, and all the dead fishes brought back unto life. On looking round to express to him my astonishment at those extraordinary miracles, and to fall down and worship him, he was gone, and I stood by myself upon the precipice, gazing with astonishment at the river which rolled 1,000 feet beneath me." Unquote. In this fine vision, the difference between the aspect of Christ as he appeared in it, and as he is represented in the sacred writings, as well as in paintings, did not suggest itself to the mind of the dreamer. He came in the guise of an aged man, which is diametrically opposed to our habitual impressions of his aspect. If it be asked what produces such differences between the reality and the representation, I apprehend we must refer it to some sudden second dream or flash of thought breaking in upon the first, and confusing its character. For instance, I have a dream of an immense Gothic pile, when something about Versailles somehow occurs to my mind, and this I immediately associate with the object before me. The lady has the idea of an old man in her dream, and the thought of Christ happening to come across her at that instant, she identifies it involuntarily with the object of her vision. There is yet another explanation of the latter. The old man has the power of working a great miracle. So had Christ, and she thus is led to confound the two together. It is true she imagines she knows the old man at once to be the Saviour, without any previous intimation of his miraculous gifts. But this, very possibly, may be a mistake, and she may suppose knowledge of his power to have occurred to her in the first instance, though she only acquired it after bearing witness, owing to the confusion attendant on dreams. These facts, combined with the dormant state of the reflecting faculties, which do not rectify the erroneous impressions, render the explanation of such dreams sufficiently easy, however puzzling and unaccountable at first sight. In some cases, the illusion is not merely confined to sleep, but extends itself to the waking state. To illustrate this, I may state the following circumstance. Some years ago, my impressions concerning the aspect and localities of Inverness were strangely confused by a dream which I had of that town, taking so strong a hold upon my fancy as to be mistaken for a reality. I had been there before, and was perfectly familiar with the appearance of the town, but this was presented in so different a light, with so much force by the dream, that I became unable to say which of the two aspects was the real one. Indeed, the visionary panorama exhibited to my mind took the strongest hold upon it. I rather felt inclined to believe that this was the veritable appearance of the town, and that the one which I had actually beheld was merely the illusion of the dream. This uncertainty continued for several years, till I satisfied myself on the real state of the case on being again in that quarter. The dream must have occurred to my mind some time after it happened, and taken such a firm hold upon it as to dethrone the reality and take its place. I remember distinctly fancying that the little woody hill of Tomnahurich was in the centre of the town, although it stands at some distance from it, that the principal steeple was on the opposite side of the street to that on which it stands, and that the great mountain of Benwevis, many miles off, was in the immediate neighbourhood. The power of imagination is perhaps never so vividly displayed as in those dreams which haunt the guilty mind. When any crime of an infamous character has been perpetrated, and when the person is not so utterly hardened as to be insensible of his iniquity, the wide storehouse of retributive vengeance is opened up, and its appalling horrors poured upon him. In vain does he endeavor to expel the dreadful remembrance of his deeds, and bury them in forgetfulness. From the abyss of slumber they start forth, as the vampires start from their sepulchres, and hover around him like the furies that pursued the footsteps of Orestes, while the voice of conscience stuns his ears with murmurs of judgment and eternity. Such is the punishment reserved for the guilty in sleep. During the busy stir of active existence, they may contrive to evade the memory of their wickedness, to silence the whispers of the still small voice within them, and cheat themselves of a semblance of happiness. But when their heads are laid upon the pillow, the flimsy veil which hung between them and their crime melts away like an elusive vapour, and displays the latter in naked and horrid deformity. Then, in the silence of the night, that still small voice is heard, like an echo from the tomb. Then a crowd of doleful remembrances rush in upon the criminal, no longer to be debarred from visiting the depths of his spirit. And when dreams succeed to such broken and miserable repose, it is only to aggravate his previous horrors, and present them in a character of still more overwhelming dread. Quoting from Blackwood's Magazine, Volume 23, "No fiction of romance presents so awful a picture of the ideal tyrant as that of Caligula by Suetonius. His palace, radiant with purple and gold, but murder everywhere lurking beneath flowers, his smiles and echoing laughter masking, yet hardly meant to mask, his foul treachery of heart. His hideous and tumultuous dreams, his baffled sleep, and his sleepless nights composed the picture of an Aeschylus. What a master's sketch lies in these few lines! But above all, he was tormented with nervous irritation, by sleeplessness, for he enjoyed not more than 3 hours of nocturnal repose, nor even these in pure untroubled rest, but agitated by phantasmata of portentous augury. As, for example, upon one occasion, he fancied that he saw the sea, under some definite impersonation, conversing with himself. Hence it was, and from this incapacity of sleeping, and from weariness of lying awake, that he had fallen into habits of raging all the night long through the palace, sometimes throwing himself on a couch, sometimes wandering along the vast corridors, watching for the earliest dawn, and anxiously invoking its approach." Unquote. From Manfred, Act I, by Lord Byron, quoting: "Though thy slumber may be deep, yet thy spirit shall not sleep. There are shades which will not vanish, there are thoughts thou canst not banish. By a power to thee unknown, thou canst never be alone. Thou art wrapped as with a shroud, thou art gathered in a cloud, and forever shalt thou dwell in the spirit of this spell." Unquote. Such are the principal phenomena of dreams, and from them it will naturally be deduced that dreaming may occur under a great variety of circumstances, that it may result from the actual state of the body or mind, previous to falling asleep, or exist as a train of emotions, which can be referred to no apparent external cause. The forms it assumes are also as various as the causes giving rise to it, and much more striking in their nature. In dreams, imagination unfolds the ample stores of its richly decorated empire most gorgeously, and the visions which pass before him in sleep are in proportion to the splendor of that faculty in any individual. But while under the dreaming influence, even the most dull and passionless frequently enjoy a temporary inspiration. Their torpid faculties are aroused from the benumbing spell which hung over them in the waking state, and lighted up with the Promethean fire of genius and romance. The prose of their frigid spirits is converted into magnificent poetry, the atmosphere around them peopled with new and unheard of imagery, and they walk in a region to which the proudest flights of their limited energies could never otherwise have attained. I shall conclude this chapter with a few words on the management of dreams. When dreams are of a pleasing character, no one cares anything about their removal. It is only when they get distressing and threaten to injure the health of the individual by frequent recurrence that this becomes an important object. When dreams assume the character of nightmare, they must be managed according to the methods laid down for the cure of that affliction. In all cases, the condition of the digestive organs must be attended to, as any disordered state of these parts is apt to induce visions of a very painful character. For this purpose, mild laxatives may become useful, and if the person is subject to heartburn, he should occasionally use a little magnesia, chalk, or carbonate of soda. Attention must also be paid to the diet, and as suppers have a tendency to generate dreams of all kinds in some people, these meals should be carefully avoided in such cases. At the same time, great care should be taken not to brood over any subject upon lying down, but to dispel all intrusive ideas as soon as possible, especially if they are of a painful nature. If there is any unpleasant circumstance connected with the bed which tends to affect sleep, such as hardness, irregularity, etc., and thus induces dreams, it must be removed. Late reading, the use of tea or coffee shortly before going to rest, or anything which may stimulate the brain, ought likewise to be avoided. If dreaming seems to arise from any fullness of the system, blooding and a low diet will sometimes effect a cure. Mr. Stewart, the celebrated pedestrian traveller, states that he never dreamed when he lived exclusively upon vegetable food. This, however, may not hold true with everyone. From Rush's Medical Inquiries: when dreams arise from a diminution of customary stimuli, a light supper, a draught of porter, a glass of wine, or a dose of opium generally prevent them. Habitual noises, when suspended, should be restored. In speaking of dreams representative of danger, I may mention that there are instances of persons, while asleep, who have actually succeeded in remembering that the perils seen in dreams are fallacious, having determined to do so, and have thus escaped the terrors which those imaginary dangers would otherwise have produced. Haller relates a case of this kind, and Mr. Dugald Stewart mentions that the plan was successfully adopted by Dr. Reid to get rid of the distress of those fearful visions by which he was frequently annoyed. Whenever the doctor supposed himself on the brink of a precipice or any other dangerous situation in a dream, it was his custom to throw himself over, and thus destroy the illusion. Dr. Beattie also relates that he found himself in a dangerous situation upon the parapet of a bridge at one time. Reflecting that he was not subject to pranks of this nature, he began to fancy that it might be a dream, and determined to pitch himself over, with the conviction that this would restore him to his senses, which accordingly took place. I could never manage to carry this system into effect in an ordinary dream of terror, but I have sometimes succeeded in doing so during an attack of nightmare, and have thus very materially mitigated the alarm produced by that distressing sensation. This intellectual operation may also be successfully employed to dispel the lowness of spirits under which we often awake from unpleasant visions, by teaching us that the depression we experience is merely the result of some unnatural excitement of the brain. Indeed, all kinds of melancholy not based upon some obvious foundation might be mitigated or dispelled altogether could we only oppose our feelings with the weapons of reason, and see things as they really are, not as they only seem to be. Chapter 4. Prophetic Power of Dreams. Dreams have been looked upon by some as the occasional means of giving us an insight into futurity. This opinion is so singularly unphilosophical that I would not have noticed it were it not advocated even by persons of good sense and education. In ancient times it was so common as to obtain universal belief, and the greatest men placed as much implicit faith in it as in any fact of which their own senses afforded them cognizance. That it is wholly erroneous, however, cannot be doubted, and any person who examines the nature of the human mind and the manner in which it operates in dreams must be convinced that under no circumstances can any such event ever take place, excepting only those of a miracle, in which the ordinary laws of nature are triumphed over. The sacred writings testify that miracles were common in former times, but I believe no man of sane mind will contend that they ever occur in the present state of the world. In judging of things as now constituted, we must discard supernatural influence altogether, and estimate events according to the general laws which the great ruler of nature has appointed for the guidance of the universe. If it were possible to conceive a suspension of these laws in the present day, it must be, as in former ages, in reference to some great event, and to serve some mighty purpose connected with the general interests of the human race. But if faith is to be placed in modern miracles, we must suppose that God suspended the above laws for the most trivial and useless of purposes, as, for instance, to intimate to a man that his grandmother will die on a particular day, that a favorite mare has broke her neck, that he has received a present of a brace of game, or that a certain friend will step in and take pot-luck with him on the morrow. At the same time, there can be no doubt that many circumstances occurring in our dreams have been actually verified. But this must be regarded as altogether the effect of chance. And for one dream which turns out to be true, at least 1,000 are false. In fact, it is only when they are of the former description that we take any notice of them. The latter are looked upon as mere idle vagaries, and speedily forgotten. If a man, for instance, dreams that he has gained a lawsuit in which he is engaged, and if this circumstance actually takes place, there is nothing at all extraordinary in the coincidence. His mind was full of the subject, and, naturally, in sleep, resolved itself into that train of ideas in which it was most deeply interested. Or, if we have a friend engaged in war, our fears for his safety will lead us to dream of death or captivity, and we may see him pent up in a hostile prison house, or lying dead upon the battle plain. Should these melancholy catastrophes ensue, we call our vision to memory, and in the excited state of mind into which we are thrown, are apt to consider it as a prophetic warning, indicative of disaster. The following is a very good illustration of this particular point. Miss M., a young lady native of Rossshire, was deeply in love with an officer who accompanied Sir John Moore in the Peninsular War. The constant danger to which he was exposed had an evident effect upon her spirits. She became pale and melancholy in perpetually brooding over his fortunes, and in spite of all that reason could do, felt a certain conviction that, when she last parted with her lover, she had parted with him forever. In vain did she try every scheme to dispel the awful idea from her mind. In vain were all the sights which opulence could command unfolded before her eyes. In the midst of pomp and gaiety, when music and laughter echoed all around her, she walked as a pensive phantom over whose head some dreadful and mysterious influence hung. She was brought to Edinburgh by her affectionate parents, and introduced to all the gaiety of that metropolis. But nothing could restore her, or banish from her mind the insupportable load which oppressed it. The song and dance were tried in vain. They only aggravated her distress, and made the bitterness of despair more poignant. In a surprisingly short period, her graceful form declined into all the appalling characteristics of a fatal illness, and she seemed rapidly hastening to the grave, when a dream confirmed the horrors she had long anticipated, and gave the finishing stroke to her sorrows. One night, after falling asleep, she imagined she saw her lover enter her apartment, pale, bloody, and wounded in the breast. He drew aside the curtains of the bed, and with a look of the utmost mildness informed her that he had been slain in battle, desiring her at the same time to comfort herself and not take his death too seriously to heart. It is needless to say what influence this vision had upon a mind so replete with woe. It withered her entirely, and the unfortunate girl died a few days thereafter, but not without desiring her parents to note down the day of the month on which it happened, and see if it would be confirmed, as she confidently declared it would. Her anticipation was correct, for accounts were shortly after received that the young man was slain at the Battle of Corunna, which was fought on the very day, on the night of which his mistress had beheld the vision. This relation, which may be confidently relied upon, is one of the most striking examples of identity between the dream and the real circumstances with which I am acquainted, but it must be looked upon as merely accidental. The lady's mind was deeply interested in the fate of her lover, and full of that event which she most deeply dreaded, his death. The time of this occurrence, as coinciding with her dreams, is certainly curious, but still there is nothing in it which can justify us in referring it to any other origin than chance. The following events, which occurred to myself in August of 1821, are almost equally remarkable, and are imputable to the same fortuitous cause. I was then in Caithness, where I dreamed that a near relation of my own, residing 300 miles off, had suddenly died, and immediately thereafter I awoke in a state of inconceivable terror, similar to that produced by a paroxysm of nightmare. The same day, happening to be writing home, I mentioned the circumstance in a half-jesting, half-earnest way. To tell the truth, I was afraid to be serious, lest I should be laughed at for putting any faith in dreams. However, in the interval between writing and receiving an answer, I remained in a state of most unpleasant suspense. I felt a presentiment that something dreadful had happened, or would happen, and although I could not help blaming myself for a childish weakness in so feeling, I was unable to get rid of the painful idea which had taken such rooted possession of my mind. 3 days after sending away the letter, What was my astonishment when I received one written the day subsequent to mine, and stating that the relative of whom I had dreamed had been struck with a fatal shock of palsy the day before, viz., the very day on the morning of which I beheld the appearance in my dream. My friends received my letter 2 days after sending their own, and were naturally astonished at the circumstance. I may state that my relation was in perfect health before the fatal event took place. It came upon him like a thunderbolt, at a period when no one could have the slightest anticipation of danger. The following case will interest the reader, both on its own account and from the remarkable coincidence between the dream and the succeeding calamity. But, like all other instances of the kind, this also must be referred to chance. Quoting from Blackwood's Edinburgh Magazine, Volume 19. Being in company the other day, when the conversation turned upon dreams, I related one, which, as it happened to my own father, I can answer for the perfect truth of it. About the year 1731, my father, Mr. D. of K., in the county of Cumberland, came to Edinburgh to attend the classes, having the advantage of an uncle in the regiment then in the castle, and remained under the protection of his uncle and aunt, Major and Mrs. Griffiths, during the winter. When spring arrived, Mr. D. and 3 or 4 young gentlemen from England, his intimates, made parties to visit all the neighbouring places around Edinburgh, Roslin, Arthur's Seat, Craigmillar, etc., etc. Coming home one evening from some of these places, Mr. D. said, "We have made a party to go a-fishing to Inchkeith tomorrow, if the morning is fine, and have bespoke our boat. We shall be off at 6. No objection being made, they separated for the night. Mrs. Griffiths had not been long asleep till she screamed out in the most violent, agitated manner, "The boat is sinking! Save, oh save them!" The Major awakened her, and said, "Were you uneasy about the fishing party?" "Oh no," said she, "I had not once thought of it." She then composed herself, and soon fell asleep again. In about an hour she cried out in a dreadful fright, "I see the boat is going down." The Major again awoke her, and she said, "It has been owing to the other dream I had, for I feel no uneasiness about it." After some conversation, they both fell sound asleep, but no rest could be obtained for her. In the most extreme agony she again screamed, "They are gone! The boat is sunk!" When the Major awakened her, she said, "Now I cannot rest. Mr. D. must not go, for I feel, should he go, I would be miserable till his return. The thoughts of it would almost kill me." She instantly arose, threw on her wrapping gown, went to his bedside, for his room was next to their own, and with great difficulty she got his promise to remain at home. "But what am I to say to my young friends, whom I was to meet at Leith at 6 o'clock?" She said, "With great truth you may say your aunt is ill, for I am so at present. Consider, you are an only son, under our protection, and should anything happen to you, it would be my death." Mr. D. immediately wrote a note saying he was prevented from joining them, and sent his servant with it to Leith. The morning came in most beautifully, and continued so till 3 o'clock, when a violent storm arose, and in an instant the boat and all that were in it went to the bottom, and were never heard of, nor was any part of it ever seen." Unquote. Equally singular is the following case from the Memoirs of Lady Fanshawe of 1829. Quoting, "My mother being sick to death of a fever 3 months after I was born, which was the occasion she gave me suck no longer, her friends and servants thought to all outward appearance she was dead, and so lay almost 2 days and a night. But Dr. Winston, coming to comfort my father, went into my mother's room, and looking earnestly on her face, said, 'She was so handsome, and now looks so lovely, I cannot think she is dead,' and suddenly took a lancet out of his pocket, and with it cut the sole of her foot, which bled. Upon this, he immediately caused her to be laid upon the bed again, and to be rubbed, and such means as she came to life, and opening her eyes, saw 2 of her kinswomen standing by her, my Lady Knollys and my Lady Russell, both with great wide sleeves, as the fashion then was, and said, 'Did you not promise me 15 years, and are you come again?' Of which they, not understanding, persuaded her to keep her spirits quiet, in that great weakness wherein she then was. But some hours after, she desired my father and Dr. Howlsworth might be left alone with her, to whom she said, 'I will acquaint you that during the time of my trance I was in great quiet, but in a place I could neither distinguish nor describe, but the sense of leaving my girl, who is dearer to me than all my children, remained a trouble upon my spirits. Suddenly I saw 2 by me, clothed in long white garments, and methought I fell down upon my face in the dust. And they asked why I was so troubled in so great happiness. I replied, 'Oh, let me have the same grant given to Hezekiah, that I may live 15 years to see my daughter a woman.' To which they answered, 'It is done.' And then at that instant I awoke out of my trance. Dr. Howlsworth did there affirm that day she died, made just 15 years from that time." Unquote. A sufficiently striking instance of such coincidence occurs in the case of Dr. John Donne, the metaphysical poet. But I believe that in this case it was a spectral illusion rather than a common dream. 2 days after he had arrived in Paris, he was left alone in a room where he had been dining with Sir Robert Drury and a few companions. Quoting from Hibbert's Philosophy of Apparitions. Sir Robert returned about an hour afterwards. He found his friend in a state of ecstasy, and so altered in his countenance that he could not look upon him without amazement. The doctor was not able for some time to answer the question what had befallen him, but after a long and perplexed pause at last said, "I have seen a dreadful vision since I saw you. I have seen my dear wife pass twice by me through this room, with her hair hanging about her shoulders, and a dead child in her arms. This I have seen since I saw you." To which Sir Robert answered, "Sure, sir, you have slept since I went out, and this is the result of some melancholy dream, which I desire you to forget, for you are now awake." Dr. Donne replied, "I cannot be more sure that I now live than that I have not slept since I saw you, and am as sure that at her second appearing she stopped, looked me in the face, and vanished." Unquote. It is certainly very curious that Mrs. Donne, who was then in England, was at this time sick in bed, and had been delivered of a dead child on the same day, and about the same hour that the vision occurred. There were distressing circumstances in the marriage of Dr. Donne which account for his mind being strongly impressed with the image of his wife, to whom he was exceedingly attached, but these do not render the coincidence above less remarkable. I do not doubt that the apparition of Julius Caesar, which appeared to Brutus, and declared it would meet him at Philippi, was either a dream or a spectral illusion, probably the latter. In all likelihood, Brutus had some idea that the battle which was to decide his fate would be fought at Philippi. Probably it was a good military position, which he had fixed upon as a fit place to make a stand, and he had done enough to Caesar to account for his own mind being painfully and constantly engrossed with the image of the assassinated dictator. Hence the verification of this supposed warning, hence the easy explanation of a supposed supernatural event. At Newark-upon-Trent, a curious custom has prevailed since the days of Cromwell, founded upon the preservation of Alderman Clay and his family by a dream. On the 11th of March every year, penny loaves are given away to anyone who chooses to appear at the town hall and apply for them, in commemoration of the alderman's deliverance during the siege of Newark by the parliamentary forces. This gentleman, by the will he dated the 11th of December, 1694, gave £100 to the mayor and alderman, the interest of which was to be given to the vicar yearly, on condition of his preaching an annual sermon. Another £100 were also appropriated for the behoof of the poor, in the way above mentioned. The origin of this bequest is singular. During the bombardment of Newark by Oliver Cromwell's forces, the alderman dreamed 3 nights successively that his house had taken fire, which produced such a vivid impression upon his mind that he and his family left it, and in a few days the circumstances of his vision actually took place, the house being burned down by the besiegers. Dr. Abercrombie relates the case of a gentleman in Edinburgh who was affected with an aneurysm of the popliteal artery, for which he was under the care of 2 eminent surgeons. About 2 days before the time appointed for the operation, his wife dreamed that a change had taken place in the disease, in consequence of which an operation would not be required. Quoting Abercrombie's Inquiries Concerning the Intellectual Powers. On examining the tumour in the morning, the gentleman was astonished to find that the pulsation had entirely ceased, and, in short, this turned out to be a spontaneous cure. To persons not professional, it may be right to mention that the cure of popliteal aneurysm without an operation is a very uncommon occurrence, not happening perhaps in 1 out of numerous instances, and never to be looked upon as probable in any individual case. It is likely, however, that the lady had heard of the possibility of such a termination, and that her anxiety had very naturally embodied this into a dream. The fulfillment of it, at the very time when the event took place, is certainly a very remarkable coincidence." Unquote. Persons are said to have had the period of their own death pointed out to them in dreams. I have often heard the case of the late Mr. M. of D. related in support of this statement. It is certainly worth telling, not on account of any supernatural character belonging to it, but simply from the extraordinary coincidence between the dream and the subsequent event. One night this gentleman dreamed that he was out riding, when he stopped at an inn on the roadside for refreshment, where he saw several people whom he had known years before, but who were all dead. He was received kindly by them, and desired to sit down and drink, which he accordingly did. On quitting this strange company, they exacted a promise from him that he would visit them that day in 6 weeks. This he promised faithfully to do, and bidding them farewell, he rode homeward. Such was the substance of his dream, which he related in a jocular way to his friends, but thought no more about it, for he was a person above all kind of superstition. The event, however, was certainly curious enough, as well as melancholy, for on 6 weeks to the day on which he had engaged to meet his friends at the inn, he was killed in attempting to spring his horse over a 5-barred gate. The famous case of Lord Lyttelton is also cited as an example of a similar kind, but with less show of reason. For this case is now very generally supposed to be an imposition, and so will almost every other of the same kind, if narrowly investigated. At the same time, I do not mean to doubt that such an event may occasionally come to pass as foretold in a dream, but I would refer the whole to fortuitous coincidence. Every now and then, men dream that they will die on a certain day, yet how seldom do we see those predictions fulfilled by the result? In very delicate people, indeed, such a visionary communication might be the means of occasioning its own fulfillment, by acting fatally upon the mind. In such cases, it has been customary for the friends of the individual to put back the clock an hour or two, so as to let the fatal period pass by without his being aware of it, and as soon as it was fairly past, to inform him of the circumstance and laugh him out of his apprehension. There is another way in which the apparent fulfillment of a dream may be brought about. A good illustration in point is given by Mr. Combe. The subject of it was one Scott, executed in 1823 at Jedburgh for murder. Quoting Combe's System of Phrenology. It is stated in his life that some years before the fatal event, he had dreamed that he had committed a murder, and was greatly impressed with the idea. He frequently spoke of it, and recurred to it as something ominous, till at last it was realized. The organ of destructiveness was large in his head, and so active that he was an enthusiast on poaching, and prone to outrage and violence in his habitual conduct. This activity of the organ might take place during sleep, and then it would inspire his mind with destructive feelings, and the dream of murder would be the consequence. From the great natural strength of the propensity, he probably may have felt, when awake, an inward tendency to this crime, and joining this and the dream together, we can easily account for the strong impression left by the latter on his mind." Unquote. One method in which death may appear to be foretold is by the accession of frightful visions immediately before the fatal illness. This, however, goes for nothing in the way of argument, for it was the state of the system shortly before the attack of disease which induced such dreams. According to Callimachus, student of Hippocrates, the epidemic fever which prevailed at Rome was ushered in by attacks of nightmare. And Silvius Delaboe, who describes the epidemic which raged at Leyden in 1669, states that previous to each paroxysm of the fever, the patient fell asleep and suffered a severe attack of nightmare. The vulgar belief, therefore, that unpleasant dreams are ominous of death is not destitute of foundation, but the cause why they should be so is perfectly natural. It is the incipient disease which produces the dream, and the fatal event which often follows is a natural consequence of that disease. It is undoubtedly owing to the faculty of renewing long-forgotten ideas which is possessed by sleep that persons have had important facts communicated to them in dreams. There have been instances, for example, where valuable documents, sums of money, etc., have been concealed, and where either the person who secreted them or he who had the place of their concealment communicated to him may have forgotten everything therewith connected. He may then torture his mind in vain to recollect the event during the waking state, and it may be brought to his remembrance at once in a dream. In such cases, an apparition is generally the medium through which the seemingly mysterious knowledge is communicated. The imagination conjures up some phantom that discloses the secret, which circumstance, proceeding in reality from a simple operation of the mind, is straightway converted into something supernatural, and invested with all the attributes of wonder and awe. When such spectral forms appear, and communicate some fact which turns out to be founded on truth, the person is not always aware that the whole occurred in a dream, but often fancies that he was wide awake when the apparition appeared to him and communicated the particular intelligence. When we hear, therefore, of hidden treasures, wills, etc., being disclosed in such a manner, we are not always to scout the report as false. The spectre divulging the intelligence was certainly the mere chimera of the dreamer's brain, but the facts revealed by this apparent phantom may be substantially true from the above circumstance. The following curious case is strikingly in point, and is given by Sir Walter Scott in his notes to the new edition of The Antiquary. Quoting, Mr. R. of Bowland, a gentleman of landed property in the Vale of Gala, was prosecuted for a considerable sum, the accumulated arrears of chend, or tithe, for which he was said to be indebted to a noble family, lay impropriators of the tithes. Mr. R. was strongly impressed with the belief that his father had, by a form of process peculiar to the law of Scotland, purchased these lands from the titulars, and therefore that the present prosecution was groundless. But after an industrious search among his father's papers, an investigation of the public records, and a careful inquiry among all persons who had transacted law business for his father, no evidence could be recovered to support his defense. The period was now near at hand when he conceived the loss of his lawsuit would be inevitable, and he had formed the determination to ride to Edinburgh the next day, and make the best bargain he could in the way of compromise. He went to bed with this resolution, and, with all the circumstances of the case floating upon his mind, had a dream to the following purpose. His father, who had been dead many years, appeared to him, he thought, and asked him why he was disturbed in his mind. In dreams men are not surprised at such apparitions. Mr. R. thought that he informed his father of the cause of his distress, adding that the payment of a considerable sum of money was the more unpleasant to him, because he had a strong consciousness that it was not due, though he was unable to recover any evidence in support of his belief. "You are right, my son," replied the paternal shade. "I did acquire right to these chins, for payment of which you are now prosecuted. The papers relating to the transaction are in the hands of Mr. Blank, a writer or attorney who is now retired from professional business and resides at Inveresk, near Edinburgh. He was a person whom I employed on that occasion for a particular reason, but who never on any other occasion transacted business on my account. It is very possible," pursued the vision, "that Mr. Blank may have forgotten a matter which is now of a very old date, but you may call it to his recollection by this token, that when I came to pay his account, there was difficulty in getting change for a Portugal piece of gold, and we were forced to drink out the balance at a tavern." Mr. R. awoke in the morning with all the words of the vision imprinted on his mind, and thought it worth while to walk across the county to Inveresk, instead of going straight to Edinburgh. When he came there, he waited on the gentleman mentioned in the dream, a very old man. Without saying anything of the vision, Mr. R. inquired whether the old man remembered having conducted such a matter for his deceased father. The old gentleman could not at first bring the circumstance to his recollection, but on mention of the Portugal piece of gold, the whole returned upon his memory. He made an immediate search for the papers and recovered them, so that Mr. R. carried to Edinburgh the documents necessary to gain the cause which he was on the verge of losing. The author has often heard this story told by persons who had the best access to know the facts, who were not likely themselves to be deceived, and were certainly incapable of deception. He cannot, therefore, refuse to give it credit, however extraordinary the circumstances may appear. The circumstantial character of the information given in the dream takes it out of the general class of impressions of the kind, which are occasioned by the fortuitous coincidence of actual events with our sleeping thoughts. On the other hand, few will suppose that the laws of nature were suspended, and a special communication from the dead to the living permitted, for the purpose of saving Mr. R. a certain number of £100. The author's theory is that the dream was only the recapitulation of information which Mr. R. had really received from his father while in life, but which at first he merely recalled as a general impression that the claim was settled. It is not uncommon for persons to recover, during sleep, the thread of ideas which they have lost during their waking hours. It may be added that this remarkable circumstance was attended with bad consequences to Mr. R., whose health and spirits were afterwards impaired by the attention which he thought himself obliged to pay to the visions of the night. This result is a melancholy proof of the effect sometimes produced by ignorance of natural laws. Had Mr. R. been acquainted with the nature of the brain, and of the manner in which it is affected in sleep, the circumstance above related would have given him no annoyance. He would have traced the whole chain of events to their true source. But, being ignorant of this, he became the victim of superstition, and his life was rendered miserable." Unquote. Chapter 5. Nightmare. Nightmare may be defined as a painful dream, accompanied with difficult respiratory action and a torpor in the powers of volition. The reflecting organs are generally more or less awake, and in this respect, nightmare differs from simple dreaming, where they are mostly quiescent. This affliction, the ephialtes of the Greeks and the incubus of the Romans, is one of the most distressing to which human nature is subject. Imagination cannot conceive the horrors it frequently gives rise to, or language describe them in adequate terms. They are 1,000 times more frightful than the visions conjured up by necromancy or diablerie, and far transcend everything in history or romance, from the fable of the writhing and asp-encircled Laocoon to Dante's appalling picture of Ugolino and his famished offspring, or the hidden tortures of the Spanish Inquisition. The whole mind, during the paroxysm, is wrought up to a pitch of unutterable despair. A spell is laid upon the faculties, which freezes them into inaction, and the wretched victim feels as if pent alive in his coffin, or overpowered by resistless and immitigable pressure. The modifications which nightmare assumes are infinite, but one passion is almost never absent, that of utter and incomprehensible dread. Sometimes the sufferer is buried beneath overwhelming rocks, which crush him on all sides, but still leave him with a miserable consciousness of his situation. Sometimes he is involved in the coils of a horrid, slimy monster, whose eyes have the phosphorescent glare of the sepulchre, and whose breath is as poisonous as the marsh of Lerna. Every horrible, disgusting, or terrifying thing in the physical or moral world is brought before him in fearful array. He is hissed at by serpents, tortured by demons, stunned by the hollow voices and cold touch of apparitions. A mighty stone is laid upon his breast and crushes him to the ground in helpless agony. Mad bulls and tigers pursue his palsied footsteps. The unearthly shrieks and gibberish of hags, witches, and fiends float around him. In whatever situation he may be placed, he feels superlatively wretched. He is Ixion, working for ages at his wheel. He is Sisyphus, rolling his eternal stone. He is stretched upon the iron bed of Procrustes. He is prostrated by inevitable destiny beneath the approaching wheels of the car of Juggernaut. At one moment, he may have the consciousness of a malignant demon being at his side. Then, to shun the sight of so appalling an object, he will close his eyes, but still the fearful being makes its presence known, for its icy breath is felt diffusing itself over his visage, and he knows that he is face to face with the fiend. Then, if he looks up, he beholds horrid eyes glaring upon him, and an aspect of hell grinning at him with even more than hellish malice. Or he may have the idea of a monstrous hag squatted upon his breast, mute, motionless, and malignant, an incarnation of the evil spirit, whose intolerable weight crushes the breath out of his body, and whose fixed, deadly, incessant stare petrifies him with horror, and makes his very existence insufferable. In every instance, there is a sense of oppression and helplessness, and the extent to which these are carried varies according to the violence of the paroxysm. The individual never feels himself a free agent. On the contrary, he is spellbound by some enchantment, and remains an unresisting victim for malice to work its will upon. He can neither breathe, nor walk, nor run with his wonted facility. If pursued by any imminent danger, he can hardly drag one limb after another. If engaged in combat, his blows are utterly ineffective. If involved in the fangs of any animal, or in the grasp of an enemy, extrication is impossible. He struggles, he pants, he toils, but it is all in vain. His muscles are rebels to the will, and refuse to obey its calls. In no case is there a sense of complete freedom. The benumbing stupor never departs from him, and his whole being is locked up in one mighty spasm. Sometimes he is forcing himself through an aperture too small for the reception of his body, and is there arrested and tortured by the pangs of suffocation produced by the pressure to which he is exposed. Or he loses his way in a narrow labyrinth, and gets involved in its contracted and inextricable mazes. Or he is entombed alive in a sepulchre beside the mouldering dead. There is, in most cases, an intense reality in all that he sees, or hears, or feels. The aspects of the hideous phantoms which harass his imagination are bold and defined. The sounds which greet his ear appallingly distinct. And when any dimness or confusion of imagery does prevail, it is of the most fearful kind, leaving nothing but dreary and miserable impressions behind it. Much of the horror experienced in nightmare will depend upon the natural activity of the imagination, upon the condition of the body, and upon the state of mental exertion before going to sleep. If, for instance, we have been engaged in the perusal of such works as The Monk, The Mysteries of Udolpho, or Satan's Invisible World Discovered, and if an attack of nightmare should supervene, it will be aggravated into sevenfold horror by the spectral phantoms with which our minds have been thereby filled. We will enter into all the fearful mysteries of these writings, which, instead of being mitigated by slumber, acquire an intensity which they never could have possessed in the waking state. The apparitions of murdered victims, like the form of Banquo, which wrung the guilty conscience of Macbeth, will stalk before us. We are surrounded by sheeted ghosts, which glare upon us with their cold sepulchral eyes. Our habitation is among the vaults of ancient cathedrals, or among the dungeons of ruined monasteries, and our companions are the dead. At other times, an association of ludicrous images passes through the mind. Everything becomes incongruous, ridiculous, and absurd, but even in the midst of such preposterous fancies, the passion of mirth is never for one moment excited. The same blank despair, the same freezing inertia, the same stifling tortures still harass us. And so far from being amused by the laughable drama enacting before us, we behold it with sensations of undefined horror and disgust. In general, during an attack, the person has the consciousness of an utter inability to express his horror by cries. He feels that his voice is half choked by impending suffocation, and that any exertion of it is impossible, farther than a deep sigh or groan. Sometimes, however, he conceives that he is bellowing with prodigious energy, and wonders that the household are not alarmed by his noise. But this is an illusion. Those outcries which he fancies himself uttering are merely obscure moans, forced from the stifled penetralia of his bosom with difficulty and pain. Nightmare takes place under various circumstances. Sometimes, from a state of perfect sleep, we glide into it, and feel ourselves unconsciously overtaken by its attendant horrors. At other times, we experience it stealing upon us like a thief, at a period when we are all but awake and aware of its approach. We have our senses about us then, only perhaps a little deadened and confused by incipient slumber, and we feel the gradual advance of the fiend, without arousing ourselves and scaring him away, although we appear to possess the full ability to do so. Some persons, immediately previous to an attack, have sensations of vertigo and ringing in the ears. At one time, nightmare melts into unbroken sleep, or pleasing dreams, and we awake in the morning with merely the remembrance of having had one of its attacks. At another, it arouses us by its violence, and we start out of it with a convulsive shudder. At the moment of throwing off the fit, we seem to turn round upon the side with a mighty effort, as if from beneath the pressure of a superincumbent weight, and the more thoroughly to wake ourselves, we generally kick violently, beat the breast, rise up in bed, and cry out once or twice. As soon as we are able to exercise the voice or voluntary muscles with freedom, the paroxysm is at an end. But for some time after, we experience extreme terror, and often cold shivering, while the heart throbs violently, and the respiration is hurried. These two latter circumstances are doubted by Dr. Darwin, but I am convinced of their existence, both from what I have experienced in my own person and from what I have been told by others. Indeed, analogy would irresistibly lead us to conclude that they must exist, and whoever carefully investigates the subject will find that they do almost universally. An opinion prevails that during incubus the person is always upon his back, and the circumstance of his usually feeling as if in that posture, together with the relief which he experiences on turning round upon his side, are certainly strong presumptions in favor of its accuracy. However, the sensations which occur in this state are fallacious in the highest degree. We have seldom any evidence either that he was lying on his back, or that he turned round at all. The fact that he supposed himself in the above position during the fit, and the other fact that he was lying on his side on recovering from it, may have produced the illusion, and where he never moved a single muscle, he may conceive that he turned round after a prodigious effort. I have had an attack of this disorder while sitting in an armchair, or with my head leaning against a table. In fact, these are the most likely positions to bring it on, the lungs being then more completely compressed than in almost any other posture. I have also had it most distinctly while lying on the side, and I know many cases of a similar description in others. Therefore, although nightmare may take place more frequently upon the back than upon the side, the opinion that it occurs only in the former of these postures is altogether incorrect, and where we are much addicted to its attacks, no posture whatever will protect us. Persons not particularly subject to incubus feel no inconvenience from any occasional attack which they may have, save temporary terror or fatigue. But those with whom it is habitual are apt to experience a certain degree of giddiness, ringing in the ears, tension of the forehead, flashing of light before the eyes, and other symptoms of cerebral congestion. A bad taste in the mouth, and more or less fullness about the pit of the stomach, are sometimes experienced after an attack. The illusions which occur are perhaps the most extraordinary phenomena of nightmare, and so strongly are they often impressed upon the mind that we find it impossible not to believe them real, even on awakening. We may, for example, be sensible of knockings at the door of our apartment, hear familiar voices calling upon us, and see individuals passing through the chamber. In many cases, no arguments, no efforts of the understanding will convince us that these are merely the chimeras of sleep. We regard them as events of actual occurrence, and will not be persuaded to the contrary. With some, such a belief has gone down to the grave, and others have maintained it strenuously for years, till a recurrence of the illusions, under circumstances which rendered their real existence impossible, has shown them that the whole was a dream. Many a good ghost story has had its source in the illusions of nightmare. The following case, related by Mr. Waller, gives a good idea of the strength of such elusive feelings. Quoting, "In the month of February, 1814, I was living in the same house with a young gentleman, the son of a peer of the United Kingdom, who was at that time under my care in a very alarming state of health, and who had been for several days in a state of violent delirium. The close attention which his case required from me, together with a degree of personal attachment to him, had rendered me extremely anxious about him, and as my usual hours of sleep suffered a great degree of interruption from the attendance given to him, I was, from that cause alone, rendered more than usually liable to the attacks of nightmare, which consequently intruded itself every night upon my slumbers. The young gentleman in question, from the violence of his delirium, was with great difficulty kept in bed, and had once or twice eluded the vigilance of his attendants, and jumped out of bed, an accident of which I was every moment dreading a repetition. I awoke from my sleep one morning about 4 o'clock, at least it appeared to me that I awoke, and heard distinctly the voice of this young gentleman, who seemed to be coming hastily up the stairs leading to my apartment, calling me by name in the manner he was accustomed to do in his delirium. And immediately after I saw him standing by my bedside, holding the curtains open, expressing all that wildness in his looks which accompanies violent delirium. At the same moment I heard the voices of his 2 attendants coming up the stairs in search of him, who likewise came into the room and took him away. During all this scene I was attempting to speak, but could not articulate. I thought, however, that I succeeded in attempting to get out of bed, and assisting his attendants in removing him out of the room, after which I returned to bed, and instantly fell asleep. When I waited upon my patient in the morning, I was not a little surprised to find that he was asleep, and was utterly confounded on being told that he had been so all night. And as this was the first sleep he had enjoyed for 3 or 4 days, the attendants were very minute in detailing the whole particulars of it. Although this account appeared inconsistent with what I conceived I had seen, and with what I concluded they knew as well as myself, I did not for some time perceive the error into which I had been led, till I observed that some of my questions and remarks were not intelligible. Then I began to suspect the true source of the error, which I should never have discovered had not experience rendered these hallucinations familiar to me. But the whole of this transaction had so much consistency and probability in it, that I might, under different circumstances, have remained forever ignorant of having been imposed upon in this instance by my senses." Unquote. During nightmare, the deepness of the slumber varies much at different times. Sometimes we are in a state closely approximating perfect sleep. At other times we are almost completely awake, and it will be remarked that the more awake we are, the greater is the violence of the paroxysm. I have experienced the affliction stealing upon me while in perfect possession of my faculties, and have undergone the greatest tortures, being haunted by spectres, hags, and every sort of phantom, having at the same time a full consciousness that I was laboring under incubus, and that all the terrifying objects around me were the creations of my own brain. This shows that the judgment is often only very partially affected, and proves also that nightmare is not merely a disagreeable dream, but a painful bodily affliction. Were it nothing more than the former, we could rarely possess a knowledge of our condition, for in simple visions, the reflecting organs are almost uniformly quiescent, and we scarcely ever doubt the reality of our impressions for a moment. In nightmare, this is often, perhaps generally, the case, but we frequently meet with instances in which, during the worst periods of the fit, consciousness remains almost unimpaired. There are great differences in the duration of the paroxysm, and also in the facility with which it is broken. I know not of any method by which the period of its duration can be estimated, for the sufferer has no data to go by, and time is subjected to the most capricious laws, as in all modifications of dreaming, an actual minute often appearing to embrace a whole hour. Of this point, therefore, we must be content to remain in ignorance. But it may be conceived that the attack will be as various in its duration as in the characters which it assumes, in one case being 10 times as long as in another. With regard to the breaking of the fit, the differences are equally great. At one time, the slightest agitation of the body, the opening of the chamber door or calling softly to the sufferer, will arouse him. At another, he requires to be shaken violently and called upon long and loudly before he is released. Some people are much more prone to incubus than others. Those whose digestion is healthy, whose minds are at ease, and who go supperless to bed, will seldom be troubled with it. Those, again, who keep late hours, study hard, eat heavy suppers, and are subject to bile, acid, or hypochondria, are almost sure to be more or less its victims. There are particular kinds of foods which pretty constantly lead to the same result, such as cheese, cucumbers, almonds, and whatever is hard to be digested. Hildesheim, in his De Affectibus Capitis of 1612, justly remarks that, quote, "He who wishes to know what nightmare is, let him eat chestnuts before going to sleep, and drink feculent wine after them." Unquote. Certain diseases are also apt to induce it, such as asthma, hydrothorax, or angina pectoris, and other varieties of dyspnea. Men are more subject to it than women, probably from their stomachs being more frequently disordered by intemperance, and their minds more closely occupied. Sailors, owing to the hard and indigestible nature of their food, are very frequently its victims, and it is a general remark that it oftener occurs at sea than on shore. It seems probable that much of the superstitious belief in apparitions among these men proceeds from the phantoms which nightmare calls into existence. Unmarried women are more annoyed by it than those who are married, and the latter, when pregnant, have it more often than at other times. Persons who were extremely subject to the complaint in their youth sometimes get rid of it when they reach the age of puberty, owing probably to some change in the constitution which occurs at this period. There have been different opinions with regard to the proximate cause of incubus, and authors have generally looked upon it as involved in considerable obscurity. an impeded circulation of the blood in the pulmonary arteries, compression of the diaphragm by a full stomach, and torpor of the intercostal muscles are all mentioned as contributing wholly or partially to the event. I am of the opinion that either of these states may cause nightmare, but that they are all combined in most cases. In fact, anything which impedes respiration may give rise to the disorder, whether it be asthma, hydrothorax, distended stomach, muscular torpor, or external compression. The causes, then, are various, but it will be found that, whatever they may be, their ultimate operation is upon the lungs. We have already seen that in ordinary sleep, particular states of the body are apt to induce visions. It is, therefore, easily conceivable that a sense of suffocation, such as occurs in nightmare, may give birth to all the horrid phantoms seen in that distemper. The physical suffering in such a case exalts the imagination to its utmost pitch, fills it with spectres and chimeras, and plants an immovable weight or malignant fiend upon the bosom to crush us into agony. Let us see how such physical suffering is brought about. First, any disordered state of the stomach may produce it. This organ may be so distended with food or wind as to press upon the diaphragm, lessen the dimensions of the chest, obstruct the movements of the heart, and thereby impede respiration. Circumstances like these alone are sufficient to produce nightmare, and the cause from the first is purely mechanical. Secondly, the state of the stomach may call forth incubus by means more circuitous or indirect. In this case, the viscus is unequal to the task of digesting food imposed upon it, either from an unusual quantity being thrown upon it, from the food being of an indigestible nature, or from actual weakness. Here, the sensorial power latent in this organ is insufficient to carry it through with its operations, and it is obliged to draw upon the rest of the body, upon the brain, the respiratory muscles, etc., for the supply of which it is deficient. The muscles of respiration, in giving their portion, reduce themselves to a state of temporary debility, and do not retain a sufficient share to execute their own actions with due vigor. The pectorals, the intercostals, and the diaphragm become thus paralyzed, and the chest not being sufficiently dilated for perfect breathing, a feeling of suffocation inevitably ensues. In like manner, the muscles of volition are unable to exercise their functions, rendered inert by the subtraction of their quota of sensorial power, and remain in a state of immovable torpor during the paroxysm. This unequal distribution of nervous energy continues till it stimulates the will to a violent effort, and breaks the fit by producing some excessive uneasiness. And so soon as this takes place, the balance becomes redressed, and the sensorial equilibrium restored. Physical suffering of that kind which impedes breathing may also be occasioned by many other causes: by pneumonia, by empyema, by aneurysm of the aorta, by laryngitis, by croup, by external pressure, and accordingly any of these may give rise to nightmare. If we chance to lay down with a pillow or heavy cloak upon the breast, or to sleep with the body bent forward and the head supported upon a table, as already mentioned, we may be seized with it, and in truth, whatever acts upon the respiratory muscles and impedes their operation, either directly or indirectly, is pretty sure to bring it on. Even a weak or disordered stomach, in which there is no food, may induce it by attracting to itself a portion of their sensorial power to aid its own inadequacies. The disorder, therefore, takes place under various circumstances, either by direct pressure upon the lungs, as in distended stomach or hydrothorax, or by partial torpor of the stomach or muscles of respiration, owing to a deficiency of nervous energy. These physical impediments coexisting with or giving rise to a distempered state of the brain sufficiently account for the horrors of nightmare. Why are diligent students, deep thinkers, and hypochondriacs unusually subject to incubus? The cause is obvious. Such individuals often have a bad digestion. Their stomachs are subject to acidity and other functional derangements, and therefore most apt to generate the complaint. The sedentary life in which they indulge, and habits of intellectual or melancholy reflection, have a tendency not merely to disturb the digestive apparatus, but to act upon the whole cerebral system. Hence, they are far more liable to dreams of every kind than other people, in so far as their minds are more intently employed, and when they are pained by any physical endurance in sleep, the activity of their mental powers will naturally associate the most horrible ideas with such suffering, producing incubus and all its frightful accompaniments. Nightmare is sometimes attended with danger when it becomes habitual. It may then give rise to apoplexy and destroy life, or, in very nervous subjects, may occasion epileptic and hysterical afflictions, which prove extremely harassing. According to Caelius Aurelianus, many people die of this complaint. Probably some of those who are found dead in bed have lost their lives to a fit of incubus, the circumstance being imputed to some other cause. Nightmare is thus dangerous in some cases, and in all, when it becomes habitual, is such a source of misery that sleep is looked upon with horror instead of being courted as a period of blissful repose, as the appointed season of inexpressible suffering and dread. It becomes, on this account, a matter of importance to contrive some method for preventing the attacks of so distressful a malady. Whatever it may be, the cause must be removed if practicable, and the symptoms thence arising will naturally disappear. If the disorder proceed from heavy suppers or indigestible food, these things ought to be given up, and the person should either go supperless to bed, or with such a light meal as will not hurt his digestion. Salted provisions of all kinds must be abandoned, nor should he taste anything which will lie heavily upon the stomach, or run into fermentation. For this reason, nuts, cucumbers, cheese, ham, and fruits are all prejudicial. If he be subject to heartburn, flatulence, and other dyspeptic symptoms, he should make use of occasional doses of magnesia, or carbonate of potash, or soda. I have known a teaspoonful of either of the two latter, or 3 times that quantity of the former, taken before stepping into bed to prevent an attack, where from the previous state of the stomach I am convinced it would have taken place had those medicines not been used. Great attention must be paid to the state of the bowels. For this purpose, the colocynth, the compound rhubarb, or the common aloetic pill should be made use of in doses of 1, 2, or 3, according to the circumstances, till the digestive organs are brought into proper play. The common blue pill, used with proper caution, is also an excellent medicine. In all cases, the patient should take abundant exercise, shun late hours or too much study, and keep his mind in as cheerful a state as possible. The bed he lay upon ought to be hard, and the pillow not very high. When the attacks are frequent and extremely severe, Dr. Darwin recommends that an alarm clock might be hung up in the room, so that the repose may be interrupted at short intervals. It is a good plan to have another person to sleep in the same bed, who might arouse him from the paroxysm, and he should be directed to lie as little as possible upon the back. These points comprehend the principal treatment, and when persevered in, will rarely fail to mitigate or remove the disease. Sometimes, however, it may be necessary to adopt a different plan, owing to certain peculiarities of constitution, or combine other means along with the above. Thus, physician Robert White, who was subject to nightmare, could only insure himself against an attack by taking a small glassful of brandy just before going to bed. And some individuals find that a light supper prevents the fit, while it is sure to occur if no supper at all be taken. But these are rare exceptions to the general rule, and when they do occur, must be treated in that manner which experience proves most effectual, without being bound too nicely by the ordinary modes of cure. Blood-letting, which some writers recommend, is useless or hurtful, except in cases where there is reason to suppose that the affliction is brought on by plethora. With regard to other causes of nightmare, such as asthma, hydrothorax, etc., these must be treated on general principles, and it will depart so soon as they are removed, being one of their symptoms. Some persons recommend opium for the cure of nightmare, but this medicine I should think more likely to aggravate than relieve the complaint. The late Dr. Polidori, author of The Vampire and of An Essay on Positive Pleasure, was much subject to incubus, and in the habit of using opium for its removal. One morning he was found dead, and on a table beside him stood a glass, which had evidently contained laudanum and water. From this, it was supposed that he had killed himself by his own treatment, but whether the quantity of laudanum taken by him would have destroyed life in ordinary circumstances has never been ascertained. Chapter 6. Daymare. I have strong doubts as to the propriety of considering this affliction in any way different from the incubus or nightmare. It seems merely a modification of the latter, only accompanied by no aberration of the judgment. The person endures precisely many of the same feelings, such as difficult respiration, torpor of the voluntary muscles, deep sighing, extreme terror, and the inability to speak. The only difference which seems to exist between the two states is that the reason is always unclouded in Daymare, whereas it is generally more or less disturbed in incubus. Dr. Mason Good, in his Study of Medicine, takes notice of a case recorded by Forestus, quoting, that returned periodically every third day, like an intermittent fever. The patient was a girl, 9 years of age, and at these times was suddenly attacked with great terror, a constriction of both the lower and upper belly, with urgent difficulty of breathing. Her eyes continued open, and were permanently continued to one spot. With her hands she forcibly grasped hold of things, that she might breathe more easily. When spoken to, she returned no answer. In the meantime, the mind seemed to be collected. She was without sleep, sighed repeatedly. The abdomen was elevated, the thorax still violently contracted and oppressed with laborious respiration and heavy panting. She was incapable of utterance." Unquote. During the intensely hot summer of 1825, I experienced an attack of Daymare. Immediately after dining, I threw myself on my back upon a sofa, and, before I was aware, was seized with difficult respiration, extreme dread, and utter incapability of motion or speech. I could neither move nor cry, while the breath came from my chest in broken and suffocating paroxysms. During all this time, I was perfectly awake. I saw the light glaring in at the windows in broad, sultry streams. I felt the intense heat of the day pervading my frame, and heard distinctly the different noises in the street, and even the ticking of my own watch, which I had placed on the cushion beside me. At the same time, I had the consciousness of flies buzzing around, and settling with annoying pertinacity upon my face. During the whole fit, judgment was never for a moment suspended. I felt assured that I labored under a species of incubus. I even endeavored to reason myself out of the feeling of dread which filled my mind, and longed with insufferable ardor for someone to open the door and dissolve the spell which bound me in its fetters. The fit did not continue above 5 minutes. By degrees I recovered the use of speech and motion, and as soon as they were so far restored as to enable me to call out and move my limbs, it wore insensibly away. Upon the whole, I consider Daymare and nightmare identical. They proceed from the same causes, and must be treated in a similar manner. Chapter 7. Sleepwalking. As I have already stated, some of the cerebral organs are awake in simple dreaming, while others continue in the quiescence of sleep. Such is also the case in somnambulism, but with this addition: that the dream is of so forcible a nature as to stimulate into action the muscular system, as well as, in most cases, one or more of the organs of the senses. If we dream that we are walking, and the vision possesses such a degree of vividness and exciting energy as to arouse the muscles of locomotion, we naturally get up and walk. Should we dream that we hear or see, and the impression be so vivid as to stimulate the eyes and ears, or, more properly speaking, those parts of the brain which take cognizance of sights and sounds, then we both see any objects or hear any sounds which may occur, just as if we were awake. In some cases, the muscles only are excited, and then we simply walk, without either seeing or hearing. In others, both the muscles and organs of sight are stimulated, and we not only walk, but have the use of our eyes. In a third variety, the activity of hearing is added, and we both walk and see and hear. Should the sense of smell, taste, or touch be stimulated into activity, and relieved from the torpor into which they were thrown by sleep, we have them also brought into operation. If we add an active state of the organs of speech to all this, inducing us to talk, we are then brought as nearly into the condition of perfect wakefulness as the slumbering state admits. The following passage from Dr. Mason Good will illustrate some of the foregoing points more fully. Quoting, "If the external organ of sense thus stimulated be that of sight, the dreamer may perceive objects around him, and be able to distinguish them. And if the tenor of the dreaming ideas should as powerfully operate upon the muscles of locomotion, these also may be thrown into their accustomed state of action, and he may rise from his bed, and make his way to whatever place the drift of his dream may direct him, with perfect ease, and free from danger. He will see more or less distinctly, in proportion as the organ of sight is more or less awake. Yet, from the increased exhaustion, and of course increased torpor of the other organs, in consequence of an increased demand of sensorial power from the common stock to supply the action of the sense and muscles immediately engaged, every other sense will probably be thrown into a deeper sleep or torpor than if the whole had been quiescent. Hence, the ears may not be roused even by a sound that might otherwise awake the sleeper. He may be insensible not only to a slight touch, but a severe shaking of the limbs, and may even cough violently without being recalled from his dream. Having accomplished the object of his visionary pursuit, he may safely return, even over the most dangerous precipices, for he sees them distinctly, to his bed, and the organ of sight being now quite exhausted, or there being no longer any occasion for its use, it may once more associate in the general inactivity, and the dream take a new turn, and consist of a new combination of images." Unquote. I suspect that sleep-walking is sometimes hereditary. At least, I have known instances which gave countenance to such a supposition. Its victims are generally pale, nervous, irritable persons, and it is remarked that they are subject, without any apparent cause, to frequent attacks of cold perspiration. Somnambulism, I have had occasion to remark, is very common among children, and I believe that it more frequently affects childhood than any other age. In females, it sometimes arises from amenorrhea, and any source of bodily or mental irritation may produce it. It is a curious and not easily explained fact that the aged are less addicted to somnambulism and sleep-talking, though they dream more than the middle-aged. Indeed, these phenomena are seldom noticed in old people. It has been a matter of surprise to many that somnambulists often get into the most dangerous situations without experiencing terror. But the explanation of this ought not to be attended with any real difficulty, for we must reflect that alarm cannot be felt unless we apprehend danger, and that the latter cannot excite emotion of any kind so long as we are ignorant of its existence, however great it may be. This is the situation in which sleepwalkers stand in a great majority of cases. The reasoning faculties which point out the existence of danger are generally in a state of complete slumber, and unable to produce corresponding emotions in the mind. Even if danger should be perceived and avoided by a sleepwalker, as is sometimes the case, his want of terror is to be imputed to a quiescent state of the organ of cautiousness, the sense of fear originating in high excitement of this particular part of the brain. However, we have abundant evidence that the reasoning faculties are sometimes only very partially suspended, in the fact of the individual not only now and then studiously avoiding danger, but performing offices which require no small degree of judgment. In the higher kinds of somnambulism, so many organs of the brain are in activity, and there is such perfect wakefulness of the external senses and locomotive powers, that the person may almost be said to be awake. Somnambulism bears a closer analogy to madness than to a common dream. Quoting the medical inquiries of Rush, like madness, it is accompanied with muscular action, with coherent and incoherent conduct, and with that complete oblivion, in most cases, of both, which takes place in the worst grade of madness." Unquote. Somnambulists generally walk with their eyes open, but these organs are, nevertheless, frequently asleep, and do not exercise their functions. This fact was well known to Shakespeare, as is apparent in the fearful instance of Lady Macbeth. Quoting the doctor, "You see, her eyes are open," and the gentleman responds, "Aye, but their sense is shut." The following is a remarkable instance in point, and shows that though the power of vision was suspended, that of hearing continued in full operation. A female servant in the town of Chelmsford surprised the family at 4 o'clock one morning by walking down a flight of stairs in her sleep, and rapping at the bedroom door of her master, who inquired after what she wanted. In her usual tone of voice, she requested some cotton, saying that she had torn her gown, but hoped that her mistress would forgive her, at the same time bursting into tears. Her fellow servant, with whom she had been conversing for some time, observed her get out of bed, and quickly followed her, but not before she had related the pitiful story. She then returned to her room, and a light having been procured, she was found groping to find her cotton box. Another person went to her, when, perceiving a difference in the voice, she called out, "That is a different voice, that is my mistress," which was not the case, thus clearly showing that she did not see the object before her, although her eyes were wide open. Upon inquiry as to what was the matter, she only said that she wanted some cotton, but that her fellow servant had been to her master and mistress, making a fuss about it. It was now thought prudent that she should be allowed to remain quiet for some short time, and she was persuaded to lie down with her fellow servant until the usual hour of rising, thinking that she might then awake in her accustomed manner. This failing in effect, her mistress went up to her room, and rather angrily desired her to get up and go to her work, as it was now 6 o'clock. This she refused, telling her mistress that if she did not please her, she might look out for another servant, at the same time saying that she would not rise up at 2 o'clock, pointing to the window, to injure her health for anyone. For the sake of a joke, she was told to pack up her things and start off immediately, but to this she made no reply. She rebuked her fellow servant for not remaining longer in bed, and shortly after this became quiet. She was afterwards shaken violently, and awoke. She then rose, and seeing the cotton box disturbed, demanded to know why it had been meddled with, not knowing that she alone was the cause of it. In the course of the day, several questions were put to her in order to try her recollection, but the real fact of her walking was not made known to her, and she is still quite unconscious of what had transpired. The next case is of a different description, and exhibits a dormant state of the sense of hearing, while sight appears to have been in active operation throughout. A young man named Johns, who works at Cardrew, near Redruth, being asleep in the sump house of that mine, was observed by 2 boys to rise and walk to the door, against which he leaned. Shortly after, quitting that position, he walked to the engine shaft, and safely descended to the depth of 20 fathoms, where he was found by his comrades soon after, with his back resting on the ladder. They called to him, to apprise him of the perilous situation in which he was, but he did not hear them, and they were obliged to shake him roughly till he awoke, when he appeared totally at a loss to account for his being so situated. In Lodge's Historical Portraits, there is a likeness of so famous a dreamer as Lord Culpeper's brother, told by Sir Peter Lely. In 1686, he was indicted at the Old Bailey for shooting one of the guards, and his horse as well. He pleaded somnambulism, and was acquitted on producing nearly 50 witnesses to prove the extraordinary things he did in his sleep. A very curious circumstance is related of Dr. Franklin in the memoirs of that eminent philosopher, published by his grandson. Quoting, "I went out to bathe in Martin's saltwater hot bath in Southampton, and, floating on my back, fell asleep, and slept nearly an hour by my watch, without sinking or turning, a thing I never did before, and should hardly have thought possible." Unquote. A case still more extraordinary occurred some time ago in one of the towns on the coast of Ireland. About 2 o'clock in the morning, the watchmen on the revenue quay were much surprised at descrying a man disporting himself in the water, about 100 yards from the shore. Intimation having been given to the revenue boat's crew, they pushed off and succeeded in picking him up, but, strange to say, he had no idea whatsoever of his perilous situation, and it was with the utmost difficulty they could persuade him he was not still in bed. But the most singular part of this novel adventure, and which was afterwards ascertained, was that the man had left his house at 12 o'clock that night, and walked through a difficult and, to him, dangerous road, a distance of nearly 2 miles, and had actually swum 1 mile and a half when he was fortunately discovered and picked up. Not very long ago, a boy was seen fishing off Brest, up to the middle in water. On coming up to him, he was found to be fast asleep. I know a gentleman who, in consequence of dreaming that the house was broken into by thieves, got out of bed, dropped from the window, fortunately a low one, into the street, and was a considerable distance on his way to warn the police when he was discovered by one of them, who awoke him and conducted him home. A case is related of an English clergyman who used to get up in the night, light his candle, write sermons, correct them with interlineations, and retire to bed again, being all the time asleep. The Archbishop of Bordeaux mentions a similar case of a student who got up to compose a sermon while asleep, wrote it correctly, read it over from one end to the other, or at least appeared to read it, made corrections on it, scratched out lines and substituted others, put in its place a word which had been omitted, composed music, wrote it accurately down, and performed other things equally surprising. Dr. Gall takes notice of a miller who was in the habit of getting up every night and attending to his usual avocations at the mill, then returning to bed. On awakening in the morning, he recollected nothing of what passed during the night. Martinet speaks of a saddler who was accustomed to rise in his sleep and work at his trade, and Dr. Pritchard of a farmer who got out of bed, dressed himself, saddled his horse, and rode to the market, being all the while asleep. Dr. Blacklock rose from bed on one occasion, to which he had retired at an early hour, came into the room where his family was assembled, conversed with them, and afterwards entertained them with a pleasant song, without any of them suspecting he was asleep, and without his retaining the least recollection of what he had done after he awoke. It is a singular, yet well authenticated fact, that in the disastrous retreat of Sir John Moore, many of the soldiers fell asleep, yet continued to march along with their comrades. The stories related of sleepwalkers are indeed of so extraordinary a kind that they would almost seem fictitious, were they not supported by the most incontrovertible evidence. To walk on the house-top, to scale precipices, and descend to the bottom of frightful ravines are common exploits with the somnambulist, and he performs them with a facility far beyond the power of any man who is completely awake. A story is told of a boy who dreamed that he got out of bed and ascended to the summit of an enormous rock, where he found an eagle's nest, which he brought away with him and placed beneath his bed. Now the whole of these events actually took place, and what he conceived on awaking to be a mere vision was proved to have had an actual existence by the nest being found in the precise spot where he imagined he had put it, and by the evidence of spectators who beheld his perilous adventure. The precipice which he ascended was of a nature that must have baffled the most expert mountaineer, and such as he never could have scaled at other times. In this instance, the individual was as nearly awake as possible without actually being so. All his bodily, and almost the whole of his mental powers, appeared to have been in full activity. So far as the latter are concerned, we can only conceive a partial defect of the judgment to have existed, for that it was not altogether abolished is pretty evident from the fact of his proceeding to work precisely as he would have done had he seriously resolved to make such an attempt in his waking hours. The defect lay in making the attempt at all, and still more in getting out of bed to do so in the middle of the night. Somnambulism, as well as lunacy, sometimes bestows supernatural strength upon the individual. Mr. Dubree, a musician in Bath, affords an instance of this kind. One Saturday, while awake, he attempted in vain to force open the window of his bedroom, which chanced to be nailed down. But, having got up in his sleep, he repeated the attempt successfully, and threw himself out, by which he unfortunately broke his leg. Sleepwalking is sometimes periodical. Martinet describes the case of a watchmaker's apprentice who had an attack of it every fortnight. In this state, though insensible to all external impressions, he would perform his work with his usual accuracy, and was always astonished at the progress he made on awakening. The paroxysm began with a sense of heat in the epigastrium, extending to the head, followed by confusion of ideas and complete insensibility. The eyes remained open with a fixed and vacant stare. This case, which undoubtedly originated in some diseased state of the brain, terminated in epilepsy. Dr. Gall relates that he saw a young man at Berlin, 16 years of age, who had very extraordinary fits from time to time. He moved about unconsciously in bed, and had no perception of anything that was done to him. At last he would jump out of bed, and walk with rapid steps about the room, his eyes being fixed and open. Several obstacles which were placed by Dr. Gall in his way, he either removed or cautiously avoided. He then threw himself suddenly again into bed, moved about for some time, and finished by jumping up awake, not a little surprised at the number of curious people about him. The facility with which somnambulists are awakened from the paroxysm differs extremely in different cases. One man is aroused by being gently touched or called upon, by a flash of light, by stumbling in his peregrinations, or setting his foot in water. Another remains so heavily asleep that it is necessary to shout loudly, to shake him with violence, and make use of other excitations equally powerful. In this condition, when the sense of vision chances to be dormant, it is curious to look at his eyes. Sometimes they are shut, at other times wide open, and when the latter is the case, they are observed to be fixed and inexpressive, without speculation or energy, while the pupil is contracted, as in the case of perfect sleep. It is not always safe to arouse a sleepwalker, and many cases of fatal effects thence arising have been detailed by authors. Nor is it at all unlikely that even a person of strong nerves might be violently agitated by awakening in a situation so different from that in which he lay down. Among other examples may be mentioned that of a young lady who was addicted to this affliction. Knowing her failing, her friends made it a point of locking the door and securing the window of her chamber in such a manner that she could not possibly get out. One night, these precautions were unfortunately overlooked, and, in a paroxysm of somnambulism, she walked into the garden behind the house. While there, she was recognized by some of the family who were warned by the noise she made on opening the door, and they followed to wake her. But such was the effect produced upon her nervous system that she almost instantly expired. The remote causes of sleepwalking are so obscure that we are seldom able to ascertain them. General irritability of frame, a nervous temperament, a bad digestion, will dispose to the affliction. Being a modification of dreaming, those who are much troubled with the latter will, consequently, be most prone to its attacks. The causes, however, are so completely unknown in a great majority of cases that any attempt to investigate them would be fruitless, and we are compelled to refer the complaint to some idiosyncrasy of constitution beyond the reach of human knowledge. According to the report made by a committee of the Royal Academy of Sciences in Paris, animal magnetism appears to have the power of inducing a peculiar species of somnambulism. The circumstances seem so curious that it is extremely difficult to place reliance upon them, even authenticated as they are by men of undoubted integrity and talent. The person who is thrown into the magnetic sleep is said to acquire a new consciousness, and entirely to forget all the events of his ordinary life. When this sleep is dissolved, he gets into his usual state of feeling and recollection, but forgets everything that happened during the sleep. Being again magnetized, however, the remembrance of all that occurred in the previous sleep is brought back to mind. In one of the cases above related, the patient, a lady of 64 years, had an ulcerated cancer in the right breast. She had been magnetized for the purpose of dissolving the tumor, but no other effect was produced than that of throwing her into a species of somnambulistic sleep, in which sensibility was annihilated, while her ideas retained all their clearness. In this state, her surgeon, M. Chapelain, disposed her to submit to an operation, the idea of which she rejected with horror when awake. Having formally given her consent, she undressed herself, sat down upon a chair, and the diseased glands were carefully and deliberately dissected out, the patient conversing all the time, and being perfectly insensible of pain. On awaking, she had no consciousness whatsoever of having been operated upon, but being informed of the circumstance, and seeing her children around her, she experienced the most lively emotion, which the magnetizer instantly checked by again setting her asleep. These facts appear startling and incredible. I can give no opinion upon the subject from anything I have seen myself, but the testimony of men such as Cloquet, Georget, and Itard is not to be received lightly on any physiological point, and they all concur in bearing witness to such facts as the above. In the present state of knowledge and opinion with regard to animal magnetism and the sleep occasioned by it, I shall not say more at present, but refer the reader to the ample details contained in the Parisian report, an able translation of which into English has been made by Mr. Colquhoun. When a person is addicted to somnambulism, great care should be taken to have the doors and windows of his sleeping apartment secured, so as to prevent the possibility of egress, as he sometimes forces his way through the panes of glass. This should be put out of his power by having the shutters closed and bolted in such a way that they cannot be opened without the aid of a key or screw or some other such instrument, which should never be left in the room where he sleeps, but carried away, while the door is secured on the outside. Some have recommended that a tub of water should be put by the bedside, that, on getting out, he might step into it, and be awakened by the cold. But this, from the suddenness of its operation, might be attended with bad consequences in very nervous and delicate subjects. It is a good plan to fix a cord to the bedpost, and tie the other end of it securely round the person's wrist. This will effectually prevent mischief if he attempt to get up. Whenever it can be managed, it will be prudent for another person to sleep along with him. In all cases, care should be taken not to arouse him suddenly. This must be done as gently as possible, and it is still better when he can be conducted to bed without being awakened at all. Should he be perceived in any dangerous situation, as on the house top or the brink of a precipice, the utmost caution is requisite, for if we call loudly upon him, his dread on recovering, at finding himself in such a predicament, may actually occasion him to fall, where he would have escaped without injury if he had been left to himself. To prevent a recurrence of somnambulism, we should remove the causes which gave rise to it, if possible. Thus, if it proceed from a disordered state of the stomach or biliary system, we must employ the various medicines used in such cases. Plenty of exercise should be taken, and late hours or much study avoided. If it arises from plethora, he must be blooded, and live low. Should hysteria produce it, antispasmodics may be necessary, such as valerian, ammonia, asafoetida, and opium. But, unfortunately, we can often refer sleepwalking to no complaint whatsoever. In this case, all that can be done is to carry the individual as safely as possible through the paroxysm, and prevent him from injury by the means we have mentioned. In many instances, the affliction will wear away spontaneously. In others, it will continue in spite of every remedy. Chapter 8. Sleep Talking. Sleep talking closely resembles somnambulism, and proceeds from similar causes. In somnambulism, those parts of the brain which are awake call the muscles of the limbs into activity, while in sleep talking It is the muscles necessary for the production of speech, which are animated by the waking cerebral organs. During sleep, the organ of language may be active, either singly or in combination with other parts of the brain, and sleep talking is the result of this activity. While we dream that we are conversing with someone, we are sure to talk if the organ of language is in such a high state of activity as to rouse the muscles of speech. It often happens, however, that the cerebral parts are not excited so much as to make us actually speak, though sufficiently active to make us dream that we are speaking. We only suppose we are carrying on a conversation, while in reality we are completely silent. To produce sleep talking, therefore, the brain must be so much awake in some of its functions as to put into action the voluntary muscles by which speech is produced. The conversation in this state is of such subjects as our thoughts are most immediately occupied with, and its consistency or incongruity depends upon that of the prevailing ideas, being sometimes perfectly rational and coherent, and other times full of absurdity. The voice is seldom the same as in the waking state. This I would impute to the organs of hearing being mostly dormant, and consequently unable to guide the modulations of sound. The same fact is observable in very deaf persons, whose speech is usually harsh, unvaried, and monotonous. Sometimes the faculties are so far awake that we can manage to converse with the individual, and extract from him the most hidden secrets of his soul. Circumstances have thus been ascertained which would otherwise have remained in perpetual obscurity. By a little address in this way, a gentleman lately detected the infidelity of his wife from some expressions which escaped her while asleep, and succeeded in finding out that she had a meeting arranged with her paramour for the following day. Lord Byron describes a similar scene in his Parisina, quoting, "And Hugo is gone to his lonely bed, to covet there another's bride, but she must lay her conscious head, a husband's trusting heart beside. But fevered in her sleep she seems, and red her cheek with troubled dreams, and mutters she in her unrest a name she dare not breathe by day, and clasps her lord unto her breast, which pants for one away." Unquote. From what has been said of somnambulism, the reader will be prepared for phenomena equally curious as regards sleep-talking. Persons have been known, for instance, who delivered sermons and prayers during sleep. Among others, Dr. Haycock, professor of medicine at Oxford. He would give out a text in his sleep, and deliver a good sermon upon it, nor could all the pinching and pulling of his friends prevent him. A writer in Fraser's Magazine observes the following, quoting, "One of the most remarkable cases of speaking during sleep is that of an American lady, now, we believe, alive, who preached during her sleep, performing regularly every part of the Presbyterian service, from the psalm to the blessing. This lady was the daughter of respectable and even wealthy parents. She fell into bad health, and under its influence she disturbed and annoyed her family by her nocturnal eloquence. Her unhappy parents, though at first surprised and perhaps flattered by the exhibition in their family of so extraordinary a gift, were at last convinced that it was the result of disease, and in the expectation that their daughter might derive benefit from change of scene as well as from medical skill, they made a tour with her of some length and visited New York and some of the other great cities of the Union. We know individuals who have heard her preach during the night in steamboats, and it was customary at tea parties in New York, in the house of medical practitioners, to put the lady to bed in a room adjacent to the drawing-room, in order that the dilettanti might witness so extraordinary a phenomenon. We have been told by ear-witnesses that her sermons, though they had the appearance of connected discourses, consisted chiefly of texts of Scripture strung together. It is strongly impressed upon our memory that some of her sermons were published in America." Unquote. In the Edinburgh Journal of Science, a lady who was subject to spectral illusions is described as being subject to talk in her sleep with great fluency, to repeat great portions of poetry, especially when unwell, and even to cap verses for half an hour at a time, never failing to quote lines beginning with the final letter of the preceding till her memory was exhausted. Dr. Dyce, in the Edinburgh Philosophical Transactions, relates the case of Maria C., who recollected, during one paroxysm of somnambulism, what took place in a preceding one, without having any such recollection during the interval of wakefulness. One of the occasions in which this young woman manifested the power in question was of a very melancholy nature. Her fellow-servant, a female of abandoned character, having found out that she entirely forgot everything which occurred during the fit on awaking, introduced a young man of her acquaintance into the house by stealth, and obtained for him an opportunity of treating Maria in the most brutal and treacherous manner. The wretches succeeded in their object by stopping her mouth with bedclothes, by which and other means they overcame the vigorous resistance she was able to make against their villainy, even in her somnolent state. On awaking, she had no consciousness of the outrage whatsoever, but some days afterwards, having fallen into the same state, it recurred to her memory, and she related to her mother all the revolting particulars. The state of mind in this case was perfectly analogous to that which is said to occur in the magnetic sleep, but the particular state of the brain which induces such conditions will, I believe, ever remain a mystery. A case similar in some respects was published in the Medical Repository by Dr. Mitchell, who received the particulars of it from Major Ellicott, professor of mathematics in the United States Military Academy at West Point. The subject was a young lady of a good constitution, excellent capacity, and well educated. Quoting, "Her memory was capacious and well stored with a copious stock of ideas. Unexpectedly, and without any forewarning, she fell into a profound sleep, which continued several hours beyond the ordinary term. On waking, she was discovered to have lost every trait of acquired knowledge. Her memory was tabula rasa. All vestiges both of words and things were obliterated and gone. It was found necessary for her to learn everything again. She even acquired, by new efforts, the art of spelling, reading, writing, and calculating, and gradually became acquainted with the persons and objects around, like a being for the first time brought into the world. In these exercises she made considerable proficiency. But, after a few months, another fit of somnolency invaded her. On rousing from it, she found herself restored to the state she was in before the first paroxysm, but was wholly ignorant of every event and occurrence that had befallen her afterwards. The former condition of her existence she now calls the old state, and the latter the new state, and she is as unconscious of her double character as two distinct persons are of their respective natures. For example, in her old state she possesses all the original knowledge, in her new state only what she acquired since. If a lady or gentleman be introduced to her in the old state, and vice versa, and so of all other matters, to know them satisfactorily she must learn them in both states. In the old state she possesses fine powers of penmanship, while in the new she writes a poor awkward hand, having not had time or means to become expert. During 4 years and upwards, she has had periodical transitions from one of these states to the other. The alterations are always consequent upon a long and sound sleep. Both the lady and her family are now capable of conducting the affair without embarrassment. By simply knowing whether she is in the old or new state, they regulate the intercourse and govern themselves accordingly." Unquote. The following singular case of sleep-talking, combined with somnambulism, will prove interesting to the reader. Quoting, "A very ingenious and elegant young lady, with light eyes and hair, about the age of 17, was suddenly seized with this very wonderful malady, though well in other respects. The disease began with violent convulsions of almost every muscle of her body, with great but vain efforts to vomit, and the most violent hiccups that can be conceived. These were succeeded in about an hour with a fixed spasm, in which one hand was applied to her head and the other to support it. In about half an hour these ceased, and then reverie began suddenly, and was at first manifest by the look of her eyes and countenance, which seemed to express attention. Then she conversed aloud with imaginary persons, with her eyes open, and could not for about an hour be brought to attend to the stimulus of external objects by any kind of violence which it was possible to use. These symptoms returned in this order every day for 5 or 6 weeks. These conversations were quite consistent, and we could understand what she supposed her imaginary companions to answer by the continuation of her part of the discourse. Sometimes she was angry, at other times showed much wit and vivacity, but was most frequently inclined to be melancholy. In these reveries she sometimes sung over some music with accuracy, and repeated whole passages from the English poets. In repeating some lines from Mr. Pope's works, she had forgot one word, and began again, endeavoring to recollect it. When she came to the forgotten word, it was shouted aloud in her ears, and this repeatedly to no purpose. But by many trials she at length regained it herself. Those paroxysms were terminated with the appearance of inexpressible surprise and great fear, from which she was some minutes in recovering herself, calling on her sister with great agitation, and very frequently underwent a repetition of convulsions, apparently from the pain of fear. After having thus returned for about an hour a day, for 2 or 3 weeks, the reveries seemed to become less complete, and some of the circumstances varied, so that she could walk about the room in them, without running against any of the furniture, though these motions were at first very unsteady and tottering. And afterwards she once drank a dish of tea, when the whole apparatus of the tea-table was set before her, and expressed some suspicion that a medicine was put into it, and once seemed to smell at a tuberose, which was in flower in her chamber, and deliberated aloud about breaking it from the stem, saying it would make her sister so charmingly angry. At another time, in her melancholy moments, she heard the bell, and then, taking off one of her shoes as she sat upon the bed, she said, "I love the color black. A little wider and a little longer, and even this might make me a coffin." Yet it is evident she was not sensible at this time, any more than formerly, of seeing or hearing any person about her. Indeed, when great light was thrown upon her by opening the shutters of the window, she seemed less melancholy, and when I have forcibly held her hands, or covered her eyes, she appeared to grow impatient, and would say she could not tell what to do, for she could neither see nor move. In all these circumstances, her pulse continued unaffected, as in health, and when the paroxysm was over, she could never recollect a single idea of what had passed." Unquote. Equally extraordinary is the following instance of combined sleep-talking and somnambulism. Quoting, "A remarkable instance of this affliction occurred to a lad named George David, 16 years and 1/2 old, in the service of Mr. Hewson, butcher of Bridge Road, Lambeth. At about 20 minutes after 9 o'clock, the lad bent forward in his chair and rested his forehead on his hands, and in 10 minutes started up, went for his whip, put on his one spur, and went thence to the stable. Not finding his own saddle in the proper place, he returned to the house and asked for it. Being asked what he wanted with it, he replied to go his rounds. He returned to the stable, got on the horse without the saddle, and was proceeding to leave the stable. It was with much difficulty and force that Mr. Hewson, Jr., assisted by the other lad, could remove him from the horse. His strength was great, and it was with difficulty he was brought indoors. Mr. Hewson, Sr., coming home at this time, sent for Mr. Benjamin Ridge, an eminent practitioner in Bridge Road, who stood by him for a quarter of an hour, during which time the lad considered himself as stopped at the turnpike gate, and took 6pence out of his pocket to be changed. And, holding out his hand for the change, the 6pence was returned to him. He immediately observed, "None of your nonsense. That is the 6pence again. Give me my change." When 2pence halfpenny was given to him, he counted it over, and said, "None of your gammon, that is not right. I want a penny more," making the 3 pence halfpenny, which was the proper change. He then said, "Give me my castor," meaning his hat, which slang term he had been in the habit of using, and then began to whip and spur to get his horse on. His pulse at this time was 136, full and hard. No change of countenance could be observed, nor any spasmodic affection of the muscles, the eyes remaining closed the whole time. His coat was taken off his arm, shirt sleeves tucked up, and Mr. Ridge bled him to 32 ounces. No alteration had taken place in him during the first part of the time the blood was flowing. At about 24 ounces the pulse began to decrease, and when the full quantity named above had been taken it was at 80, with a slight perspiration on the forehead. During the time of bleeding, Mr. Hewson related a circumstance of a Mr. Harris, optician in Holborn, whose son, some years since, walked out on the parapet of the house in his sleep. The boy joined the conversation, and observed, "He lived at the corner of Brownlow Street." After the arm was tied up, he unlaced one boot and said he would go to bed. In 3 minutes from this time he awoke, got up, and asked what was the matter, having then been 1 hour in trance, not having the slightest recollection of anything that had passed, and wondered at his arm being tied up, and at the blood, etc. A strong aperient medicine was then administered. He went to bed, slept well, and the next day appeared perfectly well, excepting debility from the bleeding and operation of the medicine, and has no recollection whatsoever of what had taken place. None of his family or himself were ever affected in this way before." Unquote. Sleep-talking is generally such a trivial affliction as not to require any treatment whatsoever. In every case, the digestive organs must be attended to, and put to rights by suitable medicines if disordered, and should the affliction proceed, or be supposed to proceed, from hypochondria, hysteria, or the prevalence of any strong mental emotion, these states must be treated according to general principles. When it arises from idiosyncrasy and becomes habitual, I believe that no means which can be adopted will be of much avail. As in the case of somnambulism, it very frequently happens that the affliction, after continuing for a long time and baffling every species of treatment, disappears spontaneously. Chapter 9. Sleeplessness. Sleep takes place as soon as the sensorial power that keeps the brain awake is expended, which under common circumstances occurs at our ordinary hour of going to rest, or even sooner, if any sufficiently strong soporific cause should chance to operate. But the above power may be increased by various means, as in cases of physical suffering, or excited imagination, and, consequently, is not expended at the usual time. In this case, the person remains awake, and continues so till the period of its expenditure, which may not happen for several hours after he lay down, or even not at all during the whole of that night. Now, whatever increases the sensorial power is prejudicial to repose, whether it be balls, concerts, grief, joy, or bodily pain. By them the mind is exalted to a pitch of unnatural action, from which it is necessary it should descend before it can roll into the calm channel of sleep. Whatever stimulates the external senses, however slightly, may prevent sleep. Thus, the ticking of a clock has this effect with very sensitive people, and a candle burning in the chamber is attended with the same result. Even when the eyes are shut, this may take place, for the eyelids are sufficiently transparent to transmit a sense of light to the retina. For the same reason, the light of day peering in at the window may awake us from or prevent slumber. It is said that Napoleon could never sleep if exposed to the influence of light, although in other circumstances slumber appeared at his bidding with surprising readiness. A constitutional restlessness is sometimes brought on by habitually neglecting to solicit sleep when we lie down, by which means the brain is brought into such a state of irritability that we can hardly sleep at all. Chronic wakefulness, originating from any mental or bodily affliction, sometimes degenerates into a habit in which the sufferer will remain awake for weeks, months, or even years, if authors are to be believed. In the disease called delirium tremens, wakefulness is a constant symptom, and frequently continues for many successive days and nights. It is also an attendant upon all disorders accompanied by acute suffering, especially when the brain is affected, as in phrenitis or fever. Maniacs are remarkably subject to want of sleep from the excited state of their sensorium, and this symptom is often so obstinate as to resist the most powerful remedies we can venture to prescribe. Certain stimulating agents, such as tea or coffee, often have the effect of preventing sleep when taken shortly before going to bed. I would impute this to their irritative properties, which, by supplying the brain with fresh sensorial power, enable it to carry on all its functions uninterrupted longer than it would otherwise do, and, consequently, prevent it from lapsing into slumber at the usual period. Any uneasy bodily feeling has the same effect, both preventing the accession of sleep and arousing us from it when it has fairly taken place. Thus, while moderate fatigue provokes slumber, excessive fatigue drives it away, owing to the pain and irritation it necessarily occasions. Sickness, cold, heat, pregnancy, the ordinary calls of nature, a disagreeable bed, the want of an accustomed supper, too heavy a supper, or uneasiness of any kind, have the same result. Cold is most apt to induce sleeplessness when partial, especially if it be confined to the feet, for when general and sufficiently intense, it has the opposite effect, and gives rise to drowsiness. Certain diseases, such as hemicrania, tic douloureux, etc., have actually kept the person awake for 3 successive months, and more or less all painful afflictions prevent sleep. But even the most violent tortures cannot altogether banish sleep, however much they may retard it. Sooner or later, the fatigue which a want of sleep occasions will prevail, and slumber ultimately ensues. Sleeplessness is sometimes produced by a sense of burning heat in the soles of the feet and palms of the hands, to which certain individuals are subject some time after lying down. This seems to proceed from a want of perspiration in these parts, owing generally to impaired digestion. Mental emotions of every description are unfavorable to repose. If a man can banish thinking as soon as he lays his head upon the pillow, he is morally certain to fall asleep. There are many individuals so constituted that they can do this without effort, and they are excellent sleepers as a consequence. It is very different with those whose minds are oppressed by care, or overstimulated by excessive study. The sorrowful man, above all others, has the most need of sleep, but far from shedding its benignant influence over him, it flies away, and leaves him to the communionship of his own sad thoughts. Quoting Lord Byron from Manfred, Act I, his slumbers, if he slumber, are not sleep, but a continuance of enduring thought. Unquote. It is the same with the man of vivid imagination. His fancy, instead of being subdued by the spell of sleep, becomes more active than ever. Thoughts in 1,000 fantastic forms pass through his mind, myriads of waking dreams whose excessive activity spurns at repose, and mocks all his endeavors to reduce it to quiescence. Great joy will often scare away sleep for many nights, but in this respect it is far inferior to grief, a fixed attack of which has been known to keep the sufferer awake for several months. Those who meditate much seldom sleep well in the early part of the night. They lie awake for perhaps 2 or 3 hours after going to bed, and do not fall into slumber till towards morning. Persons of this description often lay long, and are reputed lazy by early risers, although it is probable they actually sleep less than these early risers themselves. Long-continued study is highly prejudicial to repose. Boerhaave mentions that, owing to this circumstance, he did not close his eyes for 6 weeks on one occasion. Nothing is so hurtful both to the mind and body as want of sleep. Deprived of the necessary portion, a person becomes wan, emaciated, and listless, and very soon falls into bad health. The spirit becomes entirely broken, and the fire of even the most ardent dispositions is quenched. Nor is this law peculiar to the human race, for it operates with similar power upon the lower animals, and deprives them of much of their natural ferocity. An illustration of this fact is afforded in the taming of wild elephants. These animals are studiously prevented from sleeping when first caught, in consequence of which they become comparatively mild and harmless in a few days. Restlessness, when long protracted, may terminate in delirium, or confirmed insanity, and it is the most obstinate symptom we may struggle against in many diseases. By it alone, all the existing bad symptoms are aggravated. Everything disagreeable and dangerous frequently wears away as soon as we can succeed in overcoming it, and the person is restored to health. In restlessness, Both the perspiration and urinary secretions are usually much increased. There is also an accession of heat in the system, and a general feverish tendency, unless the want of sleep should proceed from cold. With regard to the treatment of sleeplessness, a very few words will suffice. In fact, upon this head little more can be said than a recommendation to obviate the causes from whence it proceeds, and it will naturally disappear. I may mention, however, that when there is no specific disease, either of body or mind, to which the want of sleep can be imputed, the person should keep himself in as cheerful a mood as possible. He should rise early, if his strength permits it, and take such exercise as to fatigue himself moderately. And if all these means fail, that he ought to make use of opium. In all cases of restlessness, indeed, this medicine must be had recourse to, if the affliction resists every other remedy, and continues so long as to endanger health. Those preparations of opium, the acetate and muriate of morphia, have latterly been a good deal used for the same purpose, and with excellent effect. When neither opium nor its preparations agrees with the constitution, it becomes necessary to employ other narcotics, especially hyoscyamus or hop. A pillow of hops sometimes succeeds in inducing sleep when other means fail. Such was the case with His late Majesty George III, who was relieved from the protracted wakefulness under which he labored for so long a time by this contrivance. In giving medicines to produce sleep, great attention must be paid to the disease which occasions the restlessness, for in phrenitis, high fever, and some other disorders, it would be most injurious to administer anodynes of any kind. In such cases, as the restlessness is merely a symptom of the general disease, its removal will depend upon that of the latter. When, however, the acute symptoms have been overcome, and nothing but chronic wakefulness remains behind as the result of debility, it then becomes necessary to have recourse to opium, or such other remedies as may be considered applicable to the particular case. Studious men ought to avoid late reading, and on going to bed endeavor to abstract their minds from all intrusive ideas. They should try to circumscribe their thoughts within the narrowest possible circle, and prevent them from becoming rambling or excursive. I have often coaxed myself asleep by internally repeating any well-known rhyme half a dozen times. While doing so, the ideas must be strictly directed to this particular theme, and prevented from wandering, for sometimes the mind takes a strange turn during the process of repetition, and performs two offices at the same time, being directed to the rhyme on the one hand, and to something else on the other. And it will be found that the hold it has of the former is oftentimes much weaker than of the latter. The great secret is exercising a strong effort of the will to compel the mind to depart from the favorite train of thought into which it has run, and address itself solely to the internal repetition of what is substituted in its place. If one perseveres, it will generally be found to succeed, and I would recommend all those to try the experiment who are prevented from sleeping in consequence of a too active flow of ideas. As has been already remarked, the more the mind is brought to turn upon a single impression, the more closely it is made to approach to the state of sleep, which is the total absence of all impressions. People should never go to bed immediately after studying hard, as the brain is precisely in that state of excitement which must prevent sleep. The mind ought previously to be relaxed by light conversation, music, or anything which requires little thought. In some cases of restlessness, sleep may be procured by the person getting up and walking about the room for a few minutes. It is not easy to explain on what principle this acts, but it is certain that sleep sometimes follows by such means, where previously it had been solicited in vain. It is customary with some people to read themselves into slumber, but dangerous accidents have arisen from this habit, in consequence of the lighted candle setting fire to the bed curtains. A safer and more effectual way is to get another person to read, in which case sleep will very generally take place, especially if the subject in question is not one of much interest, or read in a dry and monotonous manner. When sleeplessness proceeds from the heat of the weather, the person should lie very lightly covered, and let the air circulate freely through his room. A cold bath taken shortly before going to bed, or sponging the body with cold water, will often ensure a comfortable night's rest in the hot season of the year. When it arises from heat in the soles or palms, these parts should be bathed with cold vinegar and water before lying down, and, if necessary, occasionally afterwards, till the heat abates, which usually occurs in 2 or 3 hours. Attention must also be paid to the stomach and bowels. An easy mind, a good digestion, and plenty of exercise in the open air are the grand conducives to sound sleep. And, accordingly, every man whose repose is indifferent should endeavor to make them his own as soon as possible. When sleeplessness becomes habitual, the utmost care ought to be taken to overcome that habit, by the removal of everything that has a tendency to cherish it. Chapter 10. Drowsiness. Drowsiness is symptomatic of apoplexy and some other diseases, but sometimes it exists as an idiopathic affliction. There are persons who have a disposition to sleep on every occasion. They do so at all times, and in all places. They sleep after dinner. They sleep in the theatre. They sleep in church. It is the same to them in what situation they may be placed. Sleep is the great end of their existence, their occupation, their sole employment. Morpheus is the deity at whose shrine they worship, the only god whose influence over them is omnipotent. Let them be placed in almost any circumstance, and their constitutional failing prevails. It falls upon them in the midst of mirth. It assails them when traveling. Let them sail or ride, or sit or lie or walk, and sleep overtakes them, binds their faculties in torpor, and makes them dead to all that is passing around. Such are our dull, heavy-headed, drowsy mortals, these sons and daughters of phlegm, with passions as inert as a Dutch fog, and intellects as sluggish as the movements of the hippopotamus or leviathan. No class of society is so insufferable as this. There is a torpor and obtuseness about their faculties which render them dead to every impression. They have eyes and ears, yet they neither see nor hear, and the most exhilarating scenes may pass before them without once attracting their notice. It is not uncommon for persons of this stamp to fall asleep in the midst of a party to which they have been invited. Mr. Mackenzie, in one of his papers, speaks of an honest farmer having done so alongside of a young lady who was playing the harp for his amusement. The cause of this constitutional disposition to doze upon every occasion seems to be a certain want of activity in the brain, the result of which is that the individual is singularly void of fire, energy, and passion. He is of a phlegmatic temperament, generally a great eater, and very destitute of imagination. Such are the general characteristics of those who are predisposed to drowsiness. The cases where such a state coexists with intellectual energy are few in number. Boerhaave speaks of an eccentric physician who took it into his head that sleep was the natural state of man, and accordingly slept 18 hours out of the 24, till he died of apoplexy, a disease which is apt to be produced by excessive sleep. Cases of constitutional drowsiness are in a great measure without remedy, for the soporific tendency springs from some natural defect, which no medicinal means can overcome. Equally impossible of cure is the affliction when it arises from old age, as it very often does. Even long before this period of life, as at the age of 50 or 60, people very often get into somnolent habits, and are pretty sure to fall asleep if they attempt to read, or even if they place themselves in an easy chair before the fire. I know of no cure for this indolent propensity, unless indeed the habit arise from corpulency, as it sometimes does, in which case it is more manageable, in so far as its cause is occasionally capable of being removed. Drowsiness sometimes proceeds from a fullness of blood in the head, or a disordered state of the digestive organs. When it originates from the former cause, it becomes necessary to have recourse to general or local bloodletting. From time to time, the person should likewise use mild laxatives, live temperately, and take an abundance of exercise. Medicines of a similar kind are necessary when the affliction arises from the state of the stomach and bowels. So soon as these organs are restored to health, the symptomatic drowsiness will naturally disappear. Persons who feel the disposition toward drowsiness gaining upon them should struggle vigorously against it, for when once the habit is fairly established, its eradication is very difficult. Exercise of body and mind, early rising, and cold baths are among the best means for this purpose. Chapter 11. Protracted Sleep. I have already mentioned a few instances of individuals remaining in a state of profound sleep for days or weeks. The nature of this extraordinary affliction is in a great measure unknown. It arises without any obvious cause in most cases, generally resists every method that can be adopted for removing it, and disappears of its own accord. The case of Mary Lyell, related in the 8th volume of the Transactions of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, is one of the most remarkable instances of excessive somnolency on record. This woman fell asleep on the morning of the 27th of June, and continued in that state till she awoke on the evening of the 30th of the same month, and remained in her usual way till the 1st of July, when she again fell asleep, and continued so till the 8th of August. She was bled, blistered, immersed in hot and cold baths, and stimulated in almost every possible way, without having any consciousness of what was going on. For the first 7 days she continued motionless, and exhibited no inclination to eat. At the end of this time she began to move her left hand, and, by pointing to her mouth, signified a wish for food. She took readily what was given to her. Still, she discovered no symptoms of hearing, and made no other kind of bodily movement than of her left hand. Her right hand and arm, particularly, appeared completely dead, and bereft of feeling, and even when pricked with a pin so as to draw blood, she never shrunk in the least degree. At the same time, she instantly drew back her left arm whenever it was touched by the point of the pin. She continued to take food whenever it was offered to her. For the first 2 weeks, her pulse generally stood at 50. During the 3rd and 4th week, about 60, and on the day before her recovery, at 70 or 72. Her breathing was soft and almost imperceptible, but during the night time she occasionally drew it more strongly, like a person who has first fallen asleep. She evinced no symptom of hearing till about 4 days before her recovery. On being interrogated upon her extraordinary state after this event, she mentioned that she had no knowledge of anything that had happened, that she had never been conscious of either having needed or received food, or of having been blistered, and expressed much surprise to find her head shaved. She had merely the idea of having passed a long night in sleep. The case of Elizabeth Perkins is also remarkable. In the year 1788, she fell into a profound slumber, from which nothing could arouse her, and remained in this state for between 11 and 12 days, whence she awoke of her own accord, to the great joy of her relatives and wonder of the neighborhood. On recovering, she went about her usual business, but this was only for a short period, for in a week after she relapsed again into a sleep which lasted some days. She continued in a dozing state for several months, with occasional intervals of wakefulness, and then she expired. There was lately a remarkable instance of excessive sleep at Kirkheaton. A poor paralytic, 20 years of age, was seldom awake more than 3 hours in the 24 for the period of 12 months. On one occasion he slept for 3 weeks. He took not a particle of either food or drink. Nothing could rouse him, even for a moment, yet his sleep appeared to be calm and natural. The case of Elizabeth Armitage of Woodhouse, near Leeds, may also be mentioned. The age of this person was 69 years. She had been in a decline for several months, during which she had taken very little sustenance, when she fell into a state of lethargic stupor on the morning of the 1st of July, 1827, in which condition she remained, without uttering one word, receiving any food, or showing any signs of life, except breathing, which was at times almost imperceptible. She continued in this state for 8 days, when she expired without a groan. Excessively protracted sleep may ensue from the injudicious use of narcotics. A very striking instance of this kind occurred on the 17th of February, 1816, near Lymington. In consequence of a complaint with which a child had been painfully afflicted for some time previous, its mother gave it an anodyne, probably laudanum, for the purpose of procuring it rest. The consequence was that it fell into a profound sleep, which continued for 3 weeks. In this case, in addition to an excessive dose, the child must have possessed some constitutional idiosyncrasy, which favored the operation of the medicine in a very powerful manner. One of the most extraordinary instances of excessive sleep is that of the Lady of Nimes, published in 1777 in the Memoirs of the Royal Academy of Sciences at Berlin. Her attacks of sleep took place periodically, at sunrise and about noon. The first continued till within a short time of the accession of the second, and the second till between 7 and 8 in the evening, when she awoke, and continued so till the next sunrise. The most extraordinary fact connected with this case is that the first attack commenced always at daybreak, whatever might be the season of the year, and the other always immediately after 12 o'clock. During the brief interval of wakefulness which ensued shortly before noon, she took a little broth, which she had only time to do when the second attack returned upon her and kept her asleep till the evening. Her sleep was remarkably profound, and had all the characteristics of complete insensibility, with the exception of a feeble respiration and a weak but regular movement of the pulse. The most singular fact connected with her remains to be mentioned. When the disorder had lasted 6 months, and then ceased, she had an interval of perfect health for the same length of time. When it lasted 1 year, the subsequent interval was of equal duration. At last, the affliction wore away gradually, and she lived entirely free of it for many years after. She died of dropsy in the 81st year of her age, a complaint which had no connection with her preceding disorder. There are a good many varieties in the phenomena of protracted sleep. In some cases, the individual remains for many days without eating or drinking. In others, the necessity for these natural wants arouses him from his slumber for a short time, which time he employs in satisfying hunger and thirst, and then instantly gets into his usual state of lethargy. The latter kind of somnolency is sometimes feigned by impostors for the purpose of extorting charity. On this account, when an instance of the kind occurs, it should be narrowly looked into, to see that there is no deception. The power possessed by the body of subsisting for such a length of time in protracted sleep is most remarkable, and bears some analogy to the abstinence of the polar bear in the winter season. It is to be observed, however, that life can be supported by a much smaller portion of food during slumber than when we are awake, in consequence of the diminished expenditure of the vital energy which takes place in the former state. All that can be done for the cure of protracted somnolency is to attempt to rouse the person by the use of stimuli, such as blistering, pinching, the warm or cold bath, the application of sternutatories to the nose, etc. Blooding should be had recourse to if we suspect any apoplectic tendency to exist. Every means must be employed to get nourishment introduced into the stomach. For this purpose, if the sleeper cannot swallow, nutritious fluids should be forced into this organ from time to time by means of Jukes pump, which answers the purpose of filling as well as evacuating the stomach. Chapter 12. Sleep from Cold. This kind of sleep is so peculiar that it must be considered separately. The power of cold in occasioning slumber is not confined to man, but pervades a very extensive class of animals. The hibernation, or winter turpitude of the brown and polar bears, results from this cause. Those animals continue asleep for months, and do not awake from their apathy till revived by the genial temperature of spring. The same is the case with the hedgehog, the badger, the squirrel, and several species of the mouse and rat tribes, such as the dormouse and marmot, as also with the land tortoise, the frog, and almost all the individuals of the lizard, insect, and serpent tribes. Fish are often found embedded in the ice, and become at once lively and animated on being exposed to heat, though in a state of apparent death. As Captain Franklin remarked, quoting, "The fish froze as fast as they were taken out of the nets, and in a short time became a solid mass of ice, and by a blow or two of the hatchet were easily split open, when the intestines might be removed in one lump. If in this completely frozen state they were thawed before the fire, they recovered their animation." Unquote. Sheep sometimes remain for several weeks in a state of torpitude, buried beneath wreaths of snow. Swallows are occasionally in the same state, being found torpid and insensible in the hollows of trees, and among the ruins of old houses during the winter season. But this more rarely happens with birds, probably owing to the temperature of their blood being higher than that of other animals, and thereby enabling them to better resist the cold. Almost all insects sleep in winter. This is particularly the case with the chrysalis and such grubs as cannot procure their food at that season. In hibernating animals, it is impossible to trace any peculiarity of structure which disposes them to hibernate, and enables life to be sustained during that period. So far, the subject is involved in deep obscurity. According to Dr. Edwards, the temperature of such animals sinks considerably during sleep, even in summer. Want of moisture produces torpor in some animals. This is the case with the garden snail, which revives if a little water is thrown on it. Snails, indeed, have revived after being dried for 15 years. Mr. Bowser has restored the Vibris tritesi, a species of worm, after perfect torpitude and apparent death for 5 years and 8 months by merely soaking it in water. The Furcularia anostobea, a small microscopic animal, may be killed and revived a dozen times by drying it and then applying moisture. According to Spallanzani, animalculae have been recovered by moisture after a torpor of 27 years. Larger animals are thrown into the same state from want of moisture. Such, according to Humboldt, is the case with the alligator and boa constrictor during the dry season in the plains of Venezuela, and with the Centenus solosus, a species of hedgehog found in Madagascar, so that dryness produces hibernation as well as cold, if we may use that term in such a case. The power of intense cold in producing sleep is very great in the human subject, and nothing in the winter season is more common than to find people lying dead in fields and on the highways from such a cause. An overpowering drowsiness steals upon them, and death is almost inevitable if they yield to its influence. This is particularly the case in snowstorms, in which it is often impossible to get a place of shelter. This state of torpor, with the exception perhaps of catalepsy, is the most perfect sleep that can be imagined. It approaches almost to death in its apparent annihilation of the animal functions. Digestion is halted, and the secretions and excretions suspended. Nothing seems to go on but circulation, respiration, and absorption. The two former are extremely languid, but the latter tolerably vigorous, if we may judge from the quantity of fat which the animal loses during its torpid state. The bear, for example, is remarkably corpulent on going to its wintry rest, and quite emaciated on awaking from it, in which state, inspired by the pangs of hunger, it sallies forth with redoubled fury upon its prey. Life is sustained by the absorption of this fat, which serves the animal as provision for months. Such emaciation, however, is not common to all hibernating animals, some of whom lose little or nothing by their winter torpitude. Hibernation may be prevented. Thus the polar bear never hibernated in the menagerie at Paris, and in the marmot and hedgehog, hibernation is prevented if the animals are kept in a higher temperature. It is also a curious fact that if exposed to a more intense cold, an animal is awaked from its lethargy while hibernating. Exposing a hibernating animal to light has also the same effect in many cases. Some writers, and Buffon among the rest, deny that such a state of torpor as we have here described can be looked upon as sleep. At present, this is a question into which it is not necessary to enter. All I contend is that the state of the mind is precisely the same here as in ordinary sleep, that in both cases the organs of the senses and of volition are equally inert, and that though the conditions of the secretive and circulating systems are different, so many circumstances are nevertheless identical that we become justified in considering the one in a work which professes to treat of the other. In Captain Cook's first voyage of 1768, a memorable instance is given of the power of intense cold in producing sleep. It occurred in the island of Terra del Fuego. Dr. Solander, Mr. Banks, and several other gentlemen had ascended the mountains of that cold region for the purpose of botanizing and exploring the country. Quoting, Dr. Solander, who had more than once crossed the mountains which divide Sweden from Norway, well knew that extreme cold, especially when joined with fatigue, produces a torpor and sleepiness that are almost irresistible. He therefore conjured the company to keep moving, whatever pain it might cost them, and whatever relief they might be promised by an inclination to rest. "Whoever sits down," said he, "will sleep, and whoever sleeps will wake no more." Thus, at once admonished and alarmed, they set forth. But while they were still upon the naked rock, and before they had got among the bushes, the cold became suddenly so intense as to produce the effects that had been most dreaded. Dr. Solander himself was the first who felt the irresistible inclination against which he had warned others, and insisted upon being suffered to lie down. Mr. Banks entreated and remonstrated in vain. Down he lay upon the ground, although it was covered with snow, and it was with great difficulty that his friends kept him from sleeping. Richmond also, one of the black servants, began to linger, having suffered from the cold in the same manner as the doctor. Mr. Banks, therefore, sent 5 of the company, among whom was Mr. Buchan, forward, to get a fire ready at the first convenient place they could find, and himself, with 4 others, remained with the doctor and Richmond, whom, partly by persuasion and entreaty, and partly by force, they brought on. But when they had got through the greatest part of the birch and swamp, they both declared they could go no further. Mr. Banks again had recourse to entreaty and expostulation, but they produced no effect. When Richmond was told that if he did not go on, he would in a short time be frozen to death, he answered that he desired nothing but to lie down and die. The doctor did not so explicitly renounce his life. He said he was willing to go on, but that he must first take some sleep, though he had before told the company to sleep was to perish. Mr. Banks and the rest found it impossible to carry them, and there being no remedy, they were both suffered to sit down, being partly supported by the bushes, and in a few minutes they fell into a profound sleep. Soon after, some of the people who had been sent forward returned, with the welcome news that a fire was kindled about a quarter of a mile farther on the way. Mr. Banks then endeavored to awake Dr. Solander, and happily succeeded. But though he had not slept 5 minutes, he had almost lost the use of his limbs, and the muscles were shrunk, that the shoes fell from his feet. He consented to go forward with such assistance as could be given him, but no attempts to revive poor Richmond were successful. Unquote. It is hardly necessary to say anything about the treatment of such cases. If a person is found in a state of torpor from cold, common sense points out the necessity of bringing him within the influence of warmth. When, however, the limbs are frostbitten, heat must be very cautiously applied, lest reaction might induce gangrene ensuing in such debilitated parts. Brisk friction with a cold towel, or even with snow, as is the custom in Russia, should be had recourse to in the first instance. When the circulation is restored by this means, and motion and feeling communicated to the parts, the heat may be gradually increased, and the person wrapped in blankets and allowed some stimulus internally, such as a little negus or spirits and water. This practice should be adopted from the very first, when the parts are not frostbitten, but when such is the case, the stimulating system requires to be used with great caution, and we must proceed carefully, proportioning the stimulus to the particular circumstances of the case. If a person is unfortunate enough to be overtaken in a snowstorm and has no immediate prospect of extrication, if the cold is very great and the snow deep, he should sink his body as much as possible in the latter, leaving only room for respiration. By this plan, the heat of the body is much better preserved than when exposed to the influence of the atmosphere, and life has a greater chance of being saved. For the temperature of the snow is not lower than that of the surrounding air, while its power of absorbing caloric is much less. It is on this principle that sheep live for such a length of time enveloped in snow wreaths, while death would inevitably ensue had they been openly exposed to a similar degree of cold for a much lesser period. One of the best methods to prevent the limbs from being frostbitten in intensely cold weather is to keep them continually in motion. Such was the method recommended to the Greek troops by Xenophon in the memorable Retreat of the 10,000, conducted by that distinguished soldier and historian. Chapter 13. Trance. There is some analogy between suspended animation and sleep. However, it is not so striking as to require anything like a lengthened discussion of the former, which I shall only include in so far as the resemblance holds good between it and sleep. I have already spoken of that suspension of the mind and some of the vital functions which occurs in consequence of intense cold, but there are other varieties, not less singular in their nature. The principal of these are fainting, apoplexy, hanging, suffocation, drowning, and especially trance. When complete fainting takes place, while the mind is in a state of utter abeyance, it has many of the characteristics of death, the countenance being pale, moist, and clammy, the body cold, and the respiration extremely feeble, and the pulsation of the heart apparently at an end. It is in the latter respect only that the resemblance exists between syncope and sleep. In every other, they are widely different. The same rule holds with regard to apoplexy, in which takes place a total insensibility to even the strongest stimuli, accompanied also with mental torpor. In recoverable cases of drowning, hanging, and suffocation, a similar analogy prevails, only in a much feebler degree, the faculties of the mind being, for the time, suspended, and the actual existence of the vital spark only proved by the subsequent restoration of the individual to consciousness and feeling. However, the most singular species of suspended animation is that denominated catalepsy, or trance. No affliction to which the animal frame is subject is more remarkable than this. During its continuance, the whole body is cold, rigid, and inflexible. The countenance without color, the eyes fixed and motionless, while breathing and the pulsation of the heart are, to all appearance, at an end. The mental powers are also generally suspended, and participate in the universal torpor which pervades the frame. In this extraordinary condition, the person may remain for several days, having all or nearly all the characteristics of death impressed upon him. Such was the case with the celebrated Lady Russell, who only escaped premature interment by the affectionate prudence of her husband, and other well-authenticated instances of similar preservation from burying alive have been recorded. The nature of this peculiar species of suspended animation seems to be totally unknown, for there is such an apparent extinction of every faculty essential to life that it is inconceivable how existence should go on during the continuance of the fit. There can be no doubt, however, that the suspension of the heart and lungs is more apparent than real. It is quite certain that the functions of these organs must continue so as to sustain life, although in so feeble a manner as not to come under the cognizance of our senses. The respiration, in particular, is exceedingly slight, for a mirror held to the mouth of the individual receives no tarnish whatsoever from his breath. One fact seems certain, that the functions of the nervous system are wholly suspended, with the exception of such a faint portion of energy as to keep up the circulatory and respiratory phenomena. Consciousness is abolished in a great majority of cases, and there is nothing wanting to indicate the unquestionable presence of death but that decomposition of the body which invariably follows this state, and which never attends the presence of vitality. The remote causes of trance are hidden in much obscurity, and generally we are unable to trace the affliction to any external circumstance. It has been known to follow a fit of terror. Sometimes it ensues after hysteria, epilepsy, or other spasmodic diseases, and is occasionally an accompaniment of menorrhagia and intestinal worms. Nervous and hypochondriac patients are the most subject to its attacks, but sometimes it occurs when there is no disposition of the kind, and when the person is in a state of the most seeming good health. Consider the following from The Mentor. Quoting, "A girl named Sharon, about 25 years old, residing at Paris, had been for 2 years past subject to hysteria. On the 28th day after she was first attacked, the physician who came to visit her was informed that she had died during the night, which much surprised him, as when he had left her the night before, she was better than usual. He went to see her in order to convince himself of the fact, and, on raising the cloth with which she was covered, he perceived that, though her face was very pale, and her lips discolored, her features were not otherwise in the least altered. Her mouth was open, her eyes shut, and the pupils very much dilated. The light of the candle made no impression on them. There was no sensible heat in the body, but it was not cold and flabby like corpses in general. The physician returned the next day, determined to see her again before she was buried, and finding that she had not become cold, he gave orders that the coffin should not be soldered down until putrefaction had commenced. He continued to observe her during 5 days, and at the end of that period a slight movement was observed in the cloth which covered her. In 2 hours it was found that the arm had contracted itself. She began to move, and it was clear that it had only been an apparent death. The eyes soon after were seen opened, the senses returned, and the girl began gradually to recover. This is an extraordinary but incontestable fact. The girl is still alive, and a great many persons who saw her while she was in the state of apathy described are ready to satisfy the doubts of any one who will take the trouble to inquire." Unquote. The case which follows is from the Canton Gazette, and is not less curious. Quoting, "On the western suburbs of Canton, a person named Li bought a slave woman, a girl named Li Ning. At the age of 21, he sold her to be a concubine to a man named Wang. She had lived with him 3 years. About 6 months ago, she became ill, in consequence of a large abscess on her side, and on the 25th of the present moon, she died. She was placed in a coffin, the lid of which remained unfastened, to wait for her parents to come and see the corpse, that they might be satisfied she died a natural death. On the 28th, while carrying the remains to be interred in the north side of Canton, a noise or voice was heard proceeding from the coffin. And on removing the covering, it was found the woman had come to life again. She had been supposed dead for 3 days." Unquote. The case of Colonel Townsend, however, is much more extraordinary than either of the above mentioned. This gentleman possessed the remarkable faculty of throwing himself into a trance at pleasure. The heart apparently ceased to throb at his bidding. Respiration seemed at an end. His whole frame assumed the icy chill and rigidity of death, while his face became colorless and shrunk, and his eye fixed, glazed, and ghastly. Even his mind ceased to manifest itself, for during the trance it was as utterly devoid of consciousness as his body of animation. In this state he would remain for hours, when these singular phenomena wore away, and he returned to his usual condition. Medical annals furnish no parallel to this extraordinary case. Whether considered from a physiological or metaphysical point of view, it is equally astonishing and inexplicable. A variety of stories are related of people having had circumstances revealed to them in a trance, of which they were ignorant when awake. Most of these tales have their origin in fiction, although there is no reason why they may not be occasionally true, as the mind, instead of being in torpor, as is very generally the case, may exist in a state analogous to that of dreaming, and may thus, as in a common dream, have long-forgotten events impressed upon it. The following case exhibits a very singular instance, in which the usual characteristic, a suspension of the mental faculties, was wanting. It seems to have been a most complete instance of suspended volition, wherein the mind was active while the body refused to obey its impulses, and continued in a state of apparent death. Quoting, "A young lady, an attendant on the princess, after having been confined to her bed for a great length of time with a violent nervous disorder, was at last, to all appearance, deprived of life. Her lips were quite pale, her face resembled the countenance of a dead person, and the body grew cold. She was removed from the room in which she died, was laid in a coffin, and the day of her funeral fixed on. The day arrived, and, according to the custom of the country, funeral songs and hymns were sung before the door. Just as the people were about to nail on the lid of the coffin, a kind of perspiration was observed to appear on the surface of her body. It grew greater every moment, and at last a kind of convulsive motion was observed in the hands and feet of the corpse. A few minutes after, during which time fresh signs of returning life appeared, she at once opened her eyes and uttered a most pitiable shriek. Physicians were quickly procured, and in the course of a few days she was considerably restored, and is probably alive at this day. The description which she gave of her situation is extremely remarkable, and forms a curious and authentic addition to psychology. She said it seemed to her, as if in a dream, that she was really dead. Yet she was perfectly conscious of all that happened around her in this dreadful state. She distinctly heard her friends speaking and lamenting her death at the side of her coffin. She felt them pull on the death clothes and lay her in it. This feeling produced a mental anxiety which is indescribable. She tried to cry, but her soul was without power, and could not act on her body. She had the contradictory feeling as if she were in her body, and yet not in it, at one and the same time. It was equally impossible for her to stretch out her arm, or to open her eyes, or to cry, although she continually endeavored to do so. The internal anguish of her mind was, however, at its utmost height when the funeral hymns began to be sung, and when the lid of the coffin was about to be nailed on. The thought that she was to be buried alive was the one that gave activity to her soul, and caused it to operate on her corporeal frame." Unquote. The following is different from either of the foregoing. I have given it on account of its singularity, although it does not altogether come under the denomination of trance. Quoting, "George Grokradze, a Polish soldier, deserted from his regiment in the harvest of the year 1677. He was discovered, a few days after, drinking and making merry in a common alehouse. The moment he was apprehended, he was so much terrified that he gave a loud shriek, and was immediately deprived of the power of speech. When brought to a court-martial, it was impossible to make him articulate a word. Nay, he then became as immovable as a statue, and appeared not to be conscious of any thing that was going forward. In the prison to which he was conducted, he neither ate nor drank. The officers and priests at first threatened him, and afterwards endeavored to soothe and calm him, but all their efforts were in vain. He remained senseless and immovable. His irons were struck off, and he was taken out of the prison, but he did not move. 20 days and nights were passed in this way, during which he took no kind of nourishment. He then gradually sunk and died." Unquote. Here it would be out of place to enter into details of medical management for the first mentioned varieties of suspended animation, such as drowning, strangulation, etc. And with regard to the treatment of trance, properly so called, a very few words will suffice. If we have reason to suppose that we know the cause of the affliction, that cause must be removed, whenever practicable, of course. We must then employ stimuli to arouse the person from his torpor, such as friction, the application of sternutatories and volatile agents to the nostrils, and electricity. The latter remedy is likely to prove a very powerful one, and should always be had recourse to when other means fail. I should think the warm bath might be advantageously employed. When even these remedies do not succeed, we must trust to time. So long as the body does not run into decay, internment should not take place after a case of suspended animation arising without any very obvious cause, for it is possible that life may exist, although there is every appearance of its utter extinction for the time being. By neglecting this rule, a person may be interred alive, nor can there be a doubt that such dreadful mistakes have occasionally been committed, especially in France, where it is customary to inter the body 24 hours after death. Decomposition is the only infallible mark that existence is at an end, and that the grave has triumphed. Chapter 14. Voluntary Waking Dreams. The young and the imaginative are those who indulge most frequently in waking dreams. The scenes which life presents do not come up to the desires of the heart, and the pencil of fancy is accordingly employed in depicting others more in harmony with its own designs. Away into the gloomy background goes reality, with its stern and forbidding hues, and forward, in colors more dazzling than those of the rainbow, start the bright and airy phantoms of imagination. Dr. Good observes the following, quoting, "How often, waking to the roar of the midnight tempest, while dull and glutinous indolence snores on in happy forgetfulness, does the imagination of those who are thus divinely gifted mount to the dizzying chariot of the whirlwind, and pictures evils that have no real existence, now figuring to herself some neat and thrifty cottage where virtue delights to reside, she sees it swept away in a moment by the torrent, and despoiled of the little harvest just gathered in. Now, following the lone traveller in some narrow and venturous pathway over the edge of the alpine precipices, where a single slip is instant destruction, she tracks him alone by fitful flashes of lightning, and at length, struck by the flash, she beholds him tumbling headlong from rock to the bottom of the dread abyss, the victim of a double death. Or, possibly, she takes her stand on the jutting foreland of some bold, terrific coast, and eyes the foundering vessel straight below. She mixes with the spent and despairing crew, she dives into the cabin and singles out, perhaps from the rest, some lovely maid who, in all the bloom of recovered beauty, is voyaging back to her native land from the healing airs of a foreign climate, in thought just bounding over the scenes of her youth, or painting in the warm embraces of a father's arms." Unquote. Such are waking dreams, and there are few who, at some happy moment or other, have not yielded to their influence. Often, under the burning clime of India, or upon the lonely banks of the Mississippi, has the stranger let loose the reins of his imagination, calling up before him the mountains of his own beloved country, his native streams and rocks and valleys, so vividly that he was transported back into the midst of them, and lived over again the days of his youth. Or the waking dream may assume a more selfish character. If the individual pines after wealth, his mind may be filled with visions of future opulence. If he is young and unmarried, he may conjure up the form of a lovely female, may place her in a beautiful cottage by the banks of some romantic stream, may love her with unfathomable affection, and become the fondest and most happy of husbands. The more completely a person is left to solitude, the more likely is his imagination to indulge in such fancies. We seldom build castles in the air in the midst of bustle, or when we have anything else to think of. Waking dreams are the luxuries of an otherwise unemployed mind, the aristocratic indulgences of the intellect. As people get older and more conversant with life in all its diversified features, they are little inclined to indulge in such visions. They survey events with the eye of severe truth, amuse themselves with no impracticable notions of fancied happiness, and are inclined to take a gloomy rather than a flattering view of the future. With youthful and poetical minds, however, the case is widely different. Much of that portion of their existence not devoted to occupation is a constant dream. They lull themselves into temporary happiness with scenes which they know only to exist in their own imagination, but which are nevertheless so beautiful and so much in harmony with everything their souls desire, that they fondly clasp at the illusion, and submit themselves unhesitatingly to its spell. These curious states of mind may occur at any time, but the most common periods of their accession are shortly after lying down, and shortly before getting up. Men, especially young men of vivid, sanguine, imaginative temperaments, have dreams of this kind almost every morning and night. Instead of submitting to the scepter of sleep, they amuse themselves with creating 1,000 visionary scenes. Though wide awake, their judgment does not exercise the slightest sway, and fancy is allowed to become lord of the ascendant. Poets are notorious castle builders, and poems are, in fact, merely waking dreams. At least, their authors were under the hallucination of such dreams while composing. Milton's mind, during the composition of Paradise Lost, must have existed chiefly in this state of a sublime waking dream. So must Raphael's, while painting the Sistine Chapel, and Thorwaldsen's, while designing the triumphs of Alexander. In waking dreams, whatever emotion prevails has a character of exaggeration, at least in reference to the existing condition of the individual. He sees everything through the serene atmosphere of imagination, and imbues the most trite circumstances with poetical coloring. In short, the aspect which things assume bears a strong resemblance to that impressed upon them by ordinary dreams, and differs chiefly in that they seldom transcend possibility, though verging continually on the limits of extravagance. Chapter 15. Spectral Illusions. Of the various faculties with which man is endowed, those which bring him into communication with the material world constitute an important class. The organs of these faculties, termed the perceptive organs, are situated in the middle and lower parts of the forehead. Their function is to perceive and remember the existence, phenomena, qualities, and relations of external objects. The organ of individuality takes cognizance of the existence of material bodies. The organ of eventuality of their motions and actions. The organ of form of their shape. The organ of size of their magnitude and proportions. The organ of weight of the resistance which they offer to a moving or restraining power. The organ of coloring of their colors. The organ of locality of their relative position. The organs of time and number perceive and remember duration and numbers. The organ of language takes cognizance of artificial signs of feeling and thought. And the organ of order delights in regularity and arrangement. In ordinary circumstances, the mode of action of these organs is this. If any object be placed before us, a horse, for example, the rays of light reflected from its surface to our eyes form a picture of the animal upon the retina, or the back part of that organ. This picture gives rise to what, for want of more precise language, is called an impression, which is conveyed by the optic nerve to the cerebral organs already mentioned, and by them, in reality, the horse is perceived. It will be observed that the eye and optic nerve do no more than transmit the impression from without, so as to produce that state of the internal organs which is accompanied by what is termed perception or sensation. When the horse is withdrawn, the impression still remains, to a certain extent, in the brain. And, though the animal is not actually perceived, we still remember its appearance, and can almost imagine that it is before us. This faint semi-perception is called an idea, and differs from sensation only in being less vivid. The brain is more highly excited when it perceives a sensation than when only an idea is present, because, in the former case, there is a stimulus from without applied through the medium of the senses, which is not present in the latter case. If, however, the brain be brought to a degree of excitement by internal causes, which is in general only the result of external impressions, ideas ensue that are not less vivid than sensations, and the individual has the same consciousness as if an impression were transmitted from an actual object through the senses. In other words, the brain, in a certain state, perceives external bodies, and any cause which induces that state gives rise to a like perception, independent of the usual cause, being the presence of external bodies themselves. The chief of these internal causes is inflammation of the brain, and when the organs of the perceptive faculties are so excited, that is, put into a state similar to that which follows actual impressions from without, the result is a series of false images or sounds, which are often so vivid as to be mistaken for realities. During sleep, the perceptive organs seem to be particularly susceptible of such excitement. In dreaming, for instance, the external world is inwardly represented to our minds with all the force of reality. We speak and hear as if we were in communication with actual existence. Spectral illusions are phenomena strictly analogous. Indeed, they are literally nothing else than involuntary waking dreams. In addition to the occasional cause of excitement of the perceptive organs alluded to above, there is another, the existence of which is proved by numerous facts, though its mode of action is somewhat obscure. I allude to a large development of the organ of wonder. Individuals with such a development are both strongly inclined to believe in the supernaturality of ghosts and peculiarly liable to be visited by them. This organ is large in the head of Earl Grey, and he is said to be haunted by the apparition of a bloody head. Dr. Gall mentions that in the head of Dr. Young Stilling, who saw visions, that organ was very largely developed. A gentleman who moves in the best society in Paris once asked Gall to examine his head. The doctor's first remark was, quoting, "You sometimes see visions and believe in apparitions," unquote. The gentleman started from his chair in astonishment, and said that he had frequent visions, but never till that moment had he spoken on the subject to any human being, through fear of being set down as absurdly credulous. It is unknown how large the development of wonder must be to produce the necessary excitement of the perceptive organs, but the fact seems indisputable. In former times, individuals who beheld visions, instead of ascribing them to a disordered state of the brain, referred them to outward impressions, and had a false conviction of the presence of supernatural beings. Hence the universal belief in ghosts which prevailed in these periods, even among the learned, and from which the illiterate are not yet entirely exempt. We read in history of people being attended by familiar spirits. Such was the case with Socrates in ancient times, and in modern with the poet Tasso. Their familiar spirits were merely spectral illusions. Mr. Hoole, in his account of the illustrious author of the Jerusalem Delivered, says the following, quoting, "At Bisaccio, near Naples, Manzo had an opportunity of examining the singular effects of Tasso's melancholy, and often disputed him concerning a familiar spirit which he pretended conversed with him. Manzo endeavored in vain to persuade his friend that the whole was the illusion of a disturbed imagination. But the latter was strenuous in maintaining the reality of what he asserted, and, to convince Manzo, desired him to be present at one of the mysterious conversations. Manzo had the complaisance to meet him next day, and while they were engaged in discourse, on a sudden he observed that Tasso kept his eyes fixed on a window, and remained in a manner immovable. He called by his name, but received no answer. At last Tasso cried out, "There is the friendly spirit that is come to converse with me. Look, and you will be convinced of all I have said." Manzo heard him with surprise. He looked, but saw nothing except the sunbeams darting through the window. He cast his eyes all over the room, but could perceive nothing, and was just going to ask where the pretended spirit was, when he heard Tasso speak with great earnestness, sometimes putting questions to the spirit, sometimes giving answers, delivering the whole in such a pleasing manner, and in such elevated expressions, that he listened with admiration, and had not the least inclination to interrupt him. At last, the uncommon conversation ended with the departure of the spirit, as appeared by Tasso's own words, who, turning to Manzo, asked him if his doubts were removed. Manzo was more amazed than ever. He scarce knew what to think of his friend's situation, and waived any farther conversation on the subject. Unquote. The visions of angels, and the communications from above with which religious enthusiasts are often impressed, arise from the operation of spectral illusions. They see forms and hear sounds which have no existence, and, believing in the reality of such impressions, consider themselves highly favored by the Almighty. These feelings prevailed very much during the persecutions in Scotland. Nothing was more common than for the Covenanter by the lonely hillside to have what he supposed a special message from God, and even to see the angel who brought it standing before him, and encouraging him to steadfastness in his religious principles. Much of the crazy fanaticism exhibited by the disciples of Campbell and Irving undoubtedly arises from a similar cause, and it is probable that both of these individuals saw visions and heard supernatural voices, as well as many of their infatuated followers. Various causes may so excite the brain as to produce these phantasmata, such as great mental distress, sleeplessness, nervous irritation, religious excitement, fever, epilepsy, opium, delirium tremens, excessive study, and dyspepsia. I have known them to arise without the apparent concurrence of any mental or bodily distemper. I say apparent, for it is very evident there must be some functional derangement, however much it may be hidden from observation. An ingenious friend has related to me a case of this kind which occurred in his own person. One morning, while lying in bed awake, and as he supposed in perfect health, the wall opposite to him appeared to open at its junction with the ceiling, and out of that aperture came a little uncouth, outlandish figure, which descended from the roof, squatted upon his breast, grinned at him maliciously, and seemed as if pinching and pummeling his sides. This illusion continued for some time, and might have been attended with bad consequences with a timorous subject, but he referred it at once to some disordered state of the stomach, under which he imagined he must have labored at the time, although he had no direct consciousness of any such derangement of this organ. The same gentleman has related to me the case of one of his friends, which attracted much notice at the time it happened, from the melancholy circumstances which attended it. It is an equally marked instance of hallucination arising without the individual being conscious of any physical cause by which it might be occasioned. Mr. H. was one day walking along the street, apparently in perfect health, when he saw, or supposed he saw, his acquaintance, Mr. C., walking before him. He called aloud to the latter, who did not seem to hear him, however, but continued moving on. Mr. H. then quickened his pace for the purpose of overtaking him. The other increased his also, as if to keep ahead of his pursuer, and proceeded at such a rate that Mr. H. found it impossible to catch up with him. This continued for some time, till, on Mr. C. coming to a gate, he opened it, passed in, and slammed it violently in Mr. H.'s face. Confounded at such treatment, the latter instantly opened the gate, looked down the long lane into which it led, and, to his astonishment, no one was visible. Determined to unravel the mystery, he went to Mr. C.'s house, and what was his surprise when he learned that he was confined to bed, and had been so for several days. A week or two afterwards, these gentlemen chanced to meet in the house of a common friend, where Mr. H. mentioned the circumstance, and told Mr. C. jocularly that he had seen his wraith, and that, as a natural consequence, he would soon be a dead man. The person addressed laughed heartily, as did the rest of the company. But the result turned out to be no laughing matter, for in a very few days Mr. C. was attacked with putrid sore throat, and died. And within a very short period of his death, Mr. H. was also in the grave. Some of the most vivid instances of spectral illusion are those induced by opium. Several of the English opium-eaters' visions were doubtless of this nature. Dr. Abercrombie relates a striking instance of the kind, which occurred to the late Dr. Gregory. Quoting, "He had gone to the north country by sea to visit a lady, a near relation, in whom he felt deeply interested, and who was in an advanced state of consumption. In returning from the visit, he had taken a moderate dose of laudanum, with the view of preventing sea-sickness, and was lying on a couch in the cabin, when the figure of the lady appeared before him, in so distinct a manner that her actual presence could not have been more vivid. He was quite awake, and fully sensible that it was a phantasm produced by the opiate, along with his intense mental feeling, but he was unable by any effort to banish the vision." Unquote. Indeed, anything on which the mind dwells excessively may give rise to spectral illusions by exciting the perceptive organs. It is to this circumstance that the bereaved husband sees the image of a departed wife to whom he was fondly attached, that the murderer is haunted by the apparition of his victim, and that the living with whom we are familiar seem to be presented before our eyes, although at a distance from us. Dr. Connolly relates the case of a gentleman who saw the image of his whole family when in danger of being wrecked near the Eddystone Lighthouse. These elusive appearances sometimes occur during convalescence from disease. In the summer of 1832, in Glasgow, a gentleman of dissipated habits was seized with cholera, from which he recovered. His recovery was unattended with anything particular, except the presence of phantasmata, consisting of human figures about 3 feet high, neatly dressed in pea-green jackets and knee breeches of the same color. Being a person of superior mind, and knowing the cause of the illusions, they gave him no alarm, although he was very often haunted by them. As he advanced in strength, the phantoms appeared less frequently, and diminished in size till at last they were not taller than his finger. One night, while seated alone, a multitude of these Lilliputian gentlemen made their appearance on his table, and favoured him with a dance. But, being at the time otherwise engaged, and in no mood to enjoy such an amusement, he lost temper at the unwelcome intrusion of his pygmy visitors, and striking his fist violently upon the table, he exclaimed in a violent passion, "Get about your business, you little impertinent rascals! What the devil are you doing here?" Whereupon the whole assembly instantly vanished, and he was never troubled with them more. It generally happens that the figures are no less visible when the eyes are closed than when they are open. An individual in the west of Scotland, whose case is related in the Phrenological Journal, saw a procession move before his mind whenever he shut his eyes, or was in darkness, as distinctly as it had previously done with his eyes open. Some years ago, a farmer from the neighbourhood of Hamilton informed me, with feelings of great horror, that he frequently had the vision of a hearse drawn by 4 black horses, which were driven by a black driver. Not knowing the source of this illusion, he was rendered extremely miserable by it, and, to aggravate his unhappiness, was regarded by the ignorant country people to whom he told his story as having been guilty of some grievous crime. This vision was apparent to him chiefly by night, and the effect was the same whether his eyes were open or shut. Indeed, so little are these illusions dependent on sight that the blind are frequently subject to them. A patient of my own, a respected elderly gentleman who was afflicted with loss of sight, accompanied by violent headaches and severe dyspeptic symptoms, used to have the image of a black cat presented before him, as distinctly as he could have seen it before he became blind. He was troubled with various other spectral appearances, besides being subject to illusions of sound, equally remarkable, for he often had the consciousness of hearing music so strongly impressed upon him that it was with difficulty his friends could convince him it was purely an idea. Considering the age in which Peter Bale lived, his notions of the true nature of spectral illusions were wonderfully accurate and philosophical. Indeed, he has so well described the theory of apparitions that the modern phrenological doctrine on this point seems little more than an expanded version of his own. He says, quoting, "A man would not only be very rash, but also very extravagant, who should pretend to prove that there never was any person that imagined he saw a spectre, and I do not think that the most obstinate and extravagant unbelievers have maintained this. All they say comes to this, that the persons who have thought themselves eyewitnesses of the apparition of spirits had a disturbed imagination. They confess that there are certain places in our brain that, being affected in a certain manner, excite the image of an object which has no real existence outside of ourselves, and make the man, whose brain is thus modified, believe he sees, at 2 paces distant, a frightful spectre, a hobgoblin, a threatening phantom. The like happens in the heads of the most incredulous, either in their sleep or in the paroxysms of a violent fever. Will they maintain after this that it is impossible for a man awake, and not in a delirium, to receive, in certain places of his brain, an impression almost like that which, by the law of nature, is connected with the appearance of a phantom?" Unquote. In one of the essays by William Shenstone, entitled An Opinion of Ghosts, the same theory is clearly enunciated. It is worthy of remark that the phenomena of apparitions are inconsistent with the prevalent theory that the brain is a single organ, with every part of which each faculty is connected. Were this theory sound, the same cause that vivifies the perceptive faculties must also vivify, or excite to increased action, the propensities, sentiments, and reflecting powers. This, however, is by no means the case. The story of Nikolai, the Prussian bookseller, which occurred in the beginning of 1791, is one of the most remarkable instances of spectral illusion on record. He says, quoting, "I saw, in a state of mind completely sound and, after the first terror was over, with perfect calmness, for nearly 2 months, almost constantly and involuntarily, a vast number of human and other forms, and even heard their voices, although all this was merely the consequence of a diseased state of the nerves, and an irregular circulation of the blood. When I shut my eyes, these phantasms would sometimes vanish entirely, though there were instances when I beheld them with my eyes closed. Yet when they disappeared on such occasions, they generally returned when I opened my eyes. I conversed sometimes with my physician and my wife of the phantasms, which at the moment surrounded me. They appeared more frequently waking than at rest, nor were they constantly present. They frequently did not come for some time, but always reappeared for a longer or shorter period, either singly or in company, the latter, however, being most frequently the case. I generally saw human forms, of both sexes, but they usually seemed not to take the smallest notice of each other, moving as in a market-place, where all are eager to press through the crowd. At times, however, they seemed to be transacting business with each other. I also saw, several times, people on horseback, dogs, and birds. All these phantasms appeared to me in their natural size, and as distinct as if alive, exhibiting different shades of carnation in the uncovered parts, as well as in different colors and fashions in their dress, though the colors seemed somewhat paler than in real nature. None of the figures appeared particularly terrible, comical, or disgusting, most of them being of an indifferent shape, and some presenting a pleasing aspect." Unquote. Perhaps the most remarkable visionary of whom we have had any detailed account was Blake, the painter. This extraordinary man not only believed in his visions, but could often call up whatever phantasms he wished to see at pleasure, and so far from being objects of annoyance, he rather solicited than wished to avoid their presence. He was in the habit of conversing with angels, demons, and heroes, and taking their likenesses, for they proved most obedient sitters, and never showed any aversion to allowing him to transfer them to paper. Mr. Cunningham says, quoting, "His mind could convert the most ordinary occurrences into something mystical and supernatural. Did you ever see a fairy's funeral, Madam V?" he once said to a lady who happened to sit by him in company. "Never, sir," was the answer. "I have," said Blake, "but not before last night. I was walking alone in my garden. There was great stillness among the branches and flowers, and more than common sweetness in the air. I heard a low and pleasant sound, and knew not whence it came. At last I saw the broad leaf of a flower move, and underneath I saw a procession of creatures of the size and color of green and gray grasshoppers, bearing a body laid out on a rose leaf, which they buried with songs, and then disappeared. It was a fairy funeral." Unquote. On being asked to draw the likeness of Sir William Wallace, that hero immediately stood before him, and he commenced taking his portrait. Quoting, "Having drawn for some time with the same care of hand and steadiness of eye as if a living sitter had been before him, Blake suddenly stopped, and said, 'I cannot finish him. Edward the First has stepped in between him and me.' 'That's lucky,' said his friend, 'for I want a portrait of Edward too.' Blake took another sheet of paper and sketched the features of Plantagenet, upon which his Majesty politely vanished, and the artist finished the head of Wallace." Unquote. The greater part of Blake's life was passed in beholding visions and in drawing them. On one occasion he saw the ghost of a flea, and took a sketch of it. No conception was too strange or incongruous for his wild imagination, which totally overmastered his judgment, and made him mistake the chimeras of an excited brain for realities. What is called the second sight originates from spectral illusions, in most cases, and the seers, of whom we so often read, were merely individuals visited by these phantoms. The Highland mountains, and the wild, lawless habits of those who inhabit them, were peculiarly adapted to foster the growth of such impressions in imaginative minds, and accordingly nothing was more common than to meet with persons who not only fancied they saw visions, but laid claim to the gift of prophecy on the strength of this belief. The more completely the mind is abstracted from the bustle of life, the more solitary the district in which the individual resides, and the more romantic and awe-inspiring the scenes that pass before his eyes, the greater is his tendency to see visions, and to place faith in what he sees. A man, for instance, with the peculiar temperament which predisposes one to see and believe in spectral illusions, is informed that his chieftain and clan have set out on a dangerous expedition. Full of the subject, he forces their images before him, sees them engaged in fight, beholds his chieftain cut down by the claymore of an enemy, the clansmen routed and dispersed, their houses destroyed, their cattle carried off. This vision he relates to certain individuals. If it is borne out by the event, as is not unlikely, his prophecy is spread far and wide, and looked upon as an instance of the second sight. While, should nothing happen, the story is no more thought of by those to whom it was communicated. In some instances, it is probable that the accidental fulfillment of an ordinary dream was regarded as second sight. No doubt the belief in fairies also had its origin in spectral illusions. In the days of ignorance and superstition, nothing was more easy than for an excited brain to conjure up those tiny forms, and see them perform their gambols upon the greensward beneath the light of the moon. The dimensions of the figures which are exhibited in spectral illusions vary exceedingly. Sometimes they appear as miniatures, sometimes of the size of life, at other times of colossal proportions. The same differences apply to their color. In one case they are pale, misty, and transparent. In another, black, red, blue, or green. Sometimes we have them fantastically clothed in the costume of former ages, sometimes in that of our own. Now they are represented grinning, now weeping, now in smiles. Mr. James Simpson says, quoting, "White or gray ghosts result from an excited organ of form with a quiescent organ of coloring, the transparent cobweb effect being colorless. Pale specters and shadowy yet colored forms are the effect of a partially excited organ of coloring. Tall ghosts and dwarf goblins are the illusions of the overexcited organ of size." Unquote. The jabbering of apparitions arises from an excited state of that part of the brain which gives us cognizance of sounds. This explanation seems highly probable, or rather quite satisfactory. There are points, however, which it is likely no one will ever be able to explain. Why, for instance, should the disordered brain conjure up persons and faces rather than trees and houses? Why should a ghost be dressed in red rather than blue? And why should it smile rather than grin? These are minutiae beyond the reach of investigation, at least in the present state of our knowledge. Mr. Simpson, in the second volume of the Phrenological Journal, has published a case of spectral illusion which equals anything of the same kind which has hitherto been recorded for singularity and interest. The subject of it was a young lady under 20 years of age, of good family, well educated, free from any superstitious fears, in perfect bodily health, and of sound mind. She was subject to occasional attacks of such illusions from an early age, and the first she remembered was that of a carpet which descended in the air before her, then vanished away. After an interval of some years, she began to see human figures in her room as she lay wide awake in bed. These figures were whitish rather than gray, transparent like cobweb, and generally above the size of life. At this time she had acute headaches, very singularly confined to one small spot of the head. On being asked to indicate the spot, she touched with her forefinger and thumb each side of the root of the nose, the commencement of the eyebrows, and the spot immediately over the top of the nose, these being the ascertained seats for the organs of form, size, and lower individuality. On being asked if the pain was confined to these spots, she answered that some time afterwards it extended to the right and left, along the eyebrows, and a little above them, and completely round the eyes, which felt as if they would burst from their sockets. On this taking place, the visions varied. The organs of weight, coloring, order, number, and locality were affected, and the phantasmata assumed a change corresponding to the irritated condition of these parts. Quoting, "The whitish or cobweb spectres assumed the natural color of the objects, but they continued often to present themselves, though not always, above the size of life. Coloring, being overexcited, began to occasion its specific and fantastical illusions. Bright spots, like stars on a black ground, filled the room in the dark, and even in daylight, and suddenly, though sometimes gradually, illumination of the room took place during the night, so that the furniture in it became visible. Innumerable balls of fire seemed one day to pour like a torrent out of one of the rooms of the house down the staircase. On one occasion, the pain between the eyes and along the lower ridge of the brow struck her suddenly with great violence, when instantly the room filled with stars and bright spots. On that occasion, on attempting to go to bed, she said she was conscious of an inability to balance herself, as if she had been tipsy, and she fell, having made repeated efforts to seize the bed-post, which in the most unaccountable manner eluded her grasp by shifting its place, and also by presenting her with a number of bed-posts instead of one. If the organ of weight, situated between size and coloring, be the organ of the instinct to preserve, and power of preserving equilibrium, it must be the necessary consequence of the derangement of that organ to overset the balance of the person. An overexcited organ of number we should expect to produce multiplication of objects, and the first experience she had of this illusion was the multiplication of the bedposts, and subsequently of any inanimate object she looked at. For nearly 2 years, Miss S.L. was free from her frontal headaches, and, mark the coincidence, untroubled by visions or any other elusive perceptions. Some months ago, however, all her distressing symptoms returned in great aggravation, when she was conscious of a want of health. The pain was more acute than before along the frontal bone, and round and in the eyeballs, and all the organs there situated recommenced their game of illusion. Single figures of absent and deceased friends were terribly real to her, both in the day and in the night, sometimes cobweb, but generally colored. She sometimes saw friends on the street, who proved phantoms when she approached to speak to them, and instances occurred where, from not having thus satisfied herself of the illusion, she affirmed to such friends that she had seen them in certain places at certain times when they proved to her the clearest alibi. The confusion of her spectral forms now distressed her. indicating the organ of order is affected. The oppression and perplexity were intolerable when figures presented themselves before her in inextricable disorder, and still more when they changed, as with Nicolai, from whole figures to parts of figures, faces and half-faces and limbs, sometimes of inordinate size and dreadful deformity. One instance of elusive disorder which she mentioned is curious, and has the farther effect of exhibiting what cannot be put in terms except those of the derangement of the just perception of gravitation or equilibrium, referencing the organ of weight. One night, as she sat in her bedroom and was about to go to bed, a stream of spectres, persons' faces, limbs, in the most shocking confusion, seemed to her to pour into her room from the window, in the manner of a cascade. Although the cascade continued, apparently, in rapid descending motion, there was no accumulation of figures in the room, the supply unaccountably vanishing after having formed the cascade. Colossal figures are her frequent visitors, referencing the organ of size. Unquote. In the 5th volume of the Phrenological Journal, page 319, a case is mentioned where the patient was tortured with horrid faces glaring at her, and approaching close to her in every possible aggravation of horror. Quoting, "She was making a tedious recovery in childbed when these symptoms troubled her. Besides the forms, which were of natural color, though often bloody, she was perplexed by their variation in size, from colossal to minute. She saw also entire human figures, but they were always as minute as pins, or even pin-heads, and were in great confusion and numbers. She described the pain which accompanied her illusions, viz., acute pain in the upper part or root of the nose, the seat of the organ of form, and all along the eyebrows, which takes in individuality, form, size, weight, coloring, order, and number." Unquote. In the same volume, page 430, Mr. Levison relates that, on asking an individual who saw apparitions whether or not he felt pain at any part of his head, he answered, quoting, that every time before he experienced this peculiar power of seeing figures, he invariably felt pain in and between his eyes, and, in short, all over the eyebrows. Unquote. It does not appear, however, that pain is universally felt in such cases in the lower part of the forehead. Dr. Andrew Combe informs me that, so far as he has observed, the pain, when it does exist, is more frequently in the exciting organ, generally wonder. Spectral illusions constitute the great pathognomic sign of delirium tremens. In this disease, they are usually of a horrible, disgusting, or frightful nature, the person being irresistibly impressed with the notion that reptiles, insects, and all manner of vermin are crawling upon him, which he is constantly endeavoring to pick off, that he is haunted by hideous apparitions, that people are in the room preparing to murder and rob him, and so forth. In the following case, with which I have been favored by Dr. Combe, the elusive appearances were of a more pleasing kind than generally happen. Quoting, In a case of delirium tremens in an innkeeper, about whom I was consulted, the spectral illusions continued several days, and had a distinct reference to a large and active cerebellum, the organ of amativeness, conjoined with wonder. The man refused to allow me to look at a blister which had been placed between his shoulders, because he could not take off his coat before the ladies who were in the room. When I assured him that there was nobody in the room, he smiled at the joke, as he conceived it to be, and, in answer to my questions, described them as several in number, well-dressed and good-looking. At my request, he rose up to shake hands with them, and was astonished at finding them elude his grasp, and his hand strike the wall. This, however, convinced him that it was an illusion, and he forthwith took off his coat, but was unwilling to converse longer on the subject. In a few days, the ladies vanished from his sight." Unquote. Spectral illusions are more frequently induced by fever than by any other cause. Indeed, the premonitory stages of most fevers are accompanied by elusive appearances of one kind or another, such as luminous bodies, especially when the eyes are shut, hideous faces, streaks of fire, etc., and they are not uncommon in the advanced stages. A medical friend has informed me that he was terribly harassed by the vision of a soldier when ill of fever in Portugal, a picture of whom was hanging in the room. Removing the picture failed to dissipate the illusion, which did not disappear till he was conveyed to another apartment. Dr. Bostock was visited by spectral illusions of an unusual kind while under a febrile attack. The following are the particulars of his case, as described by himself. Quoting, "I was laboring under a fever, attended with symptoms of general debility, especially of the nervous system, and with a severe pain of the head, which was confined to a small spot situated above the right temple. After having passed a sleepless night, and being reduced to a state of considerable exhaustion, I first perceived figures presenting themselves before me, which I immediately recognized as similar to those described by Nicolai, and upon which, as I was free from delirium, and as they were visible about 3 days and nights with little intermission, I was able to make my observations. There were 2 circumstances which appeared to me very remarkable. First, that the spectral appearances always followed the motion of my eyes, and, secondly, that the objects which were the best defined and remained the longest visible were such as I had no recollection of ever having previously seen. For about 24 hours I had constantly before me a human figure, the feature and dress of which were as distinctly visible as that of any real existence, and of which, after an interval of many years, I still retain the most lively impression. Yet neither at the time nor since have I been able to discover any person whom I had previously seen who resembled it. During one part of this disease, after the disappearance of this stationary phantom, I had a very singular and amusing imagery presented to me. It appeared as if a number of objects, principally human faces or figures on a small scale, were placed before me, and gradually removed like a succession of medallions. They were all of the same size, and appeared to be all situated at the same distance from the face. After one had been seen for a few minutes, it became fainter, and then another, which was more vivid, seemed to be laid upon it, or substituted in its place, which, in its turn, was superseded by a new appearance. During all this succession of scenery, I do not recollect that in a single instance I saw any object with which I had been previously acquainted, nor, as far as I am aware, were the representations of any of those objects with which my mind was most occupied at other times presented to me. They appeared to be invariably new creations, or at least new combinations of which I could not trace the original materials." Unquote. The following very curious instance is not less interesting. The subject of it was a member of the English bar. Quoting, "In December 1823, Mr. A was confined to his bed by inflammation of the chest, and was supposed by his medical attendant to be in considerable danger. One night, while unable to sleep from pain and fever, he saw, sitting on a chair on the left side of his bed, a female figure, which he immediately recognized to be that of a young lady who died about 2 years before. His first feeling was surprise, and perhaps a little alarm. His second, that he was suffering from delirium. With this impression, he put his head under the bedclothes, and, after trying in vain to sleep, as a test of the soundness of his mind, he went through a long and complicated process of metaphysical reasoning. He then peeped out, and saw the figure in the same position and situation. He had a fire, but would not allow a candle or nurse in the room. A stick was kept by his side to knock for the nurse when he required her attendance. Being too weak to move his body, he endeavored to touch the figure with the stick, but on a real object being put upon the chair, the imaginary one disappeared, and was not visible again that night. The next day he thought of little but the vision, and expected its return without alarm, and with some pleasure. He was not disappointed. It took the same place as before, and he enjoyed himself in observations. When he shut his eyes, or turned his head, he ceased to see the figure. By interposing his hand, he could hide part of it, and it was shown, like any mere material substance, by the rays of the fire which fell upon and were reflected from it. As the fire declined, it became less perceptible, and, as it went out, invisible. A similar appearance took place on several other nights, but it became less perceptible, and its visits less frequent as the patient recovered from his fever. He says the impressions on his mind were always pleasing, and the spectre looked at him with calmness and regard. He never supposed it real, but was unable to account for it on any philosophical principles within his knowledge. In the autumn of 1825, Mr. A's health was perfectly restored, and he had been free from any waking vision for nearly 18 months. Some circumstances occurred which produced in him great mental excitement. One morning he dreamed of the figure, which stood by his side in an angry posture, and asked for a locket which he usually wore. He awoke, and saw the figure at his toilet, with the locket in her hand. He rushed out of bed, and it instantly disappeared. During the next 6 weeks, its visits were incessant, and the sensations which they produced were invariably horrible. Some years before, he had attended the dissection of a woman in a state of rapid decomposition. Though much disgusted at the time, the subject had been long forgotten, but was recalled by the union of its putrescent body with the spectre's features. The visits were not confined to the night, but frequently occurred while several persons were in the same room. They were repeated at intervals during the winter, but he was able to get rid of them by moving or sitting in an erect position. Though well, his pulse was hard, and generally from 90 to 100. Unquote. In March of 1829, during an attack of fever accompanied with violent action in the brain, I experienced delusions of a very peculiar kind. They did not appear except when the eyes were shut, or the room perfectly dark, and this was one of the most distressing things connected with my illness, for it obliged me either to keep my eyes open or to admit more light into the chamber than they could well tolerate. I had the consciousness of shining and hideous faces grinning at me in the midst of profound darkness, from which they glared forth in horrid and diabolical relief. They were never stationary, but kept moving in the gloomy background. Sometimes they approached within an inch or two of my face. At other times they receded several feet or yards from it. They would frequently break into fragments, which, after floating about, would unite, portions of one face coalescing with those of another, and thus forming still more uncouth and abominable images. The only way I could get rid of those phantoms was by admitting more light into the chamber, and opening the eyes, when they instantly vanished, but only to reappear when the room was darkened or the eyes closed. One night, when the fever was at its height, I had a splendid vision of a theatre, in the arena of which Ducrot, the celebrated equestrian, was performing. On this occasion, I had no consciousness of a dark background like to that on which the monstrous images floated, but everything was gay, bright, and beautiful. I was wide awake, and my eyes were closed, yet I saw the whole scene going on in the theatre with perfect distinctness. Ducrot performing his wonders of horsemanship, and the assembled multitude, among whom I recognized several intimate friends. In short, I saw the whole process of the entertainment as clearly as if I were present at it. When I opened my eyes, the whole scene vanished like the enchanted palace of the necromancer. When I closed them, it returned instantly. But, though I could thus dissipate the spectacle, I found it impossible to get rid of the accompanying music. This was the Grand March in the opera of Aladdin, and was performed by the orchestra with more superb and imposing effect, and with greater loudness, than I ever heard it before, executed indeed with tremendous energy. This air I tried every effort to dissipate, by forcibly endeavoring to call other tunes to mind, but it was in vain. However completely the vision might be dispelled, the music remained in spite of every effort to banish it. During the whole of this singular state, I was perfectly aware of the elusiveness of my feelings, and, though laboring under violent headache, could not help speculating upon them, and endeavoring to trace them to their proper cause. This theatrical vision continued for about 5 hours, the previous delusions for a couple of days. The whole evidently proceeded from such an excited state of some parts of the brain as I have already alluded to. Ideality, wonder, form, color, and size were all in intensely active operation, while the state of the reflecting organs was unchanged. Had the latter participated in the general excitement to such an extent as to be unable to rectify the false impressions of the other organs, the case would have been one of pure delirium. Spectral illusions can only be cured by removing the causes which give rise to them. If they proceed from the state of the stomach, this must be rectified by means of purgatives and alternative medicines. Should plethora induce them, local or general bloodletting and other antiphlogistic means are requisite. Of course, if they accompany fever or delirium tremens, their remedy will depend upon removal of these diseases. Arising from sleeplessness, they will sometimes be cured by anodynes, and from nervous irritation by the shower bath and tonics. Where they seem to arise without any apparent cause, our attention should be directed to the state of the bowels, and bloodletting had recourse to. Chapter 16. Reverie. A state of mind somewhat analogous to that which prevails in dreaming also takes place during reverie. There is the same want of balance in the faculties, which are almost equally ill-regulated, and disposed to indulge in similar extravagancies. Reverie proceeds from an unusual quiescence of the brain, and inability of the mind to direct itself strongly to any one point, and it is often the prelude of sleep. There is a defect in the attention, which wanders over 1,000 subjects, instead of being fixed on one, and even on these is feebly and ineffectively directed. We sometimes see this while reading, or rather while attempting to read. We turn page after page, but the ideas take no hold whatsoever upon us. We are, in truth, ignorant of what we peruse, and the mind is either an absolute blank, or vaguely addressed to something else. Every person must have occasionally noticed this feeling in taking out his watch, looking at it, and replacing it without knowing what the hour was. In like manner, he may hear what is said to him, without attaching any meaning to the words which strike his ear, yet communicate no definite idea to the sensorium. Persons in this mood may, from some ludicrous ideas flashing across them, burst into a loud fit of laughter during sermon or at a funeral, and thus get the reputation of being either grossly irreverent or deranged. That kind of reverie in which the mind is nearly divested of all ideas, and approximates closely to the state of sleep, I have sometimes experienced while gazing long and intently upon a river. The thoughts seem to glide away, one by one, upon the surface of the stream, till the mind is emptied of them altogether. In this state, we see the glassy volume of the water moving past us, and hear its murmur, but lose all power of fixing our attention definitively upon any subject, and either fall asleep or are aroused by some spontaneous reaction of the mind, or by some appeal to the senses sufficiently strong to startle us from our reverie. Grave, monotonous, slowly repeated sounds as of a mill, a waterfall, an aeolian harp, or the voice of a dull orator, have the effect of lulling the brain into repose, and giving rise to a pleasing melancholy, to a calmness and inanity of mind. Uniform, gentle motions have a tendency to produce a similar state of reverie, which is also very apt to ensue in the midst of perfect silence. Hence, in walking alone in the country, where there is no sound to distract our meditations, we frequently get into this state. It is also apt to take place when we are seated without books, companions, or amusements of any kind, by the hearth on a winter evening, especially when the fire is beginning to burn out, when the candles are becoming faint for want of topping, and a dim religious light is diffused over the apartment, like that filling a hermit's cell from his solitary lamp. This is the situation most favorable for reveries, waking dreams, and all kinds of brown study, abstraction, ennui, and hypochondria. Reverie has been known to arise from the mind sustaining temporary weakness, in consequence of long and excessive application to one subject. It is also, I believe, frequently induced by forcing young people to learn what they dislike. In this case, the mind, finding it impossible to direct itself to the hated task, goes wandering off in another direction, and thus acquires a habit of inattention, which in extreme cases may terminate in imbecility. Sometimes reverie arises from peculiarity of temperament, either natural or induced by bodily or mental weakness. However, the best regulated minds and strongest bodies may have occasional attacks, and in fact often do. But when the feeling grows into a habit and is too much indulged in, it is apt to injure the usefulness of the individual, and impair the whole fabric of his understanding. It is upon the faculty of attention, says Dr. Good, that every other faculty is dependent for its vigor and expansion. Without it, the perception exercises itself in vain. The memory can lay up no store of ideas. The judgment draw forth no comparisons. The imagination must become blighted and barren. And where there is no attention whatsoever, the case must necessarily verge upon fatuity. I conceive that persons in whom the organ of concentrativeness is very small are particularly apt to fall into reverie. The following is a remarkable instance of reverie, arising from excessive application. The subject of it was Mr. Spaulding, a gentleman well known as an eminent literary character in Germany, and much respected by those who knew him. The case was drawn up by himself, and published in the Psychological Magazine. Quoting, I was, this morning, engaged with a great number of people who followed each other quickly, and to each of whom I was obliged to give my attention. I was also under the necessity of writing much, but the subjects, which were various and of a trivial and uninteresting nature, had no connection the one with the other. My attention, therefore, was constantly kept on the stretch, and was continually shifting from one subject to another. At last, it became necessary that I should write a receipt for some money I had received on account of the poor. I seated myself and wrote the 2 first words, but in a moment found that I was incapable of proceeding, for I could not recollect the words which belonged to the ideas that were present in my mind. I strained my attention as much as possible, and tried to write one letter slowly after the other, always having an eye to the preceding one, in order to observe whether they had the usual relationship to each other. But I remarked, and said to myself at the time, that the characters I was writing were not those which I wished to write, and yet I could not discover where the fault lay. I therefore desisted, and partly by broken words and syllables, and partly by gesture, I made the person who waited for the receipt understand that he should leave me. For about half an hour there reigned a kind of tumultuary disorder in my senses, in which I was incapable of remarking anything very particular, except that one series of ideas forced themselves involuntarily on my mind. The trifling nature of these thoughts I was perfectly aware of, and was also conscious that I made several efforts to get rid of them, and supply their place by better ones, which lay at the bottom of my soul. I endeavored as much as lay in my power, considering the great crowd of confused images which presented themselves to my mind, to recall my principles of religion, of conscience, and of future expectation. These I found equally correct, and fixed as before. There was no deception in my external senses, for I saw and knew everything around me, but I could not free myself from the strange ideas which existed in my head. I endeavored to speak, in order to discover whether I was capable of saying anything that was connected, but although I made the greatest efforts of attention, and proceeded with the utmost caution, I perceived that I uniformly spoke other words than those I intended. My soul was at present as little master of the organs of speech as it had been of my hand in writing. Thank God, this state did not continue very long, for in about half an hour my head began to grow clearer, the strange and tiresome ideas became less vivid and turbulent, and I could command my own thoughts with less interruption. I now wished to ring for my servant, and desire him to inform my wife to come to me, but I found it still necessary to wait a little longer to exercise myself in the right pronunciation of the few words I had to say. And the first half-hour's conversation I had with her was, on my part, preserved with a slow and anxious circumspection, until at last I gradually found myself as clear and serene as in the beginning of the day. All that now remained was a slight headache. I recollected the receipt I had begun to write, and in which I knew I had blundered, and upon examining it, I observed, to my great astonishment, that instead of the words $50 being 1/2 year's rate, which I ought to have written, the words were $50 through the salvation of Bra, with a break after it, for the word bra was at the end of the line. I cannot recollect any perception or business which I had to transact that could, by means of an obscure influence, have produced this phenomenon." Unquote. Reverie, when proceeding from excessive application, as in this case, will seldom be difficult of cure. The removal of the exciting cause will naturally constitute the remedy itself. When it arises from such a defect in education as that already mentioned, the cure will be more difficult, although even then it is not always impracticable. In such a case, the person should be strongly directed to those subjects in which he feels most interested, and never be made to study what he has not a positive liking for. Active employment and gay and pleasant society may effect much in restoring the intellectual balance. In all cases whatsoever, he should never be left long alone, as nothing has such a tendency to foster this state of mind as solitude. Chapter 17. Abstraction. Abstraction, or absence of mind, has been confounded with reverie, but it is in reality a different intellectual operation. For, as in the latter a difficulty is experienced in making the mind bear strongly on any one point, in the former its whole energies are concentrated towards a single focus, and every other circumstance is utterly forgotten for the time. Such was the case with Sir Isaac Newton, when he made a tobacco stopper of the lady's finger in a fit of absence, and with Archimedes, who remained unconscious and unmoved during the noise and slaughter of captured Syracuse. Though, in general, abstraction is easily broken by outward impressions, there have been instances where it has been so powerful as to render the individual insensible to pain while laboring under it. Pinel, in his Nosographie Philosophique, speaks of a priest who, in a fit of mental absence, was unconscious of the pain of burning, and Cardan brought himself into such a state as to be insensible to all external impressions. Some men are naturally very absent. Others acquire this habit from particular pursuits, such as mathematics and other studies demanding much calculation. Indeed, all studies which require deep thinking are apt to induce mental absence, in consequence of the sensorial power being drained from the general circumference of the mind and directed strongly to a certain point. This draining, while it invigorates the organ of the particular faculty towards which the sensorial energy is concentrated, leaves the others in an inanimate state, and incapacitates them from performing their proper functions. Hence, persons subject to abstraction are apt to commit 1,000 ludicrous errors. They are perpetually blundering, committing a multitude of petty yet harmless offenses against established rules, and forever getting into scrapes and absurd situations. Nothing is more common than for an absent man to take the hat of another person instead of his own, to give away a guinea for a shilling, to mistake his lodgings, forget invitations, and so forth. When the fit of abstraction is very strong, he neither hears what is said to him, nor sees what is passing around. Eustace Budgell, in the 77th issue of The Spectator, says the following, quoting, "While you fancy he is admiring a beautiful woman, it is an even wager that he is solving a proposition in Euclid. And while you imagine he is reading the Paris Gazette, it is far from being impossible that he is pulling down and rebuilding his country house." Unquote. In some cases, the individual requires to be shaken before he can be brought to take notice of any occurrence, and it is often difficult to make him comprehend even the simplest proposition. Abstraction, therefore, bears an analogy to dreaming, inasmuch as in each of these states some faculties are active while others are at rest. In dreaming, however, the organs of the quiescent faculties are in a much deeper slumber, and less easily roused into activity than in abstraction. Hence, in the great majority of cases, abstraction is broken with greater facility than sleep. It appears, from the observation of the Edinburgh phrenologists, that individuals who have a large development of the organ of concentrativeness are particularly liable to fall into a state of abstraction. The effect of such a development is fixity of ideas, the power and tendency to think consecutively and steadily upon one subject. As Mr. Combe remarks, quoting, "In conversing with some individuals, we find them fall naturally into a connected train of thinking, either dwelling on the same subject which interests them till they have placed it clearly before the mind, or passing naturally and gracefully to a connected topic. Such persons uniformly have this organ large. We meet with others who, in similar circumstances, never pursue one idea for 2 consecutive seconds, who shift from topic to topic without regard to natural connection, and leave no distinct impression on the mind of the listener. And this happens even with individuals in whom reflection is not deficient, but this organ, concentrativeness, is, in such persons, uniformly small." Unquote. A good endowment of the power in question adds very much to the efficiency of the intellect by enabling its possessor to apply his mind continuously to a particular investigation, undisturbed by the intrusion of foreign and irrelevant ideas. It seems to have been very strong in Sir Isaac Newton, whose ability to abstraction has already been alluded to. Jean-Baptiste Biot relates the following tale regarding Newton. Quoting, "During the 2 years which he spent in preparing and developing his immortal work, Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, he lived only to calculate and to think. Oftentimes, lost in the contemplation of these grand objects, he acted unconsciously, his thoughts appearing to preserve no connection with the ordinary affairs of life. It is said that frequently, on rising in the morning, he would sit down on his bedside, arrested by some new conception, and would remain for hours together engaged in tracing it out, without dressing himself. To one who asked him, on some occasion, by what means he had arrived at his discoveries, he replied, 'By always thinking unto them.' And at another time he thus expressed his method of proceeding: 'I keep the subject constantly before me, and wait till the first dawning opens slowly, by little and little into a full and clear light. Again, in a letter to Dr. Bentley, he says, "If I have done the public any service this way, it is due to nothing but industry and patient thought." Biot mentions further that, in general, the intensity of thinking was with him so great that it entirely abstracted his attention from other matters, and confined him exclusively to one subject. Thus we see that he never was occupied at the same time with two different scientific investigations. The instances of abstraction upon record are so numerous that a volume might easily be filled with them. Hogarth, the illustrious painter, affords a good specimen. Having got a new carriage, he went in it to the mansion house for the purpose of paying a visit to the Lord Mayor. On leaving the house, he went out by a different door from that by which he had entered, and found that it rained hard. Notwithstanding this, he walked homewards, and reached his own dwelling drenched to the skin. His wife, seeing him in this state, asked him how it happened, and what had become of his carriage since he had not returned home in it. The truth was that he had actually forgotten he had a carriage, or that he had gone in one at all. The following case, from the pleasant style in which it is told, will amuse the reader. Quoting, "It is a case of one of the most profound and clear-headed philosophical thinkers, and one of the most amiable of men, being so completely absorbed in his own reflections as to lose the perception of external things, and almost that of his own identity and existence. There are few that have paid any attention to the finance of this country, but must have heard of Dr. Robert Hamilton's Essay on the National Debt, which fell upon the Houses of Parliament like a bombshell, or rather, which rose and illuminated their darkness like an orient sun. There are other writings of his in which one knows not which most to admire: the profound and accurate science, the beautiful arrangement, or the clear expression. Yet, in public, the man was a shadow, pulled off his hat to his own wife in the streets, and apologized for not having the pleasure of her acquaintance, went to his classes in the college on the dark mornings, with one of her white stockings on the one leg, and one of his own black ones on the other, often spent the whole time of the meeting in moving from the table the hats of the students, which they as constantly returned, sometimes invited them to call on him, and then fined them for coming to insult him. He would run against a cow in the road, turn round, beg her pardon, madam, and hope she was not hurt. At other times he would run against posts, and chide them for not getting out of his way. And yet his conversation at the time, if anybody happened to be with him, was perfect logic and perfect music. Were it not that there may be a little poetic license in Aberdeen storytelling, a volume might be filled with anecdotes of this amiable and excellent man, all tending to prove how wide the distinction is between first-rate thought and that merely animal use of the organs of sense which prevents ungifted mortals from walking into wells. The fish market at Aberdeen, if still where it used to be, is near the Dee, and has a stream passing through it that falls into that river. The fish women expose their wares in large baskets. The doctor one day marched into that place, where his attention was attracted by a curiously figured stone in a stack of chimneys. He advanced towards it till he was interrupted by one of the benches, from which, however, he tumbled one of the baskets into the stream, which was bearing the fish to their native element. The visage of the lady was instantly in lightning, and her voice in thunder. But the object of her wrath was deaf to the loudest sounds, and blind to the most alarming colors. She stamped, gesticulated, scolded, brought a crowd that filled the place, but the philosopher turned not from his eager gaze and his inward meditations on the stone. While the woman's breath held good, she did not seem to heed, but when that began to fail, and the violence of the act moved not one muscle of the object, her rage felt no bounds. She seized him by the breast, and, yelling in an effort of despair, "Speak to me, or I'll burst!" sank down among the remnant of her fish in a state of complete exhaustion. And before she had recovered, the doctor's reverie was over, and he had taken his departure. Unquote. Many curious anecdotes of a similar kind are related of the Reverend Dr. George Harvest, one of the ministers of Thames Ditton. The ideas of this singular man were so confused on some occasions that he has been known to write a letter to one person, address it to a second, and send it to a third. He was once on the eve of being married to the bishop's daughter, when, having gone a gudgeon fishing, he forgot the circumstance, and overstayed the canonical hour, which so offended the lady that she indignantly broke off the match. If a beggar happened to take off his hat to him on the streets in hopes of receiving alms, he would make a bow, tell him he was his most humble servant, and walk on. He has been known on Sunday to forget the days on which he was to officiate, and would walk into church with his gun under his arm to ascertain what the people wanted there. Once, when he was playing at backgammon, he poured out a glass of wine, and having the box in one hand and the glass in the other, it being his turn to throw, and being extremely dry and unwilling to lose any time, he swallowed down both the dice, and discharged the wine upon the dice-board. The amusing narrative which has been published of his peculiarities says the following, quoting, "Another time, in one of his absent fits, he mistook his friend's house, and went into another, the door of which happened to stand open, and no servant being in the way, he rambled all over the house, till coming into a middle room, where there was an old lady ill in bed of a quinsy, he stumbled over the night stool, threw a clothes-horse down, and might not have ended there, had not the affrighted patient made a noise at his intrusion, which brought up the servants, who, finding Dr. Harvest in the room, instead of the apothecary that was momentarily expected, quieted the lady's fears, who by this time was taken with such an immoderate fit of laughter at his confusion, that it broke the quinsy in her throat, and she lived many years afterwards to thank Dr. Harvest for his unlucky mistake. His notorious heedlessness was so apparent that no one would lend him a horse, as he frequently lost his beast from under him, or at least from out of his hands, it being his frequent practice to dismount and lead the horse, putting the bridle under his arm, which the horse sometimes shook off, or the intervention of a post occasioned it to fall. Sometimes it was taken off by the boys, when the parson was seen drawing his bridle after him, and if any one asked him after the animal, he could not give the least account of it, or how he had lost it." Unquote. In short, the blunders which he committed were endless, and would be considered incredible if they were not authenticated by incontestable evidence. Yet, notwithstanding all this, Harvest was a man of uncommon abilities, and an excellent scholar. Bacon, the celebrated sculptor, exhibited on one occasion a laughable instance of absence of mind. Quoting, "Bacon was remarkably neat in his dress, and, according to the costume of the old school, wore in fine weather a powdered wig, ruffles, silver buckles, with silk stockings, etc., and walked with his gold-headed cane. Thus attired, he one day called at St. Paul's, shortly after having erected the statue of the benevolent Howard, and before the boarding which enclosed the statue had been removed. One of his sons was employed at this time in finishing the statue. After remaining a short time, he complained of feeling somewhat cold, on which the son proposed, as no one could overlook them, that he should put on, as a kind of temporary spencer, an old, torn, green shag waistcoat, with a red stuff back, which had been left there by one of the workmen. He said it was a good thought, and accordingly buttoned the waistcoat over his handsome new coat. Shortly afterwards he was missing, but returned in about an hour, stating that he had been to call on a gentleman in Doctors' Commons, and had sat chatting with his wife and daughters, whom he had never seen before, that he found them to be exceedingly pleasant women, though perhaps a little disposed to laughter and titter about he knew not what. "Sir," said the son, "I am afraid I can explain their mysterious behavior. Surely you have not kept on that waistcoat all the time?" "But as sure as I am a living man, I have," he said, laughing heartily, "and I can now account not only for the strange behavior of the ladies, but for all the jokes that have been cracked about me as I walked along the street, some crying, 'Let him alone, he does it for a wager,' etc., etc., all which, from being quite unconscious of my appearance, I thought was levelled at some other quiz that might be following near me, and I now recollect that whenever I looked round for the object of their pleasantry, the people laughed, and the more so, as by the merry force of sympathy I laughed also, although I could not comprehend what it meant." Unquote. I shall conclude by mentioning an anecdote of Mr. Wharton, the accomplished professor of poetry in the University of Oxford. Quoting, "This good divine, having dined with some jolly company at a gentleman's house in that city, passing through the streets to the church, it being summer-time, his ears were loudly saluted with the cry of 'Live mackerel!' This so much dwelt upon the doctor's mind, that, after a nap, while the psalm was performing, as soon as the organ ceased playing, he got up to the pulpit, and, with eyes half open, cried out, 'All alive, alive-o!' thus inadvertently keeping up the reputation of a Latin proverb, which is translated in the following lines: 'Great wits to madness nearly are allied, and thin partitions do their bounds divide.' The professor of poetry perhaps supposed himself yet with his companions at the convivial table." Unquote. Mental absence is generally incurable. In stout subjects, depletion, purging, and low diet will sometimes be of use. Where the affliction seems to arise from torpor of the nervous system, blistering the head and internal stimuli afford the most probable means of relief. The person should associate as much as possible with noisy, bustling people, and shun solitude and all such studies as have a tendency to produce abstraction. Chapter 18. The Sleep of Plants. During night, plants seem to exist in a state analogous to sleep. At this period, they become relaxed, while their leaves droop and become folded together. Such is peculiarly the case with the tamarind tree, and the leguminous plants with pinnated leaves. But with almost all plants, it takes place in a greater or lesser degree, although in some the change is much more striking than in others. The trefoil, the oxalis, and other herbs with ternate leaves sleep with their leaflets folded together in the erect posture. The cause of the different states in which plants exist during the day and night has never been correctly ascertained, some attributing it to the influence of light, some to the vicissitudes of temperature, and others to atmospheric humidity. Probably the whole of these influences are concerned. It is very evident that the presence of certain stimuli during the day puts the leaves in a state of activity and excites their development, while the want of such stimuli in the night throws them into repose, relaxes them, and occasions them to be weighed down, as if the sustaining principle which kept them in energy was suspended in the torpor of sleep. The principle of these stimuli is unquestionably light. Indeed, Linnaeus, from the observation of stove plants, seems to have demonstrated that it is the withdrawing of light, and not of heat, which produces the relaxation or sleep of plants, as it is commonly denominated. The effect of light upon the leaves of the acacia is particularly striking. At sunrise, they spread themselves out horizontally. As the heat increases, they become elevated, and at noon shoot vertically upwards. But as soon as the sun declines, they get languid and droop, and during night are quite pendant and relaxed, and at the same time inclined towards the sun. Those of the Helianthus animus, the Helianthemum annuum, and Croton tinctorium follow the course of the sun in their position, and most buds and flowers have a tendency to turn their heads in the direction of the great luminary of day. As an instance of this, let us look at the sunflower, which confronts the source of light with its broad yellow expansion of aspect, and hangs its gorgeous head droopingly so soon as the object of its worship declines. The leaves of a great number of vegetables present changes in their position corresponding to the different hours of the day. Who does not know, says Willdenow, that the species of lupinus, especially Lupinus luteus, turn in the open air their leaves and stalks towards the sun, and follow its course in so steady a manner as to enable us to specify the hour of the day from their direction? Such phenomena were not unknown to Pliny and Theophrastus. The analogy between animal and vegetable life is still further demonstrated by the well-known fact that, while some creatures sleep during the day and continue awake at night, such as the cat and owl, certain plants do the same. Such is the case with the Tragopogon luteum, which becomes closed, or in other words, goes to sleep, at 9 in the morning and opens at night. Every hour of the day, indeed, has some particular plant which then shuts itself up. Hence the idea of the flower dial, by means of which the hour of the day can be told with tolerable accuracy. Some plants which shut themselves up in the daytime flower at night. The night-flowering cereus, a species of cactus, is a beautiful instance of the kind, and there are other plants which exhibit the same interesting phenomenon. Nothing, indeed, can be more beautiful than the nocturnal flowering of certain members of the vegetable world. Linnaeus used to go out at night with a lantern into his garden to have an opportunity of witnessing this remarkable peculiarity in the plants by which it is exhibited. The analogy between the two kingdoms is rendered yet more striking when it is recollected that, with such exceptions as above, plants increase much more rapidly during night, which is their time of sleep, than in the daytime, which may be considered the period of their active or waking existence. The state in which plants exist in the winter season resembles the hibernation of animals. There is the same torpor and apparent extinction of vitality. Heat and light have the power of both reviving plants and putting an end to hibernation. Between plants and animals, however, there is this difference, that while most plants become torpid in winter, only a small number of animals get into that state. But even in such dissimilitude, we can trace an analogy. For as there are animals upon which winter has no torpifying influence, so are there likewise plants. The Helleborus hyemalis, or Christmas rose, flowers at the end of December, and the Galanthus nivalis, or snowdrop, in the month of February. Chapter 19. General Management of Sleep. In the foregoing pages, I have detailed at length all the principal phenomena of sleep, and it now only remains to state such circumstances as affect the comfort and healthfulness of the individual while in that condition. The first I shall mention is the nature of the chamber in which we sleep. This should always be large and airy. In modern houses, these requisites are too much overlooked, and while the public rooms are of great dimensions, those appropriated for sleep are little better than closets. This error is exceedingly detrimental to health. The apartments wherein so great a portion of life is passed should always be roomy, and not placed upon the ground floor, if possible, because such a situation is more apt to be damp and ill ventilated than higher up. The next condition applies to the bed itself, which ought to be large, and not placed close to the wall, but at some distance from it, both to avoid any dampness which may exist in the wall, and admit a freer circulation of air. The curtains should never be drawn closely together, even in the coldest weather, and when the season is not severe, it is a good plan to remove them altogether. The bed or mattress ought to be rather hard. Nothing is more injurious to health than soft beds. They effeminate the individual, render his flesh soft and flabby, and incapacitate him from undergoing any privation. The texture of which the couch is made is not of much consequence, provided it is not too soft. Hence, feather beds or mattresses of hair or straw are almost equally good, if suitable in this particular. I may mention, however, that the hair mattress is preferable to a bed of feathers during the summer season, from being cooler and less apt to imbibe moisture. Those soft, yielding feather beds in which the body sinks deeply are highly improper, from the unnatural heat and perspiration which they are sure to induce. Air beds have been lately recommended, but I can assert from personal experience that they are the worst that can possibly be employed. They become very soon heated to such an unpleasant degree as to render it impossible to repose upon them with any comfort. For bed-ridden persons, whose skin has become irritated by long pressure, the hydrostatic bed is the best, as has been lately brought into use in some of the public hospitals. The pillow should be pretty hard, as well as the bed. When very soft, the head soon sinks in it, and becomes unpleasantly heated. The objection made to air beds applies with equal force to air pillows, which I several times attempted to use, but was compelled to abandon, owing to the disagreeable heat that was generated in a few minutes. With regard to the covering, there can be no doubt that it is more wholesome to lie between sheets than blankets. For the same reason, people should avoid sleeping in flannel nightshirts. Such a degree of warmth as is communicated by those means is only justifiable in infancy and childhood, or when there is actual disease or weakness of constitution. Parents often commit a great error in bringing up their young people under so effeminate a system. A common custom prevails of warming the bed before going to sleep. This enervating practice should be abandoned, except with delicate people, or when the cold is very intense. It is far better to let the bed be chafed by the natural heat of the body, which will be sufficient for the purpose even in severe weather, providing the clothing is abundant. We ought never to sleep overloaded with clothes, but have merely what is sufficient to maintain a comfortable warmth. When a person is in good health, the atmosphere of his apartment should be cool. On this account, fires are exceedingly hurtful, and should never be had recourse to, except when the individual is delicate, or the weather intolerably severe. When they become requisite, smoke must be carefully guarded against, as fatal accidents have arisen from this cause. The window shutters ought never to be entirely closed, neither ought they to be kept altogether open. In the first case, we are apt to oversleep ourselves, owing to the prevailing darkness with which we are surrounded, and in the second, the light which fills the apartment may disturb our repose, especially if it be in the summer season, and awaken us at an earlier hour than there is any occasion for. Under both circumstances, the eyes are liable to suffer. In the one instance, the darkness disposes them to be painfully affected on exposure to the brilliant light of day, besides directly debilitating them. For in remaining too much in the gloom, whether we be asleep or awake, these organs are sure to be more or less weakened. In the other case, the fierce glare of the morning sun acting upon them does equal injury, perhaps for several hours before we get up, making them tender and easily affected by the light. The extremes of too much and too little light must be therefore avoided, and such a moderate portion admitted into the chamber as not to hurt the eyes, or act as too strong a stimulus in breaking our slumbers. During the summer heat, the covering requires to be diminished so as to suit the atmospheric temperature, and a small portion of the window drawn down from the top to promote a circulation of air. But this must be done cautiously, and the current prevented from coming directly upon the sleeper, as it might give rise to colds and other bad consequences. The late Dr. Gregory was in the habit of sleeping with the window drawn slightly down during the whole year, and there can be no doubt that a gentle current pervading our sleeping apartments is essential to health in the highest degree. Nothing is so injurious as damp beds. It becomes every person to look into this matter, whether at home or abroad, and see that the bedding on which he lies is thoroughly dry, and free from even the slightest moisture. By neglecting such a precaution, rheumatism, colds, inflammations, and death itself may ensue. Indeed, these calamities are very frequently traced to sleeping incautiously upon damp beds. For the same reason, the walls and floor should be dry, and wet clothes never hung up in the room. We should avoid sleeping in a bed that has been occupied by the sick, till the bedding has been cleansed and thoroughly aired. When a person has died of any infectious disease, not only the clothes in which he lay, but the couch itself ought to be burned. Even the bedstead should be carefully washed and fumigated. Delicate persons who have been accustomed to sleep upon feather beds must be cautious not to exchange them rashly for any other. On going to sleep, any sort of restraint must be removed from the body. The collar of the night shirt should be unbuttoned and the neck cloth taken off. With regard to the head, the more lightly it is covered, the better. On this account, we should wear a thin cotton or silk nightcap, and this is still better if made of network. Some persons wear worsted or flannel caps, but these are never proper, except in old or rheumatic subjects. The grand rule of health is to keep the head cool and the feet warm. Hence the nightcap cannot be too thin. In fact, the chief use of this piece of clothing is to preserve the hair, and preserve it from being disordered and matted together. Sleeping in stockings is a bad and uncleanly habit. By accustoming ourselves to do without any covering upon the feet, and if we have clothing enough to keep the rest of the system comfortable, we shall seldom experience cold in these parts. And, should they still remain cold, this can be easily obviated by wrapping a warm flannel cloth around them, or by applying a heated iron or bottle of warm water to them for a few minutes. The posture of the body must also be attended to. The head should be tolerably elevated, especially in plethoric subjects, and the position as nearly horizontal as possible from the neck downwards. The half-sitting posture, with the shoulders considerably raised, is injurious, as the thoracic and abdominal viscera are thereby compressed, and respiration, digestion, and circulation materially impeded. Lying upon the back is also improper, in consequence of its tendency to produce nightmare. Most people pass the greater part of the night upon the side, which is certainly the most comfortable position that can be assumed in sleep. According to Dr. A. Hunter, women who love their husbands generally lie upon the right side. This interesting point I have no means of ascertaining, although doubtless the ladies are qualified to speak decidedly upon the subject. I have known individuals who could not sleep except upon the back, but these are rare cases. I have mentioned the necessity of a free circulation of air. On this account, it is more wholesome to sleep single than double, for there is then less destruction of oxygen, and the atmosphere is much purer and cooler. For the same reason, the practice so common in public schools of having several beds in one room and 2 or 3 individuals in each bed must be deleterious. When more than one sleep in a single bed, they should take care to place themselves in such a position as not to breathe in each other's faces. Some persons have a dangerous custom of covering their heads with the bedclothes. The absurdity of this practice needs no comment. Before going to bed, the body should be brought into that state which gives us the surest chance of dropping speedily asleep. If too hot, its temperature ought to be reduced by cooling drinks, exposure to the open air, sponging, and even a cold bath. If too cold, it must be brought into a comfortable state by warmth, for both cold and heat act as stimuli, and their removal is necessary before slumber can ensue. A full stomach also generally prevents sleep, though sometimes promotes it. Consequently, supper ought to be dispensed with, except by those who cannot sleep without it, having been long used to this meal. As a general rule, the person who eats nothing for 2 or 3 hours before going to rest will sleep better than he who does. His sleep will also be more refreshing, and his sensations upon awakening much more gratifying. The Chinese recommended brushing the teeth previous to lying down. This is a good custom. Sleeping after dinner is pernicious. On awakening from such indulgence, there is generally some degree of febrile excitement, in consequence of the latter stages of digestion being hurried on. It is only useful in old people, and in some cases of disease. The weak, and those recovering from protracted illnesses, must be indulged with more sleep than such as are vigorous. Sleep, in them, supplies the place of nourishment in some measure, and thus becomes a most powerful auxiliary for restoring them to health. Much repose is likewise necessary to enable the system to recover from the effects of dissipation. Too little and too much sleep are equally injurious. Excessive wakefulness, according to Hippocrates, prevents the aliment from being digested, and generates crude humors. Too much sleep produces lassitude and corpulency, and utterly debases and stupefies the mind. Corpulent people being apt to indulge in excessive sleep, they should break this habit at once, as it is particularly unwholesome in their case. They ought to sleep little, and that little upon hard beds. The practice of sleeping in the open air cannot be too strongly reprobated. It is dangerous at all times, especially when carried into effect under a burning sun, or amid the damps of night. In tropical climates, where this custom is indulged in during the day, it is not unusual for the person to be struck with a coup de soleil, or some violent fever, and, in our own country, nothing is more common than inflammations, rheumatisms, and dangerous colds originating from sleeping upon the ground either during the heat of the day, or when the evening has set in with its attendant dews and vapors. As respects the repose of children, it may be remarked that the custom of rocking them asleep in the cradle is not to be recommended, sanctioned though it be by the voice of ages. This method of procuring slumber not only heats the infant unnecessarily, but disorders the digestive organs in some cases, and, in most, produces a sort of artificial sleep far less conducive to health than that brought on by more natural means. According to some writers, it has also a tendency to induce water in the head, a circumstance which I think possible, although I never knew a case of that disease which could be traced to such a source. The cradle should be abandoned, then, so far as the rocking is concerned, and the child simply lulled to repose in the nurse's arms, and then deposited quietly in bed. Sleep will often be induced by gentle scratching or rubbing of the top of the child's head. This fact is well known to some nurses, by whom the practice is had recourse to for the purpose of provoking slumber in restless children. For the first month of their existence, children sleep almost continually, and they should be permitted to do so, for they cannot slumber too much at this early age. Calm and long-continued sleep is a favorable symptom, and ought to be cherished rather than prevented during the whole period of infancy. However, when a child attains the age of 3 or 4 months, we should endeavor to manage so that its periods of wakefulness may occur in the daytime instead of at night. By proper care, a child may be made to sleep at almost any hour, and as this is always an object of importance, it should be sedulously attended to in the rearing of children. Until about the 3rd year, they require a little sleep in the middle of the day, and pass half their time in sleep. Every succeeding year, till they attain the age of 7, the period allotted to repose should be shortened 1 hour, so that a child of that age may pass 9 hours in a state of sleep, or thereabouts, out of the 24. Children should never be awakened suddenly or with noise, in consequence of the terror and starting which such a method of arousing them produces. Neither should they be brought all at once from a dark room into the strong glare of light, lest their eyes be weakened, and permanent injury inflicted upon these organs. The position in which children sleep also requires careful attention. Sir Charles Bell mentions that the enuresis infantum, with which they are so often affected, frequently arises from lying upon the back, and that it will be removed or prevented by accustoming them to lie on the side. It is also of the greatest importance that they be kept sufficiently warm. I believe that many infantile diseases arise from the neglect of this precaution. Children have little power of evolving heat. On this account, they should never be permitted to sleep alone when delicate, but made to lie with the nurse that they may receive warmth from her body. At whatever period we go to sleep, one fact is certain, that we can never convert day into night with impunity. Even in the most scorching seasons of the year, it is better to travel under the burning sunshine than in the cool of the evening, when the dews are falling and the air is damp. A case in support of this statement is given by Valangin in his work on diet. 2 colonels in the French army had a dispute over whether it was most safe to march in the heat of the day or in the evening. To ascertain this point, they got permission from the commanding officer to put their respective plans into execution. Accordingly, the one with his division marched during the day, although it was the heat of summer, and rested all night. The other slept in the daytime, and marched during the evening and part of the night. The result was that the first performed a journey of 600 miles without losing a single man or horse, while the latter lost most of his horses and several of his men. It now becomes a question at what hour should we retire to rest, how long our rest ought to continue, and when it should be broken in the morning. These points I shall briefly discuss in the order in which they stand. It is not very easy to ascertain the most appropriate hour for going to bed, as this depends very much upon the habits and occupation of the individual. Laborers, and all hard-wrought people, who are obliged to get up betimes, require to go to rest early, and 9 o'clock may be the best hour in their case. Those who are not obliged to rise early may delay the period of retiring to rest for an hour or 2 longer, and may thus go to bed at 10 or 11. These are the usual periods allotted among the middle ranks of life for this purpose, and it may be laid down as a rule that it must be prejudicial to make a custom of remaining up for a period later than 11. Those, therefore, who habitually delay going to bed till 12 or 1 or 2 are acting in direct opposition to the laws of health, insofar as they are compelled to pass in sleep a portion of the ensuing day which ought to be appropriated to wakefulness and exertion. Late hours are in every respect hurtful, whether they be employed in study or amusement. A fresh supply of stimulus is thrown upon the mind, which prevents it from sinking into slumber at the proper period, and restlessness, dreaming, and disturbed repose inevitably ensue. Among other things, the eyes are injured, those organs suffering much more from the candle light to which they are necessarily exposed than from the natural light of day. With regard to the necessary quantity of sleep, so much depends upon age, constitution, and employment, that it is impossible to lay down any fixed rule which will apply to all cases. Jeremy Taylor states that 3 hours only in the 24 should be devoted to sleep, Baxter extends the period to 4 hours, Wesley to 6, Lord Coke and Sir William Jones to 7, and Sir John Sinclair to 8. With the latter I am disposed to coincide. Taking the average of mankind, we shall come as nearly as possible to the truth when we say that nearly 1/3 part of life ought to be spent in sleep. In some cases, even more may be necessary, and a much smaller portion can be safely dispensed with in few. When a person is young, strong, and healthy, an hour or two less may be sufficient, but childhood and extreme old age require a still greater portion. No person who passes only 8 hours in bed can be said to waste his time in sleep. If, however, he exceeds this and is in possession of vigor and youth at the same time, he lays himself open to the charge of slumbering away those hours which should be devoted to some other purpose. According to Georget, women should sleep a couple of hours longer than men. For the former, he allows 6 or 7 hours. For the latter, 8 or 9. I doubt, however, if the female constitution requires more sleep than the male, generally speaking. At least it is certain that women endure protracted wakefulness better than men, but whether this may result from custom is a question worthy of being considered. Barry, in his work on digestion, has made an ingenious but somewhat whimsical calculation on the tendency of sleep to prolong life. He asserts that the duration of human life may be ascertained by the number of pulsations which the individual is able to perform. Thus, if a man's life extends to 70 years, and his heart throbs 60 times each minute, the whole number of its pulsations will amount to 2,207,520,000 beats. But if he raise the pulse to 75 in the minute, by intemperance or any other cause, the same number of pulsations would be completed in 56 years, and the duration of life abbreviated 14 years. Arguing from these data, he alleges that sleep has a tendency to prolong life, as during its continuance the pulsations are less numerous than in the waking state. There is a sort of theoretical truth in this statement, but it is liable to be modified by so many circumstances that its application can never become general. If this were not the case, it would be natural to infer that the length of a man's life would correspond with that of his slumbers, whereas it is well known that too much sleep debilitates the frame, and lays the foundation of various diseases which tend to shorten rather than extend the duration of life. Those who indulge most in sleep generally require the least of it. Such are the wealthy and luxurious, who pass nearly half of their existence in slumber, while the hard-working peasant and mechanic, who would seem at first sight to require more than any other class of society, are contented with 7 or 8 hours of repose, a period brief in proportion to that expended by them in toil, yet sufficiently long for the wants of nature, as is proved by the strength and health which they almost uniformly enjoy. For reasons already stated, more sleep is required in winter than in summer. Were there even no constitutional causes for this difference, we should be disposed to sleep longer in the one than in the other, as some of the circumstances which induce us to sit up late and rise early in summer are wanting during winter, and we consequently feel disposed to lie longer in bed during the latter season of the year. The hour of getting up in the morning is not of less importance than that at which we ought to lie down at night. There can be no doubt that one of the most admirable conducives to health is early rising. Quoting Solomon, "Let us go forth into the fields. Let us lodge in the villages. Let us get up early to the vineyards. Let us see if the vine flourish, if the tender grape appear, if the pomegranates bud forth." Unquote. Almost all men who have distinguished themselves in science, literature, and the arts have been early risers. The industrious, the active-minded, the enthusiast in the pursuit of knowledge or gain are up betimes at their respective occupations, while the sluggard wastes the most beautiful period of life in pernicious slumber. Homer, Virgil, and Horace are all represented as early risers. The same was the case with Paley, Franklin, Priestley, Parkhurst, and Buffon, the latter of whom ordered his valet de chambre to awaken him every morning and compel him to get up by force if he evinced any reluctance. For this service the valet was rewarded with a crown each day, which recompense he forfeited if he did not oblige his master to get out of bed before the clock struck 6. The bishops Jewel and Burnet rose regularly every morning at 4 o'clock. Sir Thomas More did the same, and so convinced was he of the beneficial effects of getting up betimes that he represented the inhabitants of his Utopia attending lectures before sunrise. Napoleon was an early riser. So was Frederick the Great and Charles the XII. So is the Duke of Wellington, and so, in truth, is almost every one distinguished for energy and indefatigability of mind. Every circumstance contributes to render early rising advisable to those who are in the enjoyment of health. There is no time equal in beauty and freshness to the morning, when nature has just parted with the gloomy mantle which night had flung over her, and stands before us like a young bride, from whose aspect the veil which covered her loveliness has been withdrawn. The whole material world has a vivifying appearance. The husbandman is up at his labor, the forest leaves sparkle with drops of crystal dew, the flowers raise their rejoicing heads towards the sun, the birds pour forth their anthems of gladness, and the wide face of creation itself seems as if awakened and refreshed from a mighty slumber. All these things, however, are hidden from the eyes of the sluggard. Nature, in her most glorious aspect, is a sealed book to him, and while every scene around him is full of beauty, interest, and animation, he alone is passionless and uninspired. Behold him, stretched upon his couch of rest. In vain does the clock proclaim that the reign of day has commenced. In vain does the morning light stream fiercely in by the chinks of his window, as if to startle him from his repose. He hears not, he sees not, for blindness and deafness rule over him with despotic sway, and lay a deadening spell upon his faculties. And when he does at length awake, far on in the day, he is not refreshed from the torpor of this benumbing sleep. He does not start at once into new life, an altered man with joy in his mind and vigor in his frame. On the contrary, he is dull, languid, and stupid, as if half recovered from a paroxysm of drunkenness. He yawns, stretches himself, and stalks into the breakfast parlor to partake of his unrefreshing meal in solitude and without appetite, while his eyes are red and gummy, his beard unshorn, his face unwashed, and his clothes disorderly and ill put on. Uncleanliness and sluggishness generally go hand in hand, for the obtuseness of mind which disposes a man to waste the most precious hours of existence in debasing sleep will naturally make him neglect his person. The character of the early riser is the very reverse of the slovenly sluggard. His countenance is ruddy, his eye joyous and serene, and his frame full of vigor and activity. His mind is also clear and unclouded, and free from that oppressive languor which weighs like a nightmare upon the spirit of the sluggard. The man who rises betimes is in the fair way of laying in both health and wealth, while he who dozes away his existence in unnecessary sleep will acquire neither. On the contrary, he runs every chance of losing whatever portion of them he may yet be in possession of, and of sinking fast in the grade of society, a bankrupt man in both person and purse. In the will of the late Mr. James Sargent of the borough of Leicester is the following clause relative to early rising. Quoting, "As my nephews are fond of indulging in bed in a morning, and as I wish them to improve the time while they are young, I direct that they shall prove to the satisfaction of my executors that they have got out of bed in the morning, and either employed themselves in business, or taken exercise in the open air from 5 o'clock every morning, from the 5th of April to the 10th of October, between 3 hours each day, and from 7 o'clock in the morning, from the 10th of October to the 5th of April, being 2 hours every morning for 2 whole years. This to be done for some 2 years during the first 7 years, to the satisfaction of my executors, who may excuse them in case of illness, but the task must be made up when they are well, and if they will not do this, they shall not receive any share of my property." Unquote. The most striking instances of the good effects of early rising are to be found in our peasantry and farmers, whose hale complexions, good appetites, and vigorous persons are evidences of the benefit derived from this custom, conjoined with labor, while the wan, unhealthy countenances and enfeebled frames of those who keep late hours, lie long in bed, and pass the night in dissipation, study, or pleasure, are equally conclusive proofs of the pernicious consequences resulting from an opposite practice. Rising early, therefore, is highly beneficial, but care should be taken not to carry it to excess. It can never be healthful to rise till the sun has been above the horizon for some time, for until this is the case, there is a dampness in the air which must prove injurious to the constitution, especially when it is not naturally very strong. Owing to this, early rising is injurious to most delicate people, and in all cases the heat of the sun should be allowed to have acquired some strength before we think of getting out of doors. No healthy man should lay longer in bed than 6 o'clock in the summer. If he does so, he loses the most valuable part of the day and injures his own constitution. Persons subject to gout should always go to sleep early and rise early. The former mitigates the violence of the evening paroxysm, which is always increased by wakefulness, and the latter lessens the tendency to plethora, which is favored by long protracted sleep. In some of the foreign universities, it is common to go to bed at 8 and rise at 3 or 4 in the morning, and this plan is recommended by Willich in his Lectures on Diet and Regimen. Sir John Sinclair, in allusion to it, judiciously observes the following, quote, "I have no doubt of the superior healthiness, in the winter time, of rising by daylight, and using candlelight at the close of the day, rather than rising by candlelight, and using it some hours before daylight approaches. It remains to be ascertained by which system the eyes are least likely to be affected." Unquote. Dr. Franklin, in one of his ingenious essays, has some fine observations on early rising, and makes an amusing calculation of the saving that might be made in the city of Paris alone by using the sunshine instead of candles. This saving he estimates at 96 million of livres, or 4 million sterling. This is mentioned in a satirical vein, but probably there is a great deal of truth in the statement. Indeed, if people were to go sooner to bed and get up earlier, it is inconceivable what sums might be saved. But according to the absurd custom of polished society, day is, in great measure, converted into night, and the order of things reversed in a manner at once capricious and hurtful. To conclude, the same law which regulates our desire for food also governs sleep. As we indulge in sleep to moderation or excess, it becomes a blessing or a curse. In the one case, recruiting the energies of nature and diffusing vigor over the mind and frame alike. In the other, debasing the character of man, stupefying his intellect, enfeebling his body, and rendering him useless to others and himself. The glutton, the drunkard, and the sloven bear the strictest affinity to each other, both in the violation of nature's laws and in the consequences thence entailed upon themselves. What in moderation is harmless or beneficial is a curse in excess, and sleep, carried to the latter extreme, may be pronounced an act of intemperance almost as much as excessive eating or drinking. Thus ends the Philosophy of Sleep by Robert Macnish, originally published in 1834, edited for modern English and now republished in 2022 by Benjamin Davidson, DreamWizard. If you have enjoyed this free audiobook, please consider purchasing a physical copy from the Amazon store. Links in the description below. But above all, thanks for listening.